Alder Alburos, I think, is looking for a link.
Yep, I'll get it for him.
Thank you. Maggie, are we at 18?
Yep, that's what I have.
Thank you. And that looks like everyone.
I am not seeing Alder Rummel on my list. Unless I'm missing her.
I do not see her either. Oh, there she is.
Okay. Then yes, that's everyone now.
All right, thank you. All right. The hour of 6:30 having arrived, we'll call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, July 21st, 2020. I will ask staff to please mute themselves so that I can unmute everyone and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Hennick.
Here.
Alder Hennick is here. Alder Kemble.
Here.
Alder Kemble is here. Alder Lemmer.
Here.
Alder Lemmer is here. Alder Martin.
Here.
Alder Martin is here. Alder Moreland.
Here.
Alder Moreland is here. Alder Prestigiacomo.
Here.
Alder Prestigiacomo is here. Alder Rummel. Alder Rummel.
Nice is present.
Okay, Alder Rummel is here. Alder Skidmore.
Here.
Alder Skidmore is here. Alder Tierney.
Here.
Alder Tierney is here. Alder Verveer.
Here.
Alder Verveer is here. Alder Abbas.
Here.
Alder Abbas is here. Alder Alburas.
Here.
Alder Alburas is here. Alder Balde.
Yes.
Alder Balde is here. Alder Bidar.
Here.
Alder Bidar is here. Alder Carter.
Present.
Alder Carter is here. Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Evers is here. Alder Foster.
Here.
Alder Foster is here. Alder Furman.
Present.
Alder Furman is here. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Here.
Alder Harrington McKinney is here. Alder Heck.
Here.
Alder Heck is here. Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll ask staff to read the instructions now, please. You may be muted.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the board, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And I will turn to President Carter for opening remarks.
Thank you. So on Friday, July 17th, 2020, the African American community lost two giants in the civil rights movement. Georgia Congressman John Lewis passed away at age 80, and also his longtime friend, Reverend C.T. Vivian, also passed away on the 17th at age 95. They were both members of the Freedom Riders who protested segregated buses in terminals. They had organized the walk across the bridge in Selma, Alabama. So at this time, I would just like to have a minute of silence. On August 4th, we will present two resolutions honoring the life and legacy of these two people. The Senate and the Assembly this week both said that Congressman John Lewis was the moral compass of Washington. And in addition, John Lewis always said, hate is too heavy of a burden. Love is much easier. We will have a minute of silence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Carter. And now a motion for suspension of the rules, please.
Suspension of the rules 2.04 order of business, 2.05 introduction of business, 2.24 ordinances, and 2.25 resolutions for items so designated on the agenda.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to suspend the rules. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of suspension of the rules? Seeing no objection, the rules are suspended for items so designated. And we will start tonight with early public comment. We do have a number of folks registered for this, and I would ask our registrants please to begin your comment with either the Legistar number, the agenda number, or a description of the item that you're here to testify on, so that the clerk can properly time you and the body can know what it is that you're talking about. So we will start early public comment with Haley Timison of Chandler Street, neither supporting nor opposing and wishing to speak, to be followed by Virginia Schultz.
There's no one here by that name, Mayor.
All right. Do we have Virginia Schultz of Sherman Ave, neither supporting nor opposing, wishing to speak?
We do not.
Okay. Next is Renee Walk of Kropf Ave, in opposition, wishing to speak, representing the Sherman Neighborhood Association.
Renee, you are unmuted.
Great, thank you so much. So good evening. My name is Renee Walk. I am the co-chair of Sherman Neighborhood Association. I am here to speak on item number 55 in your agenda regarding the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. So I have been have been engaged for a long time on this particular item. I've helped to co-organize the Oscar group, organizing through strategic community action and representation back when the Kraft Heinz Corporation opted to leave the space that we're now considering this evening. I was also a participant on the city's strategic assessment committee and participated in focus groups as a part of the special area planning process. And while I think that the current plan as written has a lot of potential and there are a lot of interesting items, I do want to ask that the City Council consider a few amendments to the plan as written. And I have submitted written remarks, so I will keep my statement brief. Namely, that you consider saving all 30 acres of the Hartmeyer Natural Area to preserve this really unique Madison gem for future generations. That you include more requirements around environmental diligence for the entire site, regardless of the use of the property. There are a lot of really disturbing signs that there is a lot of really concerning environmental contamination on the site, and our neighbors really deserve that diligence. And third, we would like you to reconsider the placement of the bus barn at the northern third of the property. Given the community's desire for more dense activity on the space, we really feel that there could be a much more vibrant and exciting use for this first entrance into the property when you're coming off of Highway 30. And so with that, I will conclude my remarks, and thank you for the time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Candace Diaz of Superior Street, in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Catie Shannon.
Hi, I'm here to talk about the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. I oppose it. I'm grateful for the chance to be heard here on Zoom, but this format has left a lot of us feeling less heard, less taken seriously, and way more detached from the process. You can't see our faces, but at least you can use your ears to hear our frustration, disappointment, pleading, and anger that we as a community have not been represented in the plan, the process of the plan, and our leadership. This plan is a hot mess. There are so many issues, I don't know where to begin. So in the interest of my 3-minute time allotment, I'm going to express my concerns as your constituent. The biggest problem is this area is a toxic waste dump, number one. And this is a environmental justice nightmare. Number two, there's an urban wetland here capable of providing ecosystem services that can save the taxpayers thousands of dollars. And the city has done no due diligence to survey or do any ecological assessments. I'm asking you why. Why are we paving over a 30-acre remnant wetland and chopping down 200-year-old oak tree stands that can sequester carbon? You know, all of the years I've lived here, and I've even volunteered on the Climate Action Plan with Keith Riopel, and all of these plans that are on paper, they're just words to make us all feel better. You know, where and when are we going to start doing something and taking action on all of our great plans? You know, all of the climate action and sustainability plans I've been listening to for years. You know, it's time to scrap this plan, start over, get creative, listen to the constituents, listen to everyone talking about it, hear what people are saying in the community, and actually do something creative and imaginative with this land, and not just put up a bunch of housing and pave over wetlands. And I'm asking tonight that you put a pause button on the plan. You investigate the toxic waste, and you look at saving all 30 acres of the green space here for the future residents, the kids, especially the kids that are going to be living here. I live on Sherman, off of Sherman, and there's no parks here for kids. Kids are riding their bikes in the streets. There's nothing for kids to do here. This could be a really cool nature area. There could be an urban ecology center here. But the city is just ramming through this plan. There's no imagination. There's no creativity. And I think it's time to just put the pause on the whole thing. Thank you so much for listening to me tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Catie Shannon of Pauling Street, in opposition, wishing to speak, representing the Eakin Park Neighborhood Association, to be followed by Bernice Armold.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, tonight I'm here not only as a concerned citizen, but also as the co-chair of the Eakin Park Neighborhood Association. There is a lot to be excited about with the Oscar Mayer plan. We're really jazzed about some of the cool initiatives and cool ideas that have been proposed. However, there are issues that we feel like we need to be addressed, and that at this point, having the opportunity to do that before the plan goes too far, potentially putting a pause to really kind of deep dive into some of these issues. Several people from the neighborhood association have either written letters or they'll speak later tonight, and they have some really good specific points about the plan that they want to make. What I want to stress tonight is how the neighborhood association has not been involved in this process. There is a huge decision to be made about the intersection of Packers and Coolidge that will really change the character and the dynamic of the Eakin Park neighborhood. Overwhelmingly, the residents of Eakin Park, those who have spoken to the neighborhood association, those that you just speak to on the street, are very much against this, do not want extra traffic, extra danger, extra speed in the neighborhood. And we've said that since we learned about it. We've been more than willing to work with the city to come up with creative options, but that just hasn't happened. We've voiced our opposition. We've looked for different ways to find bicycle lanes or pedestrian paths, but that hasn't been reflected either. It's really disappointing. When I moved to Madison, one of the things I was most excited about was how the city worked with neighborhood associations for the betterment of the community and for positive outcomes. And it's been incredibly disappointing as the co-chair of the neighborhood association that we've been constantly dismissed and often slightly insulted in this process. We want to be your partner in this. We are the historical Oscar Mayer neighborhood. And Oscar Mayer property is our closest neighbor. And so we want to be able to support it. We want to help, but as is, especially with the Packers and Coolidge intersection, we cannot do that. We cannot damage our neighborhood in that way. Additionally, the neighborhood association supports saving all acres of the Hart-Meyer wetland. Just simply stated, you know, I don't think anybody's going to look back 50 years from now and think like, dang, I wish we didn't keep all this land for parks and for people to play in. It just seems like a once in a lifetime opportunity to really do something good and make positive change on the northeast side of Madison. So with that, thank you for letting me speak. Thanks for letting me speak early. And we hope that you take our concerns to heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bernice Armold of North Street, neither supporting nor opposing and wishing to speak, to be followed by D.A. KESTER.
Bernice had an old version of Zoom, so I had to promote her to a panelist. Bernice, you may be seeing a prompt on your screen to unmute. There we go.
I see it now. Thank you.
You bet.
And thanks for the opportunity to speak to you tonight as a citizen participant, a stakeholder in important matters affecting the quality of my life, for myself and my neighbors. I registered to speak as neither for or against the Oscar Mayer plan because I like some of the goals represented in it, but I am adamantly against a few of the features. I, along with an overwhelming majority of my neighbors, are not in favor of any vehicular traffic or access from Packers Avenue onto Coolidge Street. I am also strongly in favor of maximizing the expansion of the Hart-Meyer wetland area insofar as the plan goes. And both of these pale in respect to the toxicity of the area that's been mentioned by some of the previous speakers. This message has been presented repeatedly by myself and many others over the course of the approval process. I have not heard a single compelling argument for opening up Coolidge, a narrow, small street, to traffic from Packers, a multi-lane, much higher speed thoroughfare. Coolidge Street sits immediately next to our neighborhood park. Without benefit of even a sidewalk separating the park from the street, it leads only to the existing larger roads very nearby that already serve as main entrance exits to the neighborhood. This proposed change presents no clear benefits while heightening the safety risks potential enormously. I moved to Madison in 2012 when my son, who lives here, had just welcomed his first child. I surveyed many neighborhoods before settling on Eakin Park. My choice to purchase a home here was largely influenced by the modest, diverse, and quiet feeling of this neighborhood. It is almost entirely residential. It is a relatively safe, calm, and friendly environment that benefits my grandchildren. There are 2 now, 5 and 8. It is relative, and it suits my senior lifestyle nicely. This is the neighborhood comprised of young families, older people, and neighborhood pride. Our voices have been clear again and again, and have been disregarded again and again. Please listen to our call for retaining Eakin Park as a neighborhood with features we value. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is DA KESTER of Winchester Street, neither supporting nor opposing, wishing to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks for the chance to talk. I appreciate early comment. I can't stay the entire meeting. I'm commenting about UMSAP and item 55. It has some good points, but needs tweaking. I'm asking the Common Council and City Hall to keep an open mind and do the right thing. There are some tweaks that need to be made. I sent an email detailing my suggestions. I'll just run through them quickly. The first is Coolidge Street. I don't live there, but I live nearby. I'm very familiar because my husband and I have done research on the history of that neighborhood. It is a historic treasure. Many of the homes have now been placed on the National Historic Register. If 2,000 cars a day go down that small residential street, it will destroy the charm and what is good in this unique historic neighborhood. Please reconsider that. Listen to the neighborhood. Secondly, I sent you an email about the Transparency Project, which came out in June, an interactive map and plain language summary listing the contaminated areas of toxicity in the UMSAP area. There's no time to go into that in detail. I'll just say this report shows there is a great need for further testing. There is a huge need for further cleanup for our health and safety. Please address that issue. Third, the plan has too much concentration of vulnerable populations in one area. Seniors, low-income families, people of color. This is ultimately an environmental justice issue. Again, there's no time to go into this in detail. It needs to be addressed. It's an important, critical issue, and please do look at it and address it. Fourth, the bus barn placement off of Aberg in Building 43. There has been a total lack of transparency and a total lack of public process in regard to that issue. That's something you can remedy. Please remedy it. Finally, please leave the door open for the wetlands. I'm not going to say how many acres. I support all 30, but as long as you don't close the door on that wetlands, there is an opportunity for coalitions of funders to come together to create a beautiful space for the whole community, including our wild neighbors. Dare we imagine a center like the Crane Foundation? It would take some doing and some planning.
Dolores, that's your time. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. Thank you for being open-minded and thoughtful. Please help us make the North Side better by addressing these issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, we have Virginia Schultz with us now.
Excellent. Let's go then to Virginia Schultz of Sherman Ave, neither supporting nor opposing, wishing to speak.
Virginia, you may have a prompt on your screen asking to be unmuted.
We are. Now I should be heard.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I request that the council withhold approval of one section of the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan, actually two. I call for the preservation of all 30 acres of the Hartmeyer Trust property. And I know this is a distressing time for the citizens of the city. There are more needs than it seems possible to meet. Some say that saving all 30 acres of the Hartmeyer Trust property is simply white privilege and NIMBY rhetoric. But I see the wetlands as opportunity for natural reclamation, restoration, education, and recreation. For reparation of the lost opportunities some less fortunate groups may feel locked out of. It will be a challenge of area neighbors to make this space flourishing with natural plant and animal life welcoming to all. And we can do that by continuing expanding programs of outdoor exploration that have historically occurred with master naturalists at Sherman Middle School students, by employing area youths and adults in the restoration processes that could replant and nourish native flowers and grasses that once grew there, by employing area youths and adults to develop art and signage that describe the value of the heritage and the natural history of the land, by cleaning up the crumbling parking lot and growing community gardens. And in future, by scheduling events for photography, painting, music, declamation, and other types of experience and appreciation of this beautiful space. We need better understanding of the probable contamination on part of this property. We need a plan to clean it, to restore it, and to love it. Please rethink the value and the possibility of this precious land and vote to preserve all 30 acres. And with regard to the intersection of Coolidge Street and Packers Avenue, which is actually State Highway 113, it makes no sense to put an intersection at that location. If the goal is egress from the Oscar Mayer buildings, let the egress onto Packers proceed. If the goal is to provide access to both sides of Highway 113 for pedestrian and bicyclists, put a walking bridge over the highway, as has been done with Highway 151 or East Washington Avenue. That method would enhance the city's image as a biking and walking community. Thanks for all your careful and heartfelt, hard work, deliberation on this plan, but I think it still needs some work. And I will say it's a very tough act to follow when KESTER comes ahead of a person. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Staff, do we have Haley Timeson here?
No, she's still not here.
Okay. And then we did have one person, Jennifer Arglander of Erie Court, in opposition, who registered as not wishing to speak. And I assume on the same item, but can't be sure of that. Those are our early public comment registrants. Are there any questions for any of the early public comment registrants? All right, seeing none, we will move on then to the presentation of the consent agenda. And President Carter, I'll turn to you.
Thank you. One, items which have registrants wishing to speak. I should start over. The consent agenda will be moved with the recommended actions listed for each item except one, items which have registrants wishing to speak, 2 items which require extraordinary roll call vote and are not included on the consent agenda by unanimous consent, and 3 items which alderpersons have separated out for discussion or debate purposes. Public hearing items, agenda items 2 through 4. I do see that item 2, Legistar 60888, requested action was referred to August 4th Common Council meeting. The following items are extra majority items. Extra majority vote items will be recorded as unanimous unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. Item 5, Legistar 61268. Agenda items part of the consent agenda with additional recommendations as noted. Item 7, Legistar 61391. Item 8, Legistar 61434. And this one is recommended action adopt with amendment. Item 11, 60869. This is referred second substitute to 8/4/20 Common Council meeting. Legistar 32, item 32, Legistar 599660, recommended action, recommended from the floor, placed on file. Continuing, these are agenda items on the consent agenda with additional recommendations. Item 33, 60837, recommendation from the floor, adopt, 15 votes required. Item 34, Legistar 60944, adopt substitute ordinance. Item 37, 61070, substitute. This requires 15 votes, recommendation from the floor. Item 38, Legistar 61119, recommendation from the floor, adopt. Item 39, 61137, recommendation from the floor, adopt. Item 40, Legistar 61156, recommendation from the floor to adopt, 15 votes required. Item 41, Legistar 61185, recommendation from the floor, adopt. Item 42, 61195, recommendation from the floor, adopt, 15 votes required. Item 43, 61254, recommendation from the floor, adopt. Item 44, 61267, recommendation from the floor, adopt. Item 45, 61291, recommendation is returned to Transportation Commission with recommendation to approve. Item 46, Legistar 61292, recommendation from the floor, adopt. Item 47, Legistar 61293, recommendation from the floor, adopt, 15 votes required. Item 48, Legistar 61377, recommendation from the floor, adopt. Item 49, 60348, application staff request referral to the August 4th, 2020 Common Council meeting. Item 50, Legistar 61151, recommendation is referred to the Public Safety Committee. Items requested for exclusion. Item 35, 60995, substitute, and we might have, I got 150 pieces of paper here. Just one moment. Okay. Recommendation from the floor to adopt. And I believe there might be another substitute on that. Item 36, Legistar 61060. Recommendation from the floor to adopt. 15 votes required for the purpose of moving substitute number 3 resolution. Item 55, Legistar 59745. This is item referred to this meeting. Items introduced from the floor. Legistar 60508. Recommend action, refer to Finance Committee, Common Council on 8/4/2020, and Legistar 60605. Recommended action, refer to Finance Committee and Common Council on 8/4. I believe that I might have missed something. I have a lot of papers here.
Thank you, Alder. We'll go through again, and I see that there's a few other things. Yep. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding item 11, number 60869, I see that while we have gotten on the agenda for tomorrow's Transportation Commission meeting, it is not listed here in the consent agenda that it would be referred to that particular meeting. So I don't know what protocol is, if we need to pull this off the consent agenda and amend the motion, or if we can add that referral to tomorrow's Transportation Commission meeting to this particular item and then proceed with the consent agenda.
Alder, thank you for bringing that to our attention. We can add it as the motion of the consent agenda. So on item number 11, items on the consent agenda with additional recommendations, the motion will be to refer to the Transportation Commission and then back to the August 4th Common Council meeting.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Skidmore.
Thank you. I did not see item number 39 separated. I'm requesting that it be separated for questions, discussion, and a roll call vote.
That item will be separated. We have registrants on that item as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor of item number 8.
The clerk will note that. Thank you, Alder.
Thank you.
Are there any other items that alders wish to request separation on? Okay, let me go through this again because there are a few other items where we have public comment. So agenda items 2 through 4 are public hearing items. There are a number of items on the agenda that are either extra majority vote items or have additional recommendations. Those include agenda items number 5, 7, 8, 11, 32, 33, 34, 37, 38, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 50. The items for exclusion are 18, 35, 36, 39, 49, and 55. We have 2 items for introduction from the floor. Are there any other items for exclusion? All right, so that's a motion from President Carter, Vice President Abbas.
Second.
So the consent agenda has been moved and seconded. I do want to note that we have some registrants on consent agenda items not wishing to speak. So I'd just like to inform you of those. Give me a minute to scroll through. On agenda item number 46, which is authorizing the Community Development Division to distribute 2020 EOP funds to the African Center for Community Development, Freedom Inc., and Unidos Against Domestic Violence to assist immigrant communities in dealing with the impacts of COVID-19. We have several registrants. Aden Tuji Lessie in support, representing the African Center for Community Development. Hade Zashi also in support, representing the African Center for Community Development. Ray Kumapaye in support, representing the African Center for Community Development. Aliko Songolo in support, representing the African Center for Community Development. And Godwin Amagashe in support. None wishing to speak. Are there any questions for any of those registrants? Okay. And then I also just want to note, in case any of these folks are tuning in, that several folks registered on Legistar 61431, which is prohibiting neck restraints and carotid restraints. And that is on our agenda for introduction only, so not for public comment, but I encourage you to come back and comment as it moves its way through committee process. And then similarly on, and several people register for Legistar item 61252, which regards the 1033 program. That item is not on tonight's agenda. Your next opportunity to comment on it is at the Public Safety Review Committee or the next Finance Committee meeting, which is July 27th. So I just wanted to make those notes. Alder Rummel?
I missed the discussion at finance on number 32. So if we could pull that off and get sort of an update on the rationale, I would appreciate it.
Alder, we did not discuss that at finance, but I'd be happy to put it on the exclusion list.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so are there any other items, or are there any disclosures or recusals on anything on the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote on the consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll record a unanimous vote on the consent agenda. And we'll move to item 2, which is the report of the Plan Commission. Legistar 60888, creating sections of the MGO requiring bird-safe vision glass treatment on specified buildings and structures. We do have registrants on this item, so I'll open a public hearing. And we'll start with Bill Connors of West Main Street in opposition, wishing to speak, representing Smart Growth Greater Madison, to be followed by Kathy O'Donnell.
Mayor, none of the people registered to speak are in the attendee list. I'm guessing they're saving it for next time.
Excellent. Okay. So we will recess that public hearing, and President Carter, a motion to refer.
Yeah, item 260888, move to refer to August 4th, 2020 Common Council meeting.
Second.
Moved and seconded to refer. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of referral? Seeing no objection, that item is referred. And that will bring us to item number 3, which is Legistar 60904, creating sections of the MGO to change the zoning of a property located at 603 South Point Road. And I will open a public hearing. We have one registrant, Omar Kita of Carberry Street, in support, not wishing to speak but available to answer questions. Are there any questions for our registrant? Seeing none, we will close that public hearing. President Carter, a motion.
Yes, move to adopt item 3, Legistar 60904.
Second to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor. And move on to item number 4, which is Legistar 60907, creating sections of the MGO to change the zoning of a property located at 133 East Lakeside Street. We'll open a public hearing. We have no registrants. We will recess that public hearing. President Carter, a motion.
Move to re-refer to the Plan Commission, item 4, Legistar 60907.
Second to re-refer.
Moved and seconded to re-refer. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of re-referral? Seeing none, that vote will be recorded. And that will take us to the items excluded from the consent agenda, starting with item 18. All right, and on item 18, we have one registrant, Martin Lackey Sr. of Salemo Court, in opposition, wishing to speak.
Martin, you are on.
Hello, everyone. My name is Martin Lackey, Lions Realty and Investments. I'm here in opposition of item 18. I don't think that the money that is being gifted to the downtown businesses should be, that money could be put into many different organizations, many different minority or community organizations, such as, minority real estate development courses. Madison has one Black real estate developer in Allegheny County, and we have the biggest wealth gap in the nation amongst whites compared to Blacks in every wealth category. So again, I oppose to the offer. I think that there should be some light and more efforts put towards something else other than what it is. So it's a waste of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lackey. I think you intended to register on item number 35, which we will take up next. Item 18 is awarding a public works contract for West Transfer Point concrete repairs. So I'll just ask the council to keep Mr. Lackey's testimony in mind as we get to item 35 and ask President Carter for a motion on item 18.
Move to adopt item 18, 61178.
Second to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing none, that item is adopted. And I'm sorry, I misspoke. We will move now to item number 32. And President Carter, a motion.
Yes, this is a move to place on file without prejudice, item 32, 59960.
Second to move on file without prejudice.
It's moved and seconded. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure I realized it was being placed on file. Maybe I missed that key point, which does answer some questions. Thank you. So I'm sorry to have taken that time. I would support that.
Right. Thank you, Alder. All right, so the motion is to place on file without prejudice. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor. And we'll move on to item 35. We have a number of registrants on item 35. And we will start with, so item 35 is Legistar 60995, creating sections of the MGO to establish a downtown recovery program ordinance. And we will start our registrants with Jenie Gao of Dayton Street in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Judy Karofsky.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Jenie Gao. I'm here in opposition to 60995, which outlines the use of public tax dollars for repairs on commercial structures housing State Street businesses. The crux of this issue is the subsidizing of private property ownership with public tax dollars that could otherwise be used to benefit the public good. This is happening at a time when city departments are facing a 5% budget cut. It is not wrong to want to help small businesses, but it is important to ask if what we're doing is actually helping. Since the start of the pandemic, business grants and loans have not slowed the closure rate of businesses, though much of that money has gone to subsidize small business owners' rental costs. Rent remains one of the highest costs for most businesses, yet very few property owners have offered rent abatements or forgiveness during the pandemic, meaning property owners continue to profit when their tenants are incapacitated. Private property owners continue to build wealth at a time when every other industry is suffering. Rent on State Street and downtown is some of the highest in the city. Federal loans are already subsidizing the real estate industry with public tax dollars. Now the Downtown Recovery Program seeks to allocate public tax dollars to repair those properties. This is happening simultaneously with an affordable housing crisis and the crisis of gentrification in our city. We cannot continue allocating money to the benefit of private property over people. So, why is it a problem to bail out private property? At the founding of this nation, only white men who owned property had the right to vote. At the founding of this nation, colonizers displaced indigenous people in order to gain wealth via property ownership. At the founding of this nation, white people treated Black people as property and used Black people's labor to cultivate wealth from the land that white people claimed ownership of. So when we talk about bailing out private property, we are also talking about bailing out wealth. The average white family has 6.7 times more wealth than the average Black family. The property in downtown Madison is some of the most expensive real estate in this city, yet we ignore the role of this expense in downtown's lack of Black-owned businesses. We are at a pivotal time, and we are being challenged to re-examine the racist roots of this country. If we pass this resolution today, then we will have failed to acknowledge the role that private property plays in our racist history. We will have failed to acknowledge the role that private property plays in the wealth gap. We will be proving once again that the only way to get this city to invest in you is if you already have wealth. In conclusion, I am opposed to 60995 and the misuse of public tax dollars for private wealth's benefit. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Judy Karofsky of Pinckney Street in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Jason Ilstrup.
Thank you. I actually mean to speak on both items 35 and 36 in the interest of time. So I am Judy Karofsky, and I spent my first day in Madison, the first day of classes, 1965, on State Street. I was not a student, but I was a guest in the hotel that's now a huge student apartment building. There were parking on the street and crowds on the sidewalk, and all those street level shops are now gone, and there have been many changes. State Street is a link between the historic anchors of this town, the university and state government. State Street is, or was, what allows unique employers like Epic to attract employees from around the world. State Street has been on life support for several years. Rents escalated, regulations increased, special events led to frequent closures and restricted business opportunities. And every morning, there's vomit in the doorways. Those who oppose these measures tonight are correct that the money generated falls to property owners. I agree. They are often not kind or generous stewards of our built environment. I know, because some own residential properties around my own home. They are your privilege. They take what they do not often give back. And I cannot recommend anything about the landlord problem. I wish I could. Because tonight we're talking about small business owners, restaurant owners, multi-generational merchants. My friends, friends of the alders, friends of the people who stand in opposition to the two motions that are before the council tonight. State Street merchants have been asked to contribute, and they have. John Hutchinson, owner of Fontana, cites maintenance fees unique to downtown businesses. There are bid assessments, goodwill gestures. When you put together annual projections, there's not usually a line item for Freak Fest unless your business is on State Street. And there's not usually a line item for post-Freak Fest repairs or post-Mifflin Street block party repairs. On State Street, there should be. People who invest in the traditional historic storefronts on State Street have been steamrolled by COVID, looting, the fear of looting, and the expenses of boarding up. The reality is we're not going to not invest in State Street or the downtown. We need to start stabilizing now. This is your opportunity to seize upon the chance that other budget makers crave. You can piece together funds that are not needed in 2020 to apply to the very activities that the demonstrations, the signs, the slogans, and the citizens, including me, are asking for. A kickstart for an equity boost. Embrace the $250K equity component because you already have called out for it. There is no way this city, you, the decision makers, will stop with one neighborhood. But if we can stabilize State Street through the recovery program, we can hold on to what we have. We must keep doors open. Business generates income. Can I do a couple more sentences?
If you can wrap up, Judy, please.
I can wrap up. Business generates income, taxes, tax revenue, and funds for roads and schools. There are no losers here, no winners. One part of the city is not more important than another. Like one minority group is not more important. It's a matter of timing. This is what you can all do tonight, and the community will finally be able to find hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jason Ilstrup of West Washington Avenue in support wishing to speak, representing Downtown Madison Incorporated, to be followed by Tiffany Kenny.
Good evening, Alders. Good evening, Madam Mayor. Hope you're all doing well and staying healthy. My name is Jason Ilstrup, and I am the president of Downtown Madison, Inc. And today I speak on behalf of the organization in favor of both files number 60995 and 61060. Right now, Downtown Madison is suffering. Our community is suffering. Our city is suffering. Over the last 4 months, COVID-19 has devastated the economic heart of our community. Locally owned businesses downtown are struggling to cope with all of the economic hardship from the pandemic. Many businesses have already closed permanently, and many others are barely surviving. At the same time, systematic racism, ever present in our community and nation over 400 years, created a downtown where not everyone in our community is welcome. A downtown where no Black-owned businesses on State Street currently exist. A downtown that never has reached its economic and cultural potential because too many in our community were denied access. As social commentator Heather McGee concludes, racism has a cost for everyone. The overlapping catastrophes of COVID-19 and racism, which are gripping our community and our nation, have created untold suffering on so many. Yet, these catastrophes present a unique moment in our history where we have the opportunity for real change in our community and in our downtown. This grim situation, often of our own making, creates a time when we can reimagine downtown and correct the errors of the past. We can create a city center where everyone feels welcome, where the economy thrives for all, and where culture flourishes in all of its forms. The Downtown Recovery Act and the Downtown Equity Program help cast a new vision of the future. The Recovery Act works to ensure many of our local businesses have the financial assets to remain open during these difficult times, holding on while all the work to do a better downtown. This investment in downtown helps businesses and people survive, all while assisting downtown to remain the economic engine of our region. The equity program works to ensure our downtown businesses makeup is more diverse, inclusive, and equitable. The investment in new diverse businesses helps us invest in the most important asset of all, our people, who will help create a downtown where more will feel welcome and more in our community can thrive. These programs, side by side, go a long way in making sure this unique moment in time ends in hope. and not suffering. I urge you all to support the Downtown Recovery Act, the Downtown Equity Program. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Tiffany Kenny of West Washington Ave in support, wishing to speak, representing Madison Central Bid, to be followed by Susan Schmitz.
Hello, friends. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. So hello, my name is Tiffany Kenny, and it is the unique opportunity that I have to serve as the executive director for Madison Central Business Improvement District. That's the core of downtown. That's the heart of downtown. It's the State Street and Capitol Square area. And it's a really diverse space. It's hard to talk about in one felt swoop or one, easy conversation. The Capitol Square is really different than State Street. But there are 237 properties that make up the Business Improvement District. Of those 237 properties, 61% of those property owners have just one building, one as small as 60 feet. We measure our Business Improvement District properties by their frontage. So I've got one property owner who has 60 feet. There are quite a few property owners on the Capitol Square who've got large spaces, but we're not talking about those today. We are talking about the 152 businesses that are on State Street. As you know, sometimes properties are divided into 2 or 3 spaces, but there are 152 businesses on State Street. 39% of those businesses are restaurants, bars, and specialty food businesses. 26% are service businesses like salons, religious centers, canopy dance. 36% are retail businesses. There are 54 retail shops left on State Street, and we're doing everything we can to keep those retail shops there. The ownership breakdown is important because I think there's a little bit of misconception about how many chains are downtown. And we do have some chains, and we enjoy some of the things that they have brought to the downtown. But there are only actually 15 national chains downtown. There are 5 on State Street. There are 5 regional chains on State Street. There are 9 nonprofit organizations that call State Street home, and there's 107 locally owned businesses on State Street. Of those businesses, 55 tell me that they're family-owned businesses. 15 said, I'm less than 2 years old. 54 are long-time business owners. They've been there for a really long time, some as long as 30 years. 25 are minority-owned businesses, and they claim that proudly. And 38 are women-owned businesses, businesses owned by women for many, many years. The downtown really needs your help right now. We know that all of downtown has been hit with COVID-19, but these 2 programs presented before you tonight give us an opportunity to rebuild and to reinvent our downtown. It offers our current business owner support, and it offers opportunity and optimism for the future, a future that we can build an incredibly strong, inclusive, a powerful economic hub, a place that we as Madisonians can really all be proud of. So we look at this opportunity, and we hope that you will look at the public-private partnership that this will take, because while we see these as large numbers and the city's commitment to downtown, we need a lot of both help and finances to put things back together for downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Susan Schmitz of Marinette Trail in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Allison Belburn.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, City of Madison Council members and Mayor Rhodes Conway. First of all, thank you to the Council and President Carter for recognizing the legacies of John Lewis and C.T. Vivian. I was a junior in high school in 1965, and John Lewis was and has been an amazing inspiration to me. So I just want to thank you for doing that. Yes, some of you know me, and some of you, unfortunately, I do not know from the council, and I hope I get to know you over time. I want to thank all of you for what you do for the city of Madison. My name is Susan Schmitz, and I'm representing myself. I was in a past life the president of Downtown Madison Incorporated. I started in 1999, and I retired from that position the end of 2017. I was in my job during a tremendous amount of growth downtown. When I started at DMI, Monona Terrace had just opened, and Overture Center was being planned. It was mostly students who lived downtown, and there was no activity after 5 p.m. the streets were dark. Public and private investment was beginning to funnel in, and gradually the downtown started to grow. TID 32, the downtown core TIF district, opened, so there were funds for improvements and people felt confident to move downtown. The city had always supported locally owned businesses and directed TIF increment to help them. Again, all of this did not happen overnight. It took 20 years, and it grew to the point that the downtown area eventually contributed, and still does, in a major way to the city overall. The downtown is 1% of the area of the city and generates 10.9% of its taxes. That translates to $3 billion of taxes generated in downtown Madison, all for the good of the city as a whole. Investment in downtown has been good for the city as a whole, and it still is. This recent history of our downtown reminds us that it takes continual public and private investment, so there is no reason not to contribute to a relatively small amount to help secure the future of our downtown so it can continue to contribute to the city as a whole. It is everyone's downtown. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Allison Bell-Byrne of Mifflin Street in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Miar Maktabi.
Allison is not in the list.
All right. Our next registrant is Miar Maktabi of State Street in support, wishing to speak, representing Dubai Restaurant and Bar, to be followed by Cassandra Maktabi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Before you start my time, please, I would like to speak, take my time and Cassandra Maktabi time, which is my wife. And I asked her for that, if you don't mind me doing that. To all of you.
Sir, I think we can give you the 3 minutes and a little bit, but without her yielding her time to you, I think we'll have to limit you.
Sure. My name is Mayar Maktabi. I'm the owner of Dubai Restaurant and Bar. Syrian immigrant. Came to the United States back in 2013, September, with the $28.62. I landed in the O'Hare Airport. I have a dream. I have a dream to be something, to build the future in the United States, which is the land of the opportunity. 2013, 29th of September, I become legally, because I came as a refugee, I become legally in January 15, 2014. I started working hard, 7 days a week, 20 hours a day, no day off, up to 2018 to build the future. And I built the restaurant and I built a house. That was a dream for me. 2014 January up to date, I paid so far in tax $351,000 between income tax and property tax between me and my wife. So that's 7 years. 6 months ago, I become citizen. I become American, and I'm proud. I'm Syrian American, trying to build a dream where I put my life for it. I put my life to not let anyone break in my dream, but they still did. I put my body to protect my dream. I struggled and suffered 3 months of pandemic. And you guys are still, I'm sorry for my English, and I'm sorry for the way that I'm speaking. And I'm still hearing people debating between white, Asian, Black, Middle Eastern, Muslim, Christian. I've been in Madison, Wisconsin, 7 years. And each group of you trying to throw the money into small other groups. We are American. We are not white. We are not Black. We are American. There is nothing called religion, nothing called racist. No, we are all one hand. State Street have to stand up. And we cannot stand up without you guys, elders, leaders of the city of Madison. We struggled. You guys, with your decision, put me in debt. I was debt-free. Put me in debt on $191,000. 1 week. I had 1 week in my life. I slept at the restaurant, protecting my restaurant. I lost $39,000. In 1 week, just in damage. I got almost $10,000 as assistant from the government. $29,000 I'm losing.
3 minutes.
Give me 3 minutes, please. I'm begging you guys. Give me the 3 minutes. I requested from my wife, and she's on the line with us. 1 week, I lost $39,000. I didn't see any.
Sir, is there objection to another minute? Seeing no objection, go ahead.
1 week. In 1 week, I lost $39,000. Every day, I'm losing money to all the leaders. I just have a question. Does any one of you own a business on State Street? I don't think so. There is anyone on a business. Guys, business owners are struggling. It's not about the property owner. We are the one who built. We are the one who's protecting our business. We are losing money. We need those money. We do need those money to keep standing, to keep the community running. State Street is the heart of Madison. And all of you know that. And as the previous person who was speaking, yes, we pay 10% or 11, almost 11% in tax every, the tax money. We are the one who's making all of these. Business owner, not property owner. We are the one who's making the State Street be like the heart beating. And just last and final thing, guys, remember, if you guys are not gonna put a hand together and make those small business owners stand up, you guys are burying us. So you are treating us as a dead. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Cassandra Maktabi of Hathaway Drive in support, wishing to speak, representing Dubai Restaurant. Cassandra, do you wish to speak?
That would be me again. Yeah, I think I say everything that I say it. It's Mayar, I'm her husband, and yeah. I think I was clear with everything. We need your help, guys. We need the city leader help. We need all of you to say, yes, State Street is gonna stand up. We cannot keep stores closed. We've been hurted a lot. And if any of the leaders have a business on State Street, please stand up and speak, because you are losing too. You are one of us, and you are losing. We are all losing. Every day I put the key into the door, I'm paying $600. None of my employment apply for unemployment. Sir, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Our next registrant is Christopher Patterson of East Dayton Street in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Kailia Saplin.
Outstanding. Just to confirm, I should be unmuted now?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Hello, my name is Christopher S. Patterson, and I am representing myself in opposition of Agenda Item 35, which is number 60995, discussing the Downtown Recovery Program. Since tenure in education seemed to matter to many commenters, I've been in Madison since I was honorably discharged from the U.S. Navy in early 2011, and I hold undergraduate and graduate degrees in biomedical engineering from UW-Madison. I'm here to explain why I believe that the City of Madison should not allocate public funds to private enterprises and private property owners. Let me begin by stating plainly that repairing the windows and walls of these properties will do nothing to correct the social injustices which led to the damages in the first place. Considering that riots are the language of the unheard, I suggest that you listen. It is time to reimagine our city and reinvent who we are. Easing the harm of a few identifiable private enterprises rather than making a full force effort to minimize the broader suffering of the populace during a global health pandemic and accompanying economic difficulties indicates a questionable lack of priorities for the city. You may hear other commenters allude to how the business development district generates such and such a percentage of Dane County's taxes. This message is a way to scare you into supporting 60995 and its companion 61060. Stop and consider. Are wealthy private enterprises more worthy of public subsidiaries than public institutions being asked to sacrifice? What would it say about your morals, your priorities, and your concern for human suffering, for public suffering, if you hear such a blatant rally call for wealth inequality and acquiesce? Are we as a city so blind to the bigger picture that in this time of civil unrest, human suffering, and economic uncertainty, the best use of these public funds we can come up with is to repair private property damage? I encourage you to please take a moment to consider the opportunity cost associated with taking funds away from public programs to support private enterprises and landowners. Please objectively consider what we as a city give up by subsidizing private enterprises with public funds. These public funds should be allocated towards public projects. There are worthy projects that the city could choose to fund right now that could help our populace in this time of need. Redirecting funds to social systems and public health efforts would lessen the suffering in Madison and help us better survive the COVID-19 pandemic. A few potential uses of these funds, in no particular order, could be legal representation for the disenfranchised, combating voter suppression, affordable housing, homeless support, drug rehab, mental health services, food banks, unemployment benefits for those affected by COVID-19. In conclusion, gifting funds towards private enterprises rather than towards the social programs designed to help those most in need is at best a reflection of ignorance and naivety towards human suffering, and at worst a blatant admission of complacency with a status quo in which privilege begets privilege. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kalia Saplin of Fish Hatchery Road in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Shadira Kilfoy-Flores.
Hello, my name is Kailea and I'm a resident of the Bay Creek neighborhood where I am represented by Alder Tag Evers. I'm emailing you today I am speaking to you today urging you to oppose agenda item 35. First and foremost, I am not opposed to supporting small business owners on state streets, particularly during this pandemic, but I am opposed to using public tax dollars to fund repairs for private property. I'm opposed to this resolution because it does not uphold the desire and commitment often remarked on by this council to govern with racial equity and social justice. I will echo what Alder Evers said last night. The sudden addition of the Downtown Equity Program looks like a half-baked attempt at equity in an effort to push the Downtown Recovery Program through. If this endeavor is truly important to the council, I suggest separating it from the Downtown Recovery Program so that it can be voted on and considered on its own, and its success is not contingent on the fate of the Downtown Recovery Program. Additionally, while inclusion is one important aspect of racial equity and social justice, the Downtown Equity Program runs a fine line between equity and segregation. For even if, through this program, you manage to bolster Black-owned businesses in the downtown area, you are still funneling money into a predominantly white neighborhood. Regardless of who owns businesses on State Street or on Capitol Square, the fact is, according to the 2010 census, only 8.4% of the population living in that area, in the area called Capitol Square, is Black or African American, whereas in the same area, 80.6% of the population is white. In the area known as the Near West, which houses the other half of State Street, 2.5% of the population living there is Black or African American, and 80.9% is white. The resource that I have from this is Neighborhood Indicators Project. Regardless of how much money trickles down to the other Madison neighborhoods, the money that goes to supporting small business owners on State Street and Capitol Square will overwhelmingly benefit two white neighborhoods. One last point on this topic. It is problematic to assume that Black entrepreneurs want to be in the bougie white neighborhood of District 4 and Cap Square. It is part of white supremacist culture to assume that minorities, quote unquote, want exactly what the ruling white class has, or that we want to reflect the same systems and values that are aggrandized in District 4. Maybe we want something beautiful of our own, in our own reflection, and in our own neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Shadira Kilfoy-Flores of Wilson Street in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Miranda Alksnis.
Shadira, I'm trying to unmute you. You may see a prompt on your screen.
Shadira, can you hear us? Okay, we'll go on and come back. So our next registrant is Miranda Alksnis of Washburn Place in opposition, wishing to speak.
Hi, everyone. I'm Miranda. Thank you all for meeting here and for trying to do so much for the Madison community. I just had kind of one comment with regards to the sort of distribution of finances under this proposed plan. And because obviously State Street businesses, I mean, other folks have already spoken more powerfully to this, like really needs support in particular because the broader reopening plans in this nation are not ones that acknowledge the actual needs of most people, renters, business owners. There's just a sort of a charade taking place that this is an individualized problem when a business is struggling in COVID-19. So I think it's really important and good that this council is moving towards that. What I have trouble with is this notion that those funds ought to come from places other than those who are responsible for the destruction of State Street. And I think it's worth thinking about who comes to mind when I say that, in terms of how we relate to this sort of like commonly held problem in our community and on State Street. Because my colleagues in the Graduate Student Union at UW-Madison were publicly and non-violently protesting when they were attacked by the Madison Police Department. And we're talking about the taxes that are brought in by State Street businesses. And where do those taxes go? They go into the Madison Police Department, which has a budget of $82 million in 2020. That is where any money that goes to reparations for what happened on State Street should come from. And I think everyone involved in this process really needs to think carefully about past efforts to divert funds from the Madison Police Department that were foiled. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we try Shadira Kilfoy-Flores again? Nothing? Okay.
Nothing.
So we have a number of folks who are registered as available to answer questions on this item. Victor Villacrez of Main Street in support, Kimberly Rose of Melrose in opposition, Christine Shan of Clarendon Drive in Fitchburg in support, Daniel Bohm of Charter Street in support, Bernice Clifton of East Washington in opposition, and Benjamin Iliano of Mifflin Street in opposition, all available to answer questions but not wishing to speak. Are there questions for any of our registrants on this item? All right, seeing none. President Carter? Let me also note and ask staff to send the registration list. There are a number of other folks registered both in support and opposition, not wishing to speak on this item. President Carter?
Yes, I move to adopt item 35, Legistar 60995.
Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Mayor. I would certainly second that. However, I think perhaps a better motion might be to combine agenda items 35 and 36. So if I might suggest and formally move that we adopt the second substitute ordinance for agenda item number 35 and adopt the third substitute resolution for agenda item 36. And if that's there's a second from President Carter, I would then suggest that we immediately move to those registrants for agenda item 36. Mayor.
Second.
President Carter? All right, so it's been moved and seconded to adopt both the, the second substitute on item number 35 and the third substitute on item number 36?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, and we do have a number of registrants on item number 36. Is there objection to moving to those registrants? Alder Balde?
Yeah, I was gonna ask question of the speakers. Is that where we are right now or no?
Yes, we can pause and ask questions of the speakers on 35.
Yes, so I have a question for Jason, the Downtown Madison Inc. President or Chair.
Jason Ilstrup,
Yes.
go ahead.
So Jason, during your presentation, you indicated that there are basically zero Black or people of color businesses on the State Street, and that probably has a lot to do with racism and things like that. Can you walk us through what you will do to change that?
Good evening, Alder. Thank you very much for that question. I think it's important to differentiate that there are no Black-owned businesses on State Street, but there are many businesses owned by people of color on State Street in downtown. I think it's a really important question to see what we do to change that. I think the Downtown Equity Program takes a huge step in that work. We need to be much more proactive in ensuring that we bring as many members of our community downtown to support those businesses, but also to own those businesses. Downtown has not always been and still is not welcome to many members of our community. That first has to change. At the same time, we need to take action like the Downtown Equity Program to invest money to ensure that more businesses for more people can succeed downtown. This is one part, I would say, of a short and a long-term plan for downtown. I think the confluence of these two important events, both COVID-19 and the protests discussing systematic racism in Madison, give us a very unique opportunity to really reimagine what downtown can look like. Have a new vision where we invest in a downtown that is for every single person. There is these few moments where you have in your life where times can change, and I do feel like I'm hopeful that we can make real inroads. We've had several great conversations in the short term with many leaders to bring Black Business Expo downtown and to do pop-up shops. We're working with Matt Mikojeski in the city on many of these things as well. So there are short-term tactics. We also need to make sure we're bringing a diverse group of stakeholders to discuss the long-term tactics as well, so that all of these businesses can succeed.
So the second and maybe final question is that I know the Downtown Madison Inc. is, endeavors to be inclusive. I was invited to speak to them. But apart from a general statement that this may have a lot to do with racism, are you also able to dive into why Samba cannot get a place or have a business on State Street? What is the real, because just to say it's racism by itself does not make much sense to me. What really is behind it? Why is it that I cannot own a business on State Street? What do you think is the problem?
I think that's the crux of the issue, right? Is figuring out what the answer to that question is, and we have to figure it out. I think there's a myriad of reasons why the systematic racism is prohibited and currently not have any Black-owned businesses. We need to look at property rights were given, and we need to look at the banks and their participation. We need to look at all of these different factors, access to capital. These are real impediments to many businesses downtown, and we have to reevaluate the entire system to make sure that it really allows for everyone to have a business downtown and for everyone to have a business downtown that succeeds. So you're right, it is not just as simple as saying it's systematic racism. It's all of the things that make up that systematic racism.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Moreland, do you also have questions?
Not for the registrant, but I do have a question regarding item 35 that I think this is the appropriate time to take it up before we move on to 36. Just a comment first. Most of the comments that we've heard from registrants were referring to the original resolution or ordinance that was put forth. We really haven't outlined what is really before us with the registrants because they're continuing to speak to the old resolution. And I think we should clarify that for the registrants on both items 35 and 36. So I'm hoping someone would do that.
Thank you, Alder. I think that's an excellent suggestion. And so I might turn to staff to just clarify for us what's the most current version of both items 35 and 36, and then we'll take up the registrants for item 36. Matt?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, there's significant changes that have been made just today relative to both number 35 and 36. And I think I'm going to start in reverse order. So I'm going to start with Legistar number 61060, which is item number 36 on this evening's council agenda. And this is the resolution to approve providing funding for this effort. And changes that were made just today is to strike the word downtown for both programs. So rather than having a downtown recovery program and a downtown equity program, the resolution now simply refers to a recovery program and an equity program that would be available to businesses throughout the community. It also, it maintains $250,000 for the recovery program, but increases the equity program to $500,000. So that would be a total of $750,000 for both programs. The source of the funding has also changed in this third substitute resolution. The source of that $750,000 is now from funds related to the remodeling of the fourth floor on the city county building. These are funds that the finance department has determined are no longer needed for that project. There's $276,000, which are effectively left over from the completed Midtown Police Station project, and $197,000 left over from a study that was done for a potential new North Side public safety building. Other changes, again, that were made as you look throughout the document, were removing of the word downtown and replacing it with city. This resolution references the companion recovery program ordinance that I'll talk about next, but just to provide a little more background on the equity program component of the project. Again, the resolution now calls for that to be utilized for businesses throughout the city. And it, again, is really a forward-looking effort to take a look at creating more equitable prosperity throughout the community, especially within Black community members, by providing tools and support to diverse entrepreneurs looking ahead to a post-COVID economy recovery, recognizing that this is a huge moment that we're in relative to the broader economy of our city, and beginning to prepare for the economy that we would like to see as a community post-COVID, which is not a return to exactly how things were pre-COVID. To that end, we're proposing several potential initiatives that could be included as part of this equity program. The first is what we're calling a business ready program that is patterned off of the market ready program for the public market. And what we would have here is a cohort of entrepreneurs targeted towards entrepreneurs of color who would come together and receive both technical assistance and support, and also small grants to assist with getting their businesses ready to launch. So this could be used for business planning assistance, helping prepare legal documents, marketing assistance. And at the end of that business ready program, it would likely provide more substantial grants to a handful of businesses that effectively rise to the top in their preparedness to move forward with their business plans. And again, with the Market Ready program, we just concluded that program earlier this year. And all 5 of the entrepreneurs that were selected to receive that more significant grant were entrepreneurs of color. A couple of them are Black business owners. The next item is to potentially support pop-up retail opportunities throughout the community. Along those lines, to have what we're calling a destination store to sort of have a more permanent form of pop-up retail. And this is something that communities have been experimenting with around the country. And the theory behind this is that in the new economy, it's very hard for someone to perhaps open a new retail establishment. But by having a space where someone can sort of try out what a retail experience in a particular neighborhood might look like, it lowers the barrier of entry for potential entrepreneurs, especially those that have been historically underrepresented within communities such as downtown. Also in support of more online support for businesses through the Business Ready program, and similar efforts that we may develop in the months ahead. And I think that's important to note is that at present, the equity program portion of this proposal would require us to come back to the council for approval of future ordinances and resolutions. Unlike the recovery program, which has a companion ordinance before you this evening, these efforts under the equity program still need further refinement. We still need to do more work as city staff to outreach to the community, to identify what some of the needs and opportunities are, and to craft more detailed information for you before we move forward. So what you would be doing this evening relative to the equity program is authorizing the budget amendment and then directing staff to begin working on pulling together more detailed program guidelines. Again, a very forward-looking program to a time after COVID. And again, directing staff to come back to you at a future date. One final item, working with the Department of Civil Rights, we've also included a provision that some of these funds can be used by business owners to help increase accessibility within some business spaces, which can be a barrier to success for some businesses. So that's Legistar 61060, Council Agenda Item number 36. That is the funding resolution for both programs. The companion ordinance then before you is Agenda Item number 35, which is Legistar 60995. This is a second substitute ordinance that would create the recovery program. And again, that would still be a $250,000 program. As with the equity program, it would now be open to businesses citywide that were impacted by looting and vandalism that started on May 30th, 2020. And significant changes to this program since earlier versions were sent to you include the fact that we are capping, I should take a step back, both business owners and property owners can be eligible applicants for this program. They have to be local, which is to say that the business or building needs to be owned by at least 50% by individuals residing in Dane County, or 50% of the key managers with true decision-making abilities residing in Dane County, or that it's headquartered and registered in Dane County. So it has to be local business owners or local property owners. If the applicant is a business, or if the applicant is a property owner, we've capped the maximum value of the property at $750,000. So when you take a look at downtown, this would be approximately 1/4, or maybe even a little less, maybe 1/5 of the properties are worth less than $750,000. So the program would really be targeted towards those smaller property owners that maybe have a single tenant on the ground floor and maybe an apartment or two above, but targeting again to the smaller property owners along with business owners. Again, priority given to applicants who are people of color, immigrants, women, disabled veterans, and other represented groups. Another item that was added today is a recognition that there is a companion program that the Business Improvement District worked on under the leadership of the Boys and Girls Club and their fundraising efforts. And we recognize that we don't want to have individuals receive reimbursement for the same activity from both sources of funding. So we have a note in here that we will subtract any assistance that a business owner received from that Business Improvement District program prior to considering what support the city could provide. The city program as crafted would provide up to $25,000 for either reimbursement of repair costs or for helping to pay for insurance deductibles. The Business Improvement District program had a cap at $7,500. So there are some individuals who likely were made whole by taking advantage of the Business Improvement District program. There are other businesses, though, that likely have additional costs that went above and beyond the $7,500 that they were able to receive from that program. And then there are some businesses that are still, that they missed the Business Improvement District program because they're still in the process of determining what their costs are. Again, grants up to $25,000 and administered by DPCED. And with that, I'll certainly be available to answer any questions that anyone has.
Thank you, Matt. I'll just remind alders that we do still have some registrants on item number 36. Alder Badar.
So Mayor will come back to questions of staff after we're done with the registrants. Is that correct?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank the Economic Development Director. I just wanted to bring to staff's attention, because it was just brought to my attention, that the Legistar link for agenda item number 36 apparently is broken. So I really apologize to anybody that's watching or listening to our meeting that is trying to access the third substitute resolution. Apparently they are currently unable to do so, and I'm wondering if Maggie can help us with this Legistar issue. I've texted Lisa Veldrin for assistance, but haven't heard back from her. She's the one that entered the most recent version. I will lastly add, Mayor, that the version that was emailed to the wider consent agenda distribution list does have the two most up-to-date and accurate versions of both the ordinance and resolution respectively. So colleagues can certainly refer to that email that was sent out late this afternoon for the correct versions, but I do apologize that the Legistar link is currently not working. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder, for alerting us to that issue, and hopefully staff within the sound of our voices will do what they can. Okay, so we're going to now go to the registrants for item number 36, which, as you just heard, is now the third substitute. And our first registrant is Jenie Gao of Dayton Street in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Judy Karofsky.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Jenie Gao. I am here in opposition to 61060, which would appropriate $750,000 from public services and use it for private businesses, and a resolution that can apparently change after subcommittee review. I'd like to take a moment after listening to earlier comments to tell the council about the 1992 Los Angeles riots following the beating of Rodney King and murder of Latasha Harlins, two Black people brutalized at the hands of LA police. The 1992 LA riots destroyed many small businesses, especially in Koreatown. Korean business owners blamed the city of LA for not doing enough to save their small businesses. The LA riots pitted Korean small business owners and the Asian American community against the Black community. It is a historic example of how white supremacy weaponizes non-Black POC and non-Black POC's stories to maintain the status quo against Black people. It remains morally unethical to reallocate funds from public infrastructure towards the benefit of private property. It is additionally irresponsible to lock up funds for the equity program that only yesterday had a document for public review. What's motivating the push to pass this resolution is not equity, but wealth. When the city cannot reallocate $500,000 from one public project to another in the face of city budget cuts because of bureaucratic technicalities, but can reallocate money from public to private use, the message is clear. We will create money for private downtown businesses any way that we can, but any argument about how we can reallocate public funds from one public use to another will fall victim to technicalities. We have heard the representatives of downtown Madison emphasize the economic importance of all this, stating that 10.9% of the tax base comes from District 4. We have heard downtown called the city's economic engine. We have heard repeated performative appeals to equity and inclusion. It's interesting how we talk about the economic importance based on financial value and equity at the same time. 10% of the tax base coming from downtown is an admittance that downtown holds the majority of the wealth. Again, the average white family has 6.7 times the wealth of the average Black family. Are the sponsors of this resolution ready to tell Black residents that the city's investment depends on how much wealth someone generates for the city? If so, perhaps we should be talking about reparations to people, not private property bailouts. Let's talk more about the last-minute inclusion of equity in 61060. Notice how we are not having a debate about a Southside equity program. Why? Because the Southside doesn't have a diversity problem. The Southside is already diverse. The only reason that this started out as being called the Downtown Equity Program is because downtown has a diversity problem. But that problem isn't going to be solved by locking up money for downtown equity or by subsidizing the repairs of private properties. In conclusion, I oppose 61060 and the misuse of public tax dollars for private properties benefit. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Judy Karofsky of Pinckney Street in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Allison Bellburn.
Am I on?
You are.
Hi. Actually, I did speak. As I said at the beginning of my testimony, I was intended to speak on both items. So I remain in support, and I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Allison Bellburn of East Mifflin in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Christopher S. Patterson.
Allison is still not here.
All right. Our next registrant is Christopher S. Patterson of East Dayton in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Kalia Saplin.
Thank you, Mayor. To confirm, I should be unmuted now. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Christopher S. Patterson, and I am representing myself in opposition of item number 36, which is also number 61060, amending the 2020 capital budget. Let me begin by stating that, as previously identified, changes to this item are not available for review from the public, and instead an error is presented saying, quote, "This record is currently unavailable," end quote. They are not linked correctly within the agenda, and the attachments listed within the agenda haven't been upgraded to represent the new version numbers. Additionally, I'd like to pose a rhetorical question. How are last-minute changes to a piece of legislation, which has already been approved by the appropriate committees, not invalidated? Like, how can you change what was approved without initiating a reapproval process, especially without time or even access for public review? This record is currently unavailable is not an acceptable substitute for being able to access the document. How convenient these seemingly innocuous technical issues are, especially given the other optics and interesting timing surrounding previous changes to this item. As I discussed in my opposition to file number 60995, I am arguing that the role of public funds should be to attend to the public benefit. It is inappropriate, tone-deaf, and short-sighted to strip away public funds to subsidize private businesses, no matter which district benefits. To do so would send the wrong message. Let me begin by addressing the straw man argument, which popped up again and again at yesterday's Finance Committee. To be brief, if it is possible to relocate public funds away from public budget and towards the benefit of a private cause, then it is surely possible to relocate these public funds in a way which benefits the public. Next, I would like to address the changes to item 61060, at least those that I have had the, shall I say, privilege to review since the week of July 13th, 2020. Specifically, the addition of a now titled equity program, which contemplates the allocation of funds for some future state in which COVID-19 has been sufficiently quelled. The city itself, in the version of the document available for view by the public, quote, recognizes the limitations of opening a new business during this current COVID-19 pandemic, end quote, which is an acknowledgement that funds allocated into this equity program will sit idle for the foreseeable future. Purposely locking up funds at a time when we must make a full force effort to actively reduce the suffering of our population during a pandemic and challenging economic climate is irresponsible. There is no reason to lock away funds for some future project now when social equity needs should and could be addressed right now, today. The timing of this revision to include an equity program, its lack of immediate impact on the root causes of the current social unrest, and its hazy timeline all reek of political cover intended to simply trick you into supporting 61060.
Minutes.
Thank you. No matter the reasoning or justification for the timing and optics of these edits, I would encourage the authors of the Downtown Equity Program, now titled Equity Program, to separate it from this pork barrel item 61060 and resubmit. I suppose I must conclude here, but it is unacceptable for a public institution to change approved legislation and, through a series of convenient missteps, not allow the public to review. I yield.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kalia Saplin of Fish Hatchery Road, in opposition wishing to speak, to be followed by Miranda Alksness.
Oh, thank you again. So is the recovery program still specifically for damage that occurred during the riots? If so, the money will still go mostly to downtown businesses, no matter what you name it. How will you ensure that applicants from other neighborhoods will apply and get this funding? Is the equity program still for new businesses to be developed in State Street and on State Street? Once again, I say it is problematic to assume that Black entrepreneurs want to work in the bougie white neighborhood of District 4 and Cap Square. Also, it truly, the sheer swiftness with which you have come together to throw money at repairs for broken buildings before broken trust, broken policing, broken Black and brown bodies is appalling. From where I stand, it belies the priorities of the Finance Committee. You have an opportunity now, when we need it the most, to do something different, to make structural changes that will actually get at the heart of violence and mistrust. I heard the Civil Rights Department named as something that could be used to help with this sort of funding. I would like to point out quickly that the Civil Rights Department this year had $2.1 million in their budget, where Madison Police Department had $85 million in their budget, making theirs the largest of all city agencies. My last point is more personal. Many other community members mentioned last night and tonight that this recovery program is, quote, a citywide concern because this is the city center. It is the heart of the city. First, that logic is circular. Of course, the downtown area has the most tourism. Y'all keep investing in it. The more you invest in it, the more people want to be there. So you put more money in and then more people come. So you have a justification to invest more, et cetera, et cetera. But what if you decided to break this meaningless cycle and invest in another part of the city? As much as I enjoy a stroll down State Street, this is not where my heart is in the city. Bay Creek, where I live, where I can pick from one of 3 Asian grocery stores to purchase ingredients I grew up with, where I see more racial diversity on the number 4 bus than I do in some State Street businesses, where I have made my home in Madison. That is where my heart is in this city. My heart lies in my neighborhood, in the Bay Creek neighborhood, and in the rest of the South Side. My heart is in the Asian Sweet Bakery on South Park Street that is so cheap and delicious, you have to order at least 6 items to use your credit card. My heart is at the BP station by Fast Forward Skate Center, where I can get gas after roller derby practice and be surrounded by racial diversity and loud music blasting from rusty cars. My heart is in the Goodman South Library, where I have taught arts-based programs and practiced speaking Spanish with toddlers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Miranda Alksness of Washburn Place, in opposition wishing to speak, to be followed by Aaron Kelly.
Mayor Miranda has left the list.
All right, so Aaron Kelly of Drake Street, in opposition wishing to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I have a couple of things I want to draw attention to just listening to the discourse and the conversation so far. And I want to take a minute to just shed some light on how the discourse has been focused on both whiteness and property. So far, like the words I'm hearing and the debate is over buildings and building sizes, and are these buildings minority owned, are these businesses minority owned? Is this 750 going to businesses, or is it going to businesses with minority members? The language is all about businesses and property. And an earlier commenter, Jason, I think, ignored the women of color who spoke before him and called out, just assumed that State Street is a desirable spot, and that's where minorities want to be, without even listening to them. I'm reflecting on how we heard from Mayar, the immigrant from Syria, who we have this, we identify with, and we should be on the same side as this immigrant struggling to make it in America, right? And I want to point out that Madison has not done anything so far to support business owners like this with rent or rent control or rent cancellation or anything like that. I want to point to the city of Ithaca, New York, who has just instituted canceling rent for the next 3 months and granted the mayor the power to do that, which is a real action that would actually benefit minority owners of businesses on State Street. And finally, I want to point out the equity requirements. I serve on a city board myself, and I review the new equity requirements, and I have this disconnect I'm seeing between how the process is going with these decisions and the requirements I'm reading. We're failing to live up to the standards we've set for ourselves, and there's nothing that displays that more than ignoring the voices and of people and marginalized communities who are bringing these to you over the last 3 or 4 meetings that these agenda items have got shuffled between. Just lastly, I want to say that that the system of white supremacy we have and these systems of privilege are huge and they're powerful, and that they're not something we can think ourselves into new ways of governing. They're something we have to trust that exist and listen and govern first before the thinking comes. And if we're not making conscious decisions against that, and if our discourse is not centered on people, especially marginalized people, there's no way we can ever hope to fulfill the image of Madison that people have in their heads, and the image of Madison as some sort of progressive town that cares about people. I've just been amazed with the focus on property and the focus on business and business owners rather than people. I yield my time.
Thank you. We have several registrants who are not wishing to speak but available to answer questions. Kimberly Rose of Melrose Street in opposition, William Dye of State Street in support, Dylan Bruce of Dennett Drive in opposition, Bernice Clifton of East Washington Ave in opposition, and Tiffany Kenny of West Washington Ave in support, representing Madison Central Business Improvement District. Are there questions for registrants on item number 36? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have a question for a registrant on agenda item number 35, Catie Shannon. I just received an email from her stating that she thought that she would be called upon to speak. So again, she's registered, I see in the registration list on agenda item number 35 as not wishing to speak but available to answer questions.
Is there any objection to Alder Verveer asking a question? Seeing none, let's get Ms. Shan in, and go ahead, Alder.
Is she connected? It's not clear to me if...
I don't see anyone with that name in the list.
I saw her there earlier. She must have dropped out and then sent me the email. I'll try to contact her. Thank you. I yield, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for registrants? All right, seeing none, then we'll return to questions for staff. And Alder Badar, you were first.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question for staff, Matt. So I realize again, we have this last minute substitute before us, but I heard you explain that the word downtown was taken out, but it still says, and again, I'm reading is, the purpose of the recovery program ordinance is to assist business and building owners with repairing damaged property resulting from rioting starting on May 30th, 2020. What would that be? So what are we adding besides downtown by just removing the word downtown when we're still saying that it is property damage resulting from rioting starting May 30th? Is town more? I mean,
sure. So there was, so kind of taking a start. So downtown was never like formally defined. We never, said that downtown was going to be certain boundaries. We know that there was some limited damage to businesses outside of the core downtown. Certainly the damage that occurred at East Town Mall would not be eligible, given that the owners of those businesses would not meet the local ownership test. But to the extent that there are businesses that were damaged that are not in the immediate center of the downtown, by removing the word downtown, we do open the ability for any business in the city that had damage to apply for funding.
But you cannot identify right now for me any businesses outside downtown, broadly defined, that would fit damaged property resulting from rioting starting on May 30th that would meet all the other kind of requirements that are about, ownership, size, etc.
I am not aware of any that fall out of the kind of central downtown, what most people think of as downtown.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Moreland.
Yes, I was wondering if Acting Chief Wall is on the call or any police law enforcement representation. If they're with us.
Chief Wall is here. Chief Wall, I'll unmute you. Go ahead, Alder.
So during those protests and riots and looting and so forth that created the damage, primarily on State Street, several individuals were clearly identified as being the perpetrators of this damage. How are we going to get restitution from these individuals?
Well, we've had people assigned to do follow-up on the looting, the burglaries, the property damage from what we've seen. We've made a number of arrests. We've been able to identify a number of individuals that we haven't been able to arrest yet. And so those investigations are ongoing.
But the ones that we clearly know, the young lady in Wanakee, we know she did it. Everybody in Madison saw she do it. So what are we doing to get her, she and her family to pay restitution to the property owners whose property she clearly and willfully destroyed?
Well, that will be the criminal justice prosecution process does have or can have a restitution component to the punishment. Once someone is convicted of a crime, there is a mechanism for restitution. The challenge that we're in right now is that because of COVID-19, there really are not any criminal cases advancing beyond early stages in Dane County. So while we've made a number of arrests, including the woman you referred to, they're basically just in a holding pattern, probably till October or November at the earliest, while we wait for the court system to ramp up again.
So with the restitution process, when it gets to that, can the city be party to that? I guess it's private property, so perhaps we can't.
Yeah, but I don't believe so. I think that's between the suspect, the defendant in that case, and then the victim of the crime.
Okay. Okay, and just one other thing for Matt and for Alder Revere. So there are, I came into this after we had gone through some of the reworking of this today, thinking that I could possibly support this with giving support to minority businesses coming with some programs. But everything is so convoluted now. I really, my standpoint, I really think that this whole thing needs to be reworked and separated and really thought out. And I say that because the businesses that would be applying for this reimbursement will have to pay for it up front anyway. Now, I know that they have other bills that they may need the money to, get up to date or whatever. So I guess I'm asking the urgency and can we have more time to really be thoughtful and work through this? Because I am not a proponent of anybody, I don't care what it is, destroying someone else's property. I understand the racism. I'm African American. I've experienced it, but I will never destroy somebody's property because of something that's institutionalized. I won't do it myself. Now, if other people feel justified in doing it, that's on them. So I do have some compassion for the business owners but for having a business on State Street suffer this damage. But on the other side, we really have to be intentional on what we do with funds to support Black-owned businesses and Black-owned issues that have been created and supported by the institutional racism. So I'm just asking for if it's possible for us to have more time, and I yield back to the mayor.
So Matt, do you want to speak to the question of timing?
Sure. So as Alder Moreland correctly pointed out, this is a reimbursement program. So the program assumes that the business owner will have either made the repairs themselves or paid the insurance deductible, and then they would need to submit documentation to be reimbursed. So realistically, in some cases, these businesses have already made those repairs or paid that insurance deductible. So, another couple of weeks, certainly wouldn't be great for some of those businesses, but if they had a choice between a couple of weeks or nothing at all, I think most would choose a couple of weeks.
And I'd also like to hear from Alder Verveer.
Alder Verveer, would you like to respond to your colleague?
Thank you. I would be pleased to do so, Mayor. Let me just say at the outset that thanks to our fabulous assistant, City Clerk Maggie McLean, the link is now working for agenda item number 36, and all of the documents there are now visible on the internet. And again, I apologize. It was not an intentional act to have that link broken. To answer your question, Alderperson Moreland, I want to start out just by thanking you so much for all the time that you put into trying to rework this, especially during the day today, working with us on this, and I really appreciate that. All the years I've been on the council, I know that process is critical, and so if even one of my colleagues believes that they haven't had enough time to digest these changes, then I would absolutely not object to referral. I think the bigger question is, do we refer it to the next council meeting, which of course would be my preference as we only meet once during the month of August. We also obviously do not have the benefit of discussion at the Economic Development Committee because they failed to achieve quorum last week. So I guess, generally I would not oppose referral. What would be the most helpful, it seems to me, is if the Economic Development Director and his staff, in the time that would be remaining, if we do refer this to a future meeting, is the possibility if they could flesh out their work on the equity program in greater detail than what you see currently represented in the third substitute resolution. And I don't know if that's asking too much. And is unrealistic to ask Matt and his colleagues if they can flush out their very exciting plans for the equity program in the next couple of weeks if we do refer this to our August meeting. So those are my thoughts off the top of my head, Alderperson Moreland.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Moreland. Alder Verveer, you were in queue for questions as well. Do you have questions?
I was. I will just say quickly, if there is an overwhelming interest in referral, I hate to take up the time, but while Alderperson Bidar's well-placed question is before us, I do want to ask Chief Wall, since he still is in the meeting with us, if he could elaborate on the Economic Development Director's comments about the fact that, and just confirm that there was vandalism and looting beyond the downtown in late May and early June in our community, not only at East Town Mall, but beyond that. And I thought I recalled, Chief, that your daily summary of calls for service did reference several businesses, or some document I saw from your department did reference several businesses outside of the downtown Isthmus area that were victims beyond East Town Mall. For example, I believe I remember reading about moving shoes on South Park Street and cell phone stores throughout the city and that sort of thing. So if the chief could respond to Alder Bidar's question, that would be helpful.
Yes, I think the last list that I had seen had a number of about 180 or so total businesses citywide, including the State Street area, including the malls. There were a number of jewelry shops, jewelry stores that were hit as well. You pointed out moving shoes, and a number of places that certainly look to be our non-chain stores, our locally owned small businesses, citywide, outside of the downtown area. So there were quite a few, definitely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. All right, President Carter.
Thank you. I just want to step back for a moment with these two programs. Of course, referring it to the August 4th meeting, sorry, I think is appropriate. But let's not forget that institutional racism, systematic racism has been going on for 400 plus years. And can we really remove that with one program? Can we really change how people think and treat people of color with each program? What I would like for us to do is take a step back and look at the sustainability of what we are trying to pass. The sustainability means that whether we pass this program on August 4th or not, can we maintain this program for 2-3 years? And I'm not talking about the reimbursement program. I'm specifically talking about the equity program. Is this a commitment we want to do for 2 or 3 years? Or is this the Band-Aid that we are doing today? I think we have to take that step. We have to look back and we have to look forward in a way that we are conscious of what we're doing and where we're going. We are not going to be able to, regardless of what program we come up with, we're not going to be able to change 250,000 residents' mind on how they treat people of color. We're not going to be able to change the landlord that's on Midvale Boulevard mind on he treats and how he treats his tenant, people of color. So as we go forward with the mini programs that we're going to be, obviously we're going into the budget season, but the mini programs that we are going to pass, the mini allocations of money that we're going to give to different organizations, let's look at the sustainability of that, or of what we're trying to do. Let's look at the fact that it's not just today, it's not just a reaction of what happened 2 weeks ago, but a pathway, an opportunity that we're trying to give people of color. And again, if this is what you want to refer, I'm all for that. But let's make sure that we're not saying that people of color, whether it's African American or another race, wants to go downtown, but providing them the opportunity, if they want to go downtown, that we are here to support them if that's what they want to do. I yield my time.
Thank you, President Carter. I want to check. I think we still may have some questions for staff. Alder Harrington McKinney, questions for staff?
Yes, I do have questions for staff, and my question is directed to Matt. And thank you, President Carter, for that intro. I do really appreciate that. So I'm just going to go straight to Matt. When you were talking about the Business Ready program and its parallel with Market Ready, and so we've been looking at a diversity lens and how can we support minority-owned businesses. And it's not about whether businesses want to move down on State Street. One of the speakers was very clear on that. Why do we assume that everyone wants to move downtown? But I'm really more interested in the parallel success of the Market Ready program and that preparation, and the possibility of the Business Ready program, and what that parallel will mean to minority business. So if you could just say something about, expand on that particular thing, because we are talking about the accumulation of, we're talking about supporting businesses, we are talking about many different things, but let's just specifically look at the parallel between Market Ready and the proposed business initiative or Business Ready. Does that make sense in my question?
Yes, thank you, Alder. I think I can provide some thoughts in that regard. I think there's a couple of key ingredients that made the Market Ready program successful that we would hope to replicate through a Business Ready program. The first is that we identified a cohort of entrepreneurs that moved through the program together. And under Business Ready, we would do the same, whether it be one cohort or multiple cohorts. But in the case of Market Ready, we started with 30 potential entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs in the early stage of their planning, and they moved through the program together. And what we really found is that that was very successful in that it began to build a community around those entrepreneurs of color. And most of the individuals that were part of the Market Ready program were people of color. And it began to build sort of that network around those individuals that not only were they able to learn and lean on those individuals providing technical assistance, but they were able to lean on one another and begin to support one another as they moved through their business planning process. A second key ingredient was that through Market Ready, we didn't have sort of a one-size-fits-all approach to each entrepreneur. We recognized that different entrepreneurs were at different stages of the process of planning for their business. So by providing those micro grants, we targeted them to kind of the needs of the individual business. In some cases, they needed equipment. In some cases, they needed legal advice. In some cases, they needed marketing assistance. We did, though, have sort of a core set of courses that we partnered with external providers in the community, such as WIBIC, to be able to provide. So to make sure that everyone sort of had a base level of business planning support, but then we tailored again to the specific needs of the entrepreneur. And then we ended the program by really identifying those entrepreneurs that were sort of most prepared to go to the next step and provided each of them with a $19,000 grant to do more significant work to help open their business. So those I think those key ingredients of having that networking and collaboration coupled with targeted assistance based on their needs, coupled with having something to aim for, that opportunity at the end to receive a significant grant, were all successful aspects of that program that I think we could replicate in the Business Ready program.
Thank you. My question was very specific because I was not one of the early supporters of the Market Ready program, but observing how the cohort stayed together and learned together and became a supporting family. So if we put a Black business down on State Street and just one Black business, I don't know how successful that business will be. And so as President Carter said, I mean, we are looking at deep-rooted systemic changes that we have to do slowly. It's not a fast start, but we have to begin to do something. I call your attention to Martin Lackey, and I'm going to use him because I know him. Martin Lackey spoke earlier And when I met Martin Lackey, he had just returned from prison. And we were working with him. And in working with him, he was with Voices Beyond Bars. He has been within the community, really striving. He's a family man, really striving to make a difference. He had a cleaning business over on the West Side. And that cleaning business he had to close because there was not funding. And like most Black businesses, in order to get funding, I mean, they use every resource they can. And I'm thinking about individuals who, Martin Lackey, who was formerly incarcerated, came back into the community, wanted to build his family relationship back again, wanted to be a business owner, and really give back to a community that he took from. Had a market-ready program or a business-ready program been there and undergirded him, maybe he would have been downtown with a cleaning business. I don't know. But the fact that there is an opportunity to take a small business owner and really walk them through and develop them through all the processes to have a successful business, whether they choose to move down on State Street or on South Park Street, it doesn't matter. But those skills are so ingrained in how to create a successful business. Those are the things that we really do need to look at, because we are not going to erase the impact of 400 years of racism and systemic racism. We're not going to do that. But we have to be committed to, number one, call it out and recognize it and not dance around it. And the other thing is that we have to stand up with programs that actually is moving into that area. And so we do a lot of talk, and that's fine. But we really do need to begin to have what programs on the ground will make a difference and change the needle. And so I was really excited about hearing the business ready component of it. Is there still things that need to be fleshed out? Absolutely. I think, Matt, you said that before. Is it ready? I mean, there are still things to be fleshed out. But I asked my colleagues to look at the possibility of what that can be. Are we right there yet? No, we're not. But if we are able to create a pathway where individuals can not only have a business, but learn how to maintain and sustain a business is critically important. So if the vote tonight is to refer this until it's got more meat on it, I'm fine with that. But don't lose fact of the fact that there are small business owners that are struggling. And Matt said, if it's 2 weeks or 3 weeks, the fact that we heard not only the ones that are in the State Street area, but we're also listening to the ones that were not impacted and standing in line and waiting for an opportunity to grow, thrive in a city that we say that everybody should have the opportunity. And so that's my input, but it's not going to happen overnight. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers, questions?
I have no questions for staff. A lot of the discussion seems to be about the issue and very little questioning of staff. So I want to be first in line for discussion when the time is right. So.
Absolutely, Alder. Let me just check. Alder Heck, do you have questions for staff? All right, Alder Evers, I'll come right back to you. Alder Heck, questions for staff?
Thank you. My question is for Attorney Haas, I believe. You know, we heard in public comment a lot of concern about last minute changes to the programs, and then there were some problems with accessibility in Legistar. And there were also concerns expressed about, you know, a lot of changes to the programs that were earlier approved by Finance Committee and heard by other entities. Could you kind of summarize when we're obliged to send something back to a committee? Because my impression is that committees don't normally approve or disapprove. They either recommend or don't recommend. Is that correct?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. Obviously proposals can be amended on the floor. The proposal that's voted on does not have to be the same as what was recommended by the committee. There might be some exceptions when there has to, when it's a proposal that would have been adopted by a planning commission. There are certain, rules for supermajority votes in some cases, but typically speaking, no, they're legally speaking, there's not a problem with considering and adopting a proposal that was different than was considered at a subcommittee or a committee level. And obviously the agenda item has been noticed for the public, so the public has noticed that the topic is going to be discussed.
And are there any concerns about access, let's say in Legistar, if the public isn't able to see the latest version?
Not from a legal perspective. Again, whether or not a proposal is in Legistar, there could be amendments from the floor where there would not be anything in writing necessarily ahead of time for the public to look at.
Okay, I guess I just add that it is problematic when people can't see things in a timely manner, but I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Verveer, did you have questions? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. If it's in order, I would respectfully request that I can reinstate my request that a registrant be allowed to speak now who has rejoined the meeting and was properly registered to speak. That's Catie Shannon.
Is there any objection? Not seeing any objection. Can we get Catie Shannon on the line so Alder Verveer can ask his question?
Yes, Christine, you should be unmuted. Are you there?
Yep. Hello, everyone. Can everybody hear me?
Yes. Alder Verveer has a question for you.
Okay.
Christine, hi. Do I understand correctly that you had intended to speak? So you're prepared?
Yes. Hello, everybody. Hello, City Council member. My name is Catie Shannon. I'm a first-generation immigrant to the city of Madison. This is not my normal setting because this is my first time ever speaking to City Council. So I was being asked to talk by other small business owners in the State Street area. Madison became my second hometown since I moved here in 2000. I'm also a local CPA. That's my profession. So State Street is a very diverse business district. I think big district representative Tiffany, Jason, Alderman Verveer have all very well addressed that fact to the city and the general public. The section of State Street that I'm most familiar with are those who normally have coming from immigrant cultural backgrounds. So tonight, I'm only speaking about this section of State Street business owners who are first or second, even third generation immigrants. Those mom and pop small business owners, their livelihoods depend on State Street. Some of those business owners, their whole family income are coming from that business. And there's those who have taken their life savings, even borrowed funds from bank and friends, relatives to invest and make a living on State Street. Those business owners are all very hardworking. They are kind people. Because of their language barrier and cultural backgrounds, their presence in public is normally pretty quiet and unnoticeable. Some of those mom and pop business owners do not know how or where to voice their concerns because of their language barrier. They are not the mainstream Americans. Those business owners find their living on State Street, largely because UW-Madison, as an internationally known university in the state of Wisconsin. I recently read from State Journal somewhere says international students have brought in $213 million to 5 UW campus. $180 million happened here in Madison campus. Those mom-pop businesses are 99% in food business. They brought in unique cultural foodie items that people normally do not find in grocery store. There is one thing for sure, that those mom and pop business owners, they are not in a privileged business, okay? Making a living as small business restaurant owners in downtown needs day and night hard labors. We are easily talking about 10 to 15 hours of labor a day, 7 days a week. Because the lack of other significant business advantage, those small business owners priced their products for student consumers, for average working class Madisonians. We are
Madam
talking
Mayor, that's
about
3 minutes.
Can I just quickly wrap up?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. We are talking about razor-thin profit margins for those business because they don't have other significant advantage. So competitive pricing, strong work ethics, unique food items are the three major reasons those businesses are surviving in Madison downtown environment. I know several small property owners, minority owners, they bought a property in recent years to cut down their rent cost by taking huge mortgage. And they, for past 2 months, have subsidized their tenants to support their businesses, the tenants' business, because they are coming from similar background. Those are stories have not been heard or told, but those are truths and facts. I am glad that big district representatives are starting to survey, research, and bring those data to the city councils. Now those businesses are struggling, partly because COVID-19, partly because their storefront being boarded up. Those business owners have seen significantly revenue drops. Without help, we could see disappearance of this section of diverse cultural business on State Street. So I am in support of passing Agenda 6099-5. I appreciate for City Council being open-minded, being thoughtful. Thank you for listening to State Street business owners' voices. We as small business and property owners appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Ald Evers-Dist, did you have anything else?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. All right. I would like to just ask alders to be mindful of quorum. If you turn your camera off, we don't know that you're there. So please just be mindful of how many folks have their video on so that we are sure that we're maintaining quorum. And I'll ask the clerk to just keep half an eye on that as well, please. All right.
I just want to remind the co-hosts in the meeting, you do not have the ability to raise your hand. So if you'd like to speak, you're going to have to unmute yourself and just notify the chair.
Yes, my apologies. So President Carter and Vice President Abbas, wave at me if you wish to speak. So Alder Hennick, do you have questions? Okay, Alder Hennick, questions?
Yes, Mr. Miklajewski.
All right.
I noticed that in next year's budget, the economic has requested $2.5 million for similar programs, mentioning the Business Ready. Is this kind of a thought that to jumpstart that program? You've spoken a lot about Business Ready, and so it looks like you've put some thought into this already, but I just kind of wanted to get a thoughts from you on how you're seeing this as a half-year program versus going into next year with the 2021 budget.
Yes, Alder, thank you for that question. In the Economic Development 2021 request, we included requests for what we're calling a Small Business Equity and Recovery Program. And this was something that we put in our budget request when we submitted our capital budget back at, I think it was in May or early June. And we recognize that we as a city are going to need to set up a series of programs related to recovery. And we also recognize that there was a desire to not just sort of recover to where we were, but to recover to where we want to go as a community. And that is to have a more equitable economy where more individuals of color, especially some of our Black community members, are able to start businesses, able to build generational wealth, such as through the Commercial Ownership Assistance Program that was approved this evening. So that was included in our budget request. So yes, the $500,000 that would be included through this equity program would effectively start those efforts in 2020 rather than waiting until 2021.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Vice President Abbas, questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, one quick question for Matt. Matt, regarding Market Ready program, my quick question is about, businesses can use for advertisement and preparing their business, and handful of them will be selected, depend how much, what type of business proposal they bring in front of the city and how much they're prepared to move forward. Is there any location restriction? Either they have to be in State Street or they can open their business on north side, south side, east or west side?
The thought behind, thank you, Alder, the thought behind the Business Ready program is proposed in the equity program before you in the third substitute would be citywide. So the thought is that similar to the Market Ready program, we would have a citywide competition for entrepreneurs to be participants, and they could be they could be located anywhere with the thought that their business, should it move forward, could also be located anywhere within the city.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. President Carter. Oh, sorry, President Carter.
There I am. Thank you. I would like to make a motion if no one else is in the queue.
Do we have any other alders wishing to ask questions of staff? Alder Foster does have a question of staff. Alder Foster.
Thank you. I guess maybe for Matt, can somebody just speak clearly as to why these two things are connected? I think I understand why they used to be, and then they've sort of evolved, and now I feel like we're having two totally separate conversations. And why are they on the table together for us to vote together when they're two really totally different things?
Sure, Alder, I can give it a try. I mean, I think that you used a very appropriate word, which is evolve. That we started with a very narrowly focused downtown recovery program based on discussions that policymakers had with one another, and then in turn with staff, that evolved into a discussion of having more not only recovery downtown, but more equitable economic development in the downtown. And that conversation further evolved into effectively what you have before you this evening, which is a recovery program that is short in term and very, very targeted to only repairing businesses that were damaged by the events of late May, early June. And then secondarily, an equity program that is a much longer term program with a goal of helping to support more diverse entrepreneurship in the years ahead, especially as we come out of the COVID crisis. So yes, it is in many respects two very distinct programs.
Thank you. So I think it maybe is not in order for me to make a motion, but I would like to see these two things separated so we can take action on them separately.
Thank you, Alder. As currently written, that's not possible because they are combined into one resolution. But if the items were to be referred, I would assume that the sponsors could find a way to separate them. All right. Alder Kemble, questions for staff?
I have a question for you, Mayor. Can we try getting Shadira back on? I think she's been waiting and maybe didn't know how to unmute herself. She was called on earlier.
Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, can we try and get Shadira Kilfoy Flores back?
You there? Are you there? Can you hear us? You are unmuted on our end.
Joe, can you tell what kind of device she's on?
It looks like she's either on a plain old computer or a laptop or a tablet. I mean, she's not over the phone, so okay. But I can't just tell by looking at the attendee list. If she was just on the phone, it would just show a phone icon. I can try calling her, see what the issue is, but that'll take a little bit.
Alder, what's your pleasure?
Just that we made the attempt.
Thank you, Alder. All right. Any additional questions for staff? All right. Seeing none, President Carter?
Yes, I'd like to move referral for both 35 and 36. And I also have a recommendation with my referral. Is that legal?
Go ahead. We'll see.
My recommendation is that the business equity program be separated out.
All right. So the motion is referral of 35 and 36 to
August 4th.
To the August 4th council meeting. Ald Evers-Dist, is that a second? Or is there a second?
Would it be friendly to, since the Finance Committee has now become experts on these items after two previous conversations, would it be friendly to include a re-referral to the Finance Committee meeting of July 27th as well?
That would be a friendly amendment. Thank you.
All right, so the motion is to re-refer to the Finance Committee of 7/27 and the Council of 8/4. Moved by President Carter, seconded by Ald Evers-Dist. And we'll move on to discussion. Alder Evers, did you wish to discuss?
Yes, please. Thank you. I will not be supporting referral. I really do appreciate the work that Ald Evers-Dist has done on this, and particularly the efforts in the area of the equity portion of this. Mike, I know how hard you've worked on this, but I do think this should be split off. And specifically, it really needs to go to the new task force that was set up on Black issues. Since George Floyd was murdered and we've all been struggling with our response, I've reached out to leaders in the Black community, and what they tell me is they're kind of tired of only being invited to the table once we figure out what we want to do. We already have now this platform, this forum, where we can invite leaders of the Black community and it's not a monolithic community, there are various constituencies, to the table and to tell us what they want done. Rather than doing all this work and writing all this stuff out about equity and market ready and this, let's sit down and ask the Black community what they want done, what they feel would add to wealth building and create value. I think that's what we're obligated to do here and not tell the Black community what we're going to do. The second reason why I think this is important is that I know that Mike's intent is honorable, but it gives the appearance by attaching the two of these together that the goal, that it gives the appearance to the Martin Lackeys who testified earlier that we're really trying to get money for State Street businesses. And Martin was really clear that he opposed that. And I oppose it too for the simple reason that there's a better option. Rather than delaying this 2 weeks, if 2 weeks ago we would have passed a resolution calling upon the business community and saying, hey, that $200,000 that Michael Johnson and Scott Resnick were able to generate quickly is not enough. It only got half the job done. I asked Matt Mikolajewski yesterday at Finance, what's his estimate about the total amount that remains that is needed to help repair these businesses? And he said about 200,000. So 200,000, as Susan Schmidt says, is a relatively small number. And I spoke today at a groundbreaking ceremony with one of the top executives in our city with the longest standing construction business. And he agreed that it's not very much money at all. So if we were to pass a resolution calling upon the local business community, the pillars of our business community, to stand in solidarity with these struggling businesses who are struggling not just because of the rise, not just because of COVID, but have been struggling for some time on State Street, they could lend a hand and the money would have already been raised now, and referring it actually delays the process. Instead, we should pivot and call upon the local business community to take care of their own. But let's be honest as to why we're here right now. This thing came up because certain folks were blaming the city for what happened. The anonymous letter that was sent out to the mayor and to the council said that the city let this happen. You know, we don't know. 2020 hindsight, it happened. We don't know if it could be prevented, but guess what? Madison wasn't the only city that this happened in. It happened all across the country. We don't know yet what other cities are doing to deal with this. I've asked, is there a template of other cities? How are they responding to the damages? Are public funds being used to make private businesses whole? Or what is the approach? We don't know the answer to that. But you know something? The private sector could do this. $200,000 could be generated pretty quickly. But instead, there's this sense of grievance. There was an email that was sent to us by a member of one of Madison's wealthiest families who has a stake in State Street. And he wrote out to us in a sense of that we were obligated, as he said, to not protect our city's most significant economic engine and the people who define our city's heart and soul. I find that offensive, that language, because I think what defines our city's heart and soul is more than State Street. And that's obvious. And I don't think, in all due respect and fairness, this individual would disagree with me. But this individual is also a member of the family that raised $205 million, donated $205 million so that we could have Overture Center for the Arts. And $200,000 is roughly 0.1% of that amount. There is wealth in our community. These local businesses could come to the aid, and we can stop this right now and instead pass a resolution and ask these businesses to reach out and take care of their own. And then what could we be doing with that $250,000 that Ald Evers-Dist found in the capital budget? And what should we do with the $500,000 that's being identified with equity? Well, that's a topic for another discussion. Certainly, the task force on Black issues can answer that question. Certainly, the task force on Black issues could generate a truth and reconciliation conversation where Black businesses and Black leaders can come to the table, and we can begin addressing the struggles that we have around institutional racism and the legacy of racist policies that generated a downtown area that is not particularly welcoming to Black people. So I will not be supporting a referral. We know all that we need to know about this. I think Mike Ald Evers-Dist, you really tried hard to address the interest of your constituents. But the thing to do right now is to pivot and to call upon the business community. And the individual that I spoke to today, he assured me that this money could be raised immediately, probably by this weekend. And then we can get around to the business of the Common Council, is to figure out how we're going to respond to the enormous challenges that we have moving forward. So I will not be supporting referral. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster.
Thank you. I had two other quick questions for staff. One for Matt. Was the Business Ready program, has that been in front of EDC at all? Have you gotten any feedback from them around the program? It sounds like it's a program that has been in the works for a little while. Have they had an opportunity to weigh in on this yet?
Not specifically the Business Ready program. The EDC has weighed in over the past couple of years on the Market Ready program, but not the pivot to a Business Ready program.
Okay, and then a question for Attorney Haas. If we were to vote this down tonight, is there anything that precludes bringing forward new resolution or ordinance with just the market ready component?
I don't believe so, because I think there would be a different proposal in kind than what would be voted on tonight.
Great, thank you. So real quickly, a comment if I may, Mayor.
Go ahead, Alder.
So I also will not be supporting referral. I think we need to vote this down tonight, quite honestly. And I think there is a lot of interest in the Business Ready program and really looking at what we can do to invest. And I think as President Carter said, sustainably in some things that are really going to help out our community. And the longer that this stays attached to this State Street program, however we change the words, is going to keep me from voting for it. So at this point, continuing to refer it, requiring residents to come back and give us testimony at the following meetings, I think it's really inconsiderate. And I'm disappointed that this was put forward the way it was, and that we're trying to get one thing passed by putting other stuff on it that people might like. And so I'm just really opposed to that in general. So I will not be supporting referral either. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Prestigiacomo.
Mayor. So I honor the intent, to do good by our business owners of color. I respect that there's an effort there. However, I cannot in good conscience support any plan that puts taxpayer dollars towards restoring a downtown commercial business district that has 0 Black-owned businesses as our first step following the protests. Regardless of supplemental equity plans, if our first step is injecting money to restore property damage, then we woefully misheard the loud voices that have been in the streets. This money should be spent on reparations and funding Black lives. This is what protesters are demanding. If we want our commercial business district restored, I'm echoing a lot of what Ald Evers says. We need to be standing together as a city, calling on our business leaders to fund this endeavor. Clearly, our business community has had the power to mobilize and restore this business area, and we've already seen it happen in response to violent protests and property destruction. Years ago, like Ald Evers mentioned, that same power structure decided it wanted a new Overture Center. Unsurprisingly, it happened. Over $200 billion was donated by leaders in this business community. Madison has an elite class of business leaders and wealth that could very much afford this expense. Because I have a platform tonight, I'm going to use it to shed light on that wealth in Madison, specifically calling out those groups that could very well fund this and more, including Black liberation. American Family Insurance Group, Spectrum Brands, Alliant Energy, Union Mutual Group, Epic Systems, WPS Health Insurance, Trek Bicycle Corporation, Sub-Zero, Exact Sciences, all companies based in Madison have a combined recent revenue of over $30 billion. And like Ald Evers said, we're now seeing an estimated cost for State Street property damage to be $250,000, around that amount. So, this vote tonight, I see this vote as a chance to stand up against institutionalized racism and white supremacy in general, whether it's our intent or not. I think many of us have to realize that we are pawns of a broken system, regardless of our intent in that discussion. The power structure I just shed light on doesn't want to have to foot the bill for any of this, despite playing a major role in the creation of systemic white supremacy. And so, not a single dime of taxpayer dollars should be spent on anything but reparations and empowering the Black community for our first step. And to cast a vote tonight, I think you quite literally have to ask yourself if you value property over human lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Kimball.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not in support of referral either. I think we need to vote this down tonight. I voted against this at Finance Committee last night because I am against the very foundation of what this is and how it came about. And any change in details to me, it's just taking up more space and time that we should be devoting to other things. Our role as elected officials in a public government body is to care for the comments and to care for the, overall welfare of the people. But we seem to have been captured by the State Street businesses. An anonymous 19-point demand letter was sent out in June, and the city, we chose to respond to that. And we responded to that by giving the information publicly that downtown is the neighborhood that has received the most resources from the city. This is quite literally institutional racism, that the neighborhood, the whitest neighborhoods in the city, the wealthiest neighborhoods in the city receive the most city resources and attention. And tonight is an object lesson in that. We've spent over 2 hours on this. And we as public officials in our decisions, every little decision we make is either contributing to that or is trying to do something different and fight that. And this whole issue has been just us being complicit in the decades and decades and decades of institutional racism in this city. And it has nothing to do with who broke what or who destroyed property. It has to do with the fact that we are responding to the demands of some of the most influential lobbyists in the city. And that's true not only of this, but in our general COVID response as well. It was all about the businesses, the businesses, the businesses. This is really, for me, I'm embarrassed for us that we're spending so much time talking about this and not talking about how to support the masses of people who are suffering, of undocumented workers who are suffering in this time, of Black folks in neighborhoods who are being evicted and getting renewals of their leases, of people who, because of the actions of this government and inactions of this government, continue to suffer oppression and discrimination. And we should not refer this. We should kill this now. If there are business, initiatives to come, I support Ald Evers' suggestion of let's take these ideas to the Black community. Let's take them to the task force that Alder Carter is going to create and let them tell us what they need. But what we don't need is to spend another minute on this topic.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Moreland.
Can we call the vote?
You're the last person in the queue, Alder.
Good.
So the motion is to refer.
Alder Revere is in the queue.
Oh, I'm sorry. Alder Revere. The last word, perhaps.
Thank you. I really do want to just take a moment of our time, and I appreciate how much time has gone into this, to honestly and truly tell you from my heart where this comes from. The reason I seconded the motion for referral was because of concerns about process and Alderperson Moreland's question. I have no problem if we wish to discuss this further tonight and take final action on this tonight. That is fine by me. I will support the motion to refer, however, if there are colleagues that wish to have more time to consider this measure. And that's why I said that that's what I thought I said when I responded to Alderperson Moreland's question, and that's why I seconded the motion by President Carter to refer. I just wanted to, number one, get that straight. Number two, in case I don't have a chance to say it again tonight, I ask my colleagues to put yourselves in my shoes. If you represented an area where aggrieved people contact you on a daily basis for now 7 weeks or whatever long it's been, with heartbreaking stories and begging for assistance, maybe I'm wrong-headed and it was a tremendous mistake to support a measure trying to help them. But I honestly and truly appreciate the mayor for taking the initiative and proposing these measures. And I honestly and truly don't apologize for supporting them and trying to advocate on their behalf. I understand the arguments about equity. Believe me, I do. That's why we worked hard to try to respond to those very well-placed criticisms and come up with an equity proposal that would try to address the very severe issues regarding diversity and inclusion that exist in the downtown area. But I tried my best to listen to you, my colleagues, and I have tried my best to incorporate every single solitary suggestion that has been shared with me, many of them today, and I appreciate that. And I'm sorry that these latest versions came at you late in the day, trying to squeeze us in between staff's regular work and regular scheduled meetings and conversations with colleagues. I appreciate all of you that have taken the time to share your comments, your suggestions, your ideas with me. The two items before you, which again, I have no objection to referring and no objection to debating tonight, are the result of the best of our ability trying to capture those ideas and suggestions. And I really appreciate you all doing this and taking the time to consider this. Let me just say too, again, if I won't have a chance to talk again, if referral does succeed, that all of this objection to property, I just don't understand, because on the consent motion, with our unanimous support, we just supported a very worthwhile commercial ownership assistance program for $500,000 to help especially people of color purchase property. Yes, property for their businesses and nonprofit organizations. I don't understand why these initiatives, the equity initiative, the recovery initiative, why it's such a dirty word to involve property, the rental of property, the repair of property. In that it just is something I don't understand. I absolutely and totally have learned through this national reckoning and through my self-admitted white privilege that there are severe economic barriers and systematic racism that affect entrepreneurs of color, especially Black entrepreneurs. And it was from an honest place that I tried to address those concerns, those very, very valid concerns that the original proposal was sorely lacking. And I confess to that and admit to that. But I don't apologize for trying to help these small mom and pop shopkeepers, merchants, restaurateurs that have businesses in the district I've been elected to represent. I'm not going to turn my back on those people, even if they don't live in the district I was elected to represent. I consider them my constituents too, and I have for all these years. And those heartbreaking stories day after day after day is why I guess I've asked all of you to spend all the time that you have, especially my colleagues on the finance committee, to consider this, and staff time to consider this and keep trying to make these ideas, these proposals better. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me say all that. And I will support the motion to refer, because as far as I know, there are at least one or two colleagues that wish to have more time and are asking for referral. If not, so be it, and we'll continue the conversation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Balde.
Basically, based off of the testimonies that we had and also the changes that happened to these two resolutions, I think it is just fair to us as city council members, but also to our constituents who came to testify and who may be listening online, that we refer this to our next council meeting. We may vote this up or down then, but I think just for fairness sake, it is important. At least I would support sending this, referring this to our next council meeting. I think it is important and fair for even the elders who came tonight, not knowing that some of these changes has happened and the impact that has on the people that we are trying to help, but people also who disagree that we should not do this. And so I would suggest that we all find space and be able to refer this to next council meeting. We still have an opportunity to vote it up or down then. But I would rather give people who took time to come and testify, and also city council members who did not get the opportunity to read through the changes to be able to do that, and probably consult with the district to see where they stand on this. It's a very important issue, and I would like us to give it the due diligence that it deserves as opposed to voting on it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bidar.
So I fully believe that there are many of us that really fully would support an business equity program that really would address longstanding systemic ways that Black and Brown businesses have been kept up out of wealth building in our city. I do think that Alder Moreland said a while ago, maybe more than a few minutes ago, that that should be kind of our focus. It was repeated, I think, by Alder Foster and amplified by others. So I do fully believe that we have a path through all of the conversation forward. I don't think the path is referring what's before us. I think the path is to build something from pieces of what's before us from new, and maybe referring them to whomever we feel as a body we need to refer them to get really good, solid feedback. But I feel like as long as we're talking about where we started, we are still stuck where we started. And so I do feel we need to start a new conversation and really focus it around equity and across the city for businesses. specifically Black-owned businesses. And certainly in my heart is also the businesses owned by many immigrants who come to this country, and also their first thing to do oftentimes is small businesses. So I think we have that path forward. I don't think kicking this into another meeting will give us that clean path forward. That again, I fully believe the majority of us, I'm hearing people, and the majority of us are on board with some program that's around business equity. So with that said, I will not support referral, but I will support something that comes before us around business equity.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Moreland, I apologize. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm at a place where I am looking at what's called restorative justice, and there are victims on both sides. And I say that because we as a community, in terms of Black community, we are always very, very generous in terms of stepping back and making sure that, hoping that we are not treating other people as we've been treated. I absolutely support the formation of the task force. This has been a prime example where the need of a task force specifically looking at issues that impact the Black community is so very needed. And I support that. And I support that community, our community, my community, saying what's so. The other thing that I heard is that the pain and from the people, and it's very difficult when you say you're supporting buildings versus people. I heard great pain, and I heard victims tonight as well. And so I'm going to support referral. I'm going to support referral because I heard the pain in many of the people who came on both sides. And so when we're looking at this in its totality, voting it down, I'm not going to be supportive of that. I am going to support referral so that we can look at how we can do a restorative justice process so that we can look at victims and the small businesses who came and cried and said, help us, how can we help them? And also create a program forward investment through an equity program. So I am going to support a referral because all the information was not available even for me to review. And to vote this down tonight is something that I cannot do in good conscience. I am going to support the referral. I am going to support the referral. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter, I see you. We have Alder Hennick next in the queue.
Thank you. I just, two things I wanted to say. Thank you to Alder Verveer. I deeply respect the work that you've done for your constituents and the skill that you've crafted these with. I completely understand the pain that we've heard in your constituents' voices, and your ability to respond to that, I think speaks to your ability as an alder. I will not be supporting referral tonight. I do believe that there are two different aspects to this, and I don't see support for the first aspect. And so I think that moving forward with the portions that there is support for, and going back to looking to the community to what is really going to be supported, I think is important. So thank you very much for all the work you've done, and I look forward to resolving this evening.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Heck, and then President Carter. Alder Heck.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to support referral. And I mean, I think we should be honest. These in referral, I think, will get decoupled, and they should be decoupled. It's pretty clear. In a short 2 weeks, can we provide, with the help of staff, some maybe framework for engagement with the Black community in particular? Perhaps, I don't know how much it's really going to evolve the equity program. The downtown recovery program, now just called the recovery program. I mean, maybe in 2 weeks we can figure out a way to include some of Alder Evers' information and ideas about the business community kicking in. But I think that by referring it, we at least give a chance for both of those possibilities. But I do think, honestly, that these two items will get decoupled, and we'll consider them individually. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. President Carter? Sorry, President Carter, you're muted.
I was just going to try to call for the question.
I believe we're ready for the question, President Carter.
Okay.
All right. So
and a roll call.
And a roll call as well. The motion is to refer items 35 and 36 to the July 27th Finance Committee and the August 4th Common Council meeting. Roll call has been requested. So all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, I will ask staff to mute themselves. I will unmute you all and ask the clerk to call the roll.
I have a clarifying question.
Alder Harrington McKinney?
In that clarifying question, it was referred to the Finance Committee, and was it not also referred to equal opportunities, or did I not hear that?
No, Alder, the referrals were Finance and back to the Common Council.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right, so the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Hennick.
No.
Alder Hennick, no. Alder Kemble.
No.
Alder Kemble, no. Alder Lemmer.
Aye.
Alder Lemmer, aye. Alder Martin.
No.
Alder Martin, no. Alder Moreland.
No.
Alder Moreland, no. Alder Prestigiacomo.
No.
Alder Prestigiacomo, no. Alder Rummel.
No.
Alder Rummel, no. Alder Skidmore.
Aye.
Alder Skidmore, aye. Alder Tierney.
Aye.
Alder Tierney, aye. Alder Verveer.
Aye.
Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Abbas.
Aye.
Alder Abbas, aye. Alder Alboras.
No.
Alder Alboras, no. Alder Balde.
Aye.
Alder Balde, aye. Alder Bidar.
No.
Alder Bidar, no. Alder Carter.
Aye.
Carter, aye. Alder Evers.
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Foster.
No.
Alder Foster, no. Alder Furman.
No.
Alder Furman, no. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Aye. Aye.
Alder Harrington McKinney, aye. Alder Heck.
Aye.
Alder Heck, aye. 9 ayes, 11 noes.
With 9 ayes and 11 noes, the motion fails, which brings us back to the main motion, which is adoption of the second substitute on item number 35 and the third substitute on item number 36. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, Alder Moreland, hold on a minute. Alder Moreland?
So what we have before us now is the coupling of these two. Is that correct?
That's correct. The current motion is to adopt both items 35 and 36. So item 35 is the ordinance that establishes the recovery program, and item 36 is the resolution that funds both the recovery and the equity programs.
Can I ask a question of staff at this time?
You can.
Attorney Haas, are you available?
Attorney Haas, go ahead, Alder.
I believe Alder Foster asked you this question. So if both of these die tonight, in what form can they, in a different form, but in a similar form, how can they be resurrected?
I was looking at the ordinance 2.05 sub 5 says that no ordinance or resolution having once been defeated may again be introduced in the same or in substantially similar form for 60 days. And that is subject to suspending the rules. So there's really two questions. What comes back be in the same or in substantially similar form? And that all depends on, what comes back and comparing it to what was voted on tonight. And then it's really a ruling of the chair, whether or not it is in the same or substantially similar form, subject to, of course, appeal to the whole body. And secondly, there is the opportunity to suspend the rules, so that 60-day provision would not be in effect if there was sufficient support to suspend the rules, even if it was the same or substantially similar.
So when would that request for suspension of the rules have to take place?
If I might suggest, Alder, that the simplest path forward here would be a motion to place on file without prejudice, which, if the attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, but would allow the council to take up a substantially similar topic without a waiting period. Is that correct, Attorney Haas?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Is this the appropriate time to do so, or?
Alder Badar has her hand raised, so let me come back to you, Alder Moreland.
Okay.
Alder Badar.
And just another point that I wanted to make is we cannot take both items at the same time anyways. One is a 15-vote item and one is an 11-vote item. 35 is 11 vote, 36 is 15 votes, as it is a budget amendment.
Thank you, Alder Badar. All right, so Alder Moreland.
I would like to make a motion that we place both agenda items 35 and 36 on file without prejudice.
And Attorney Haas, for a motion to place on file, is that additionally a 15-vote item on the budget amendment, or is 11 votes sufficient to place it on file?
I believe that 11 votes are sufficient.
Thank you, Attorney Haas. All right, so the substitute motion is to place items 35 and 36 on file without prejudice. Is there additional discussion? Vice President Abbas.
Thank you very much. We had a really long discussion on this particular topic. And I appreciate everyone for being so thoughtful and go really in detail, and also Alder Verveer representing your constituents and really thinking through this and keeping a really open mind. The reason I voted for refer is Alder Hack already mentioned really adequately there is an opportunity to look into both programs, but having said that, now we are here to place on the file without prejudice. I just want to say a few things because as I am immigrant and I came to US and I had my own struggle. The financial system is really discriminatory in the US. If you have a good credit score, you cannot get a loan to start a business because you need a credit history. And you have to develop credit history, you need to develop credit score, and still you don't have asset as you come as an immigrant. So there's a lot of barriers for immigrant to really start some sort of business, any place in US, to be honest. Even I have my own struggle, not to go more in detail. So I definitely have a heart for immigration community, and especially I know quite a bit of businesses on State Street who've been through similar struggle, and they're still going through struggle. And I think so we as a community, I understand, I totally stand with the alders about we need to look at equity lens. And also I like what Alder Evers said about we should discuss with Black community and ask them what they want. But at the same time, we also need to think about how we can help other community members in this process as well, because the system is already discriminatory, not only for Black folks, but also for Brown and immigrant and LGBTQ. So having said that, I will support this motion, and I really hope we go back and really look into how we can help as a community whole, everyone, and move forward together. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. The motion is to place on file without prejudice. Is there objection to recording unanimous vote? Alder Revere?
I object.
Alder Revere will have a roll call. Thank you. All right, so the motion is to place on file without prejudice both items 35 and 36. Those in favor of placing on file, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and I will unmute you all.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a clarifying question on who was the second for this motion?
Excellent question. Alder Moreland moved. Is there a second? Alder Badar seconded.
Thank you. All right, Alder Hennick.
Aye.
Alder Hennick, aye. Alder Kemble?
Aye.
Alder Kemble, aye. Alder Lemmer?
Aye.
Alder Lemmer, aye. Alder Martin?
Aye.
Alder Martin, aye. Alder Moreland?
Aye.
Alder Moreland, aye. Alder Prestigiacomo?
Aye.
Alder Prestigiacomo, aye. Alder Rummel?
Aye.
Alder Rummel, aye. Alder Skidmore?
No.
Alder Skidmore, no. Alder Tierney?
No.
Alder Tierney, no. Alder Verveer?
No.
Alder Verveer, no. Alder Abbas?
Aye.
Alder Abbas, aye. Alder Alvarez?
Yes.
Alder Alvarez, aye. Alder Balde?
No.
Alder Balde, no. Alder Bidar?
Aye.
Alder Bidar, aye. Alder Carter? Alder Carter?
No.
Alder Carter, no. Alder Evers?
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Foster?
Aye.
Alder Foster, aye. Alder Furman?
Aye.
Alder Furman, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney?
No.
Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Heck?
Aye.
Alder Heck, aye. $14 ayes, 6 noes.
With 14 ayes, the motion to place on file without prejudice passes. And I will mute you all again. And that will take us to item number 39. All right, item number 39 is Legistar 61137, which authorizes the termination of the contract with the Madison Metropolitan School District to provide school resource officers for the 4 MMSD high schools. We do have registrants on this item, starting with Peter Anderson of Bittersweet Place in opposition wishing to speak, followed by Allison Belburn.
Peter, you should be unmuted. Peter, can you hear us? Doesn't look like he is there.
Okay, we'll go on to Allison Belburn of East Mifflin in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Shadira Kilfoy Flores.
Allison is not in the list, and neither is Shadira.
All right. Then we have we have 2 people who registered as available to answer questions. Dylan Bruce of Dennett Drive in support, and Jenie Gao of East Dayton in support, neither wishing to speak. Are there any questions for registrants? Seeing none. President Carter, a motion?
I move to adopt item 39-61137.
I second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for staff or discussion? Alder Hennick.
Yes, I had a question for Dave Schmidtke on finance.
All right. Mr. Schmidtke.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead, Alder.
Yep. So the question was, I noticed that it looks like we've, the legislation approves the dissolution of the contract, but it doesn't really address the budgetary impact of that. It says it's looking to the third and fourth quarter estimates to resolve that. So I just was looking for a little color on kind of what we're looking to do with that budgetary impact and why it's not being addressed up front.
So the effect of ending the contract is that a revenue from the school district that is in the adopted budget for the police department, a portion of that will not be realized in 2020. But there are a series of other, cost projections, other projections in the police department budget that could affect what the overall funding need might be in the department. So we're going to take a look at both the second and third quarter projections to see what that overall adjustment might be required. And as we normally do when we're adjusting agency budgets for issues like this or other re-estimates that occur during the fiscal year, we bring forward to the council a year-end appropriation resolution that it makes those adjustments.
Gotcha. It's just interesting to me. I think it'd be beneficial to be able to, when we do something like this halfway through the year, to address the fiscal impact when we address the contract renegotiation per se. But I can understand how we would do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Skidmore.
Thanks. I will have discussion, but before that, I have a question, I believe, for the city attorney. Our comptroller commented about a budget adjustment, but I'm more curious, since we're terminating a contract, not just adjusting a contract, will that require 15 votes since it's a fiscal item?
I do not believe so. The contract was adopted on a simple majority vote. I think it can be terminated on a majority vote. If there's a budget impact and it requires a budget amendment, then that would require a simple majority.
Thank you. And if there are no other questions, I have comments before we vote.
Are there any other questions for staff? Alder, I see none, so go ahead.
Thank you. Regardless of the fiscal impact, I just want to go on record as saying that I will be voting against this. I oppose this on public safety grounds. I have always respected and appreciated the efforts of the police officers who served as EROs and SROs, and that I think that their efforts have been diminished by the rhetoric that we've been hearing, and that they have helped to maintain a high level of security in our high schools. And I think that that will be greatly diminished, much to our detriment, the schools' detriment and the public as well. This is going to change the dynamic of how security is provided, if it's provided at the schools. That the officers who are there have served much more in a capacity as counselors and advocates in understanding the lay of the land and diffusing problems, intercepting students that are bringing guns to school, for example, and helping to nuance the officers that respond to altercations when help is requested. I think that this is going to create problems that we don't understand, but we will have to deal with. So I respectfully will be voting against this.
Thank you, Alder. Is there any other discussion? Okay. Based on the Alder's comments, I assume that a roll call vote is requested. And so all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. I will unmute you all and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Hennick?
Aye.
Alder Hennick, aye. Alder Campbell?
Aye.
Alder Campbell, aye. Alder Lemmer?
Aye.
Alder Lemmer, aye. Alder Martin?
Aye.
Alder Martin, aye. Alder Moreland?
Aye.
Alder Moreland, aye. Alder Prestigiacomo?
Aye.
Alder Prestigiacomo, aye. Alder Rummel?
Aye.
Alder Rummel, aye. Alder Skidmore?
No.
Alder Skidmore, no. Alder Tierney?
Aye.
Alder Tierney, aye. Alder Verveer?
Aye.
Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Abbas?
Aye.
Alder Abbas, aye. Alder Alboras?
Aye.
Alder Alboras, aye. Alder Balde? I'm seeing aye. Alder Balde, aye. Alder Bidar? Oh, that's okay. Alder Balde, aye. Alder Bidar?
Aye.
Alder Bidar, aye. Alder Carter?
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Evers?
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Foster?
Aye.
Alder Foster, aye. Alder Furman?
Aye.
Alder Furman, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Aye.
Alder Harrington McKinney, aye. Alder Heck?
Aye.
Alder Heck, aye. 19 ayes, 1 no.
With 19 ayes and 1 no, that item passes. And that will bring us to item number 49. Item number 49 is Legistar 60348, approving a certified survey map of property owned by LZ Ventures located at 402 to 414 East Washington Ave, 8 to 12 North Franklin Street, and 9 North Hancock Street. We have one registrant wishing to speak. If we have Shadira Kilfoy Flores of East Wilson Street here, she is in opposition.
No, she's not here.
Okay, and then we had a number of other registrants registered on this item. President Carter, a motion? President Carter, you're muted.
Okay, thank you. Move item 49, 60348, referral to the August 4th, 2020 Common Council.
Second to refer.
That's moved and seconded to refer item 49. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of referral? Alder Rummel?
Are we on number 49? Because
that's correct.
The recommendation is to place on file without prejudice.
Alder, on the consent agenda, the report of PCED that the applicant and staff request re-referral to the 8-4 Common Council meeting.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Alder. All right, so the recommendation is to refer. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of referral? Alder Rummel? No. Not objecting. All right, I see no objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor. I'm sorry, Alder Rummel, I'm trying to unmute you.
No, I don't necessarily need a roll call, but I just I vote no.
All right, so Alder Rummel will be recorded as voting no. Is there any objection? Alder Heck.
I'd like to vote no too, thanks.
Alder Heck and Alder Rummel will be recorded as voting no. Is there Alder Foster? Folks, it would be easier to do a roll call vote.
Well,
I think so.
I wanted to ask my colleagues to explain their rationale for voting no on this.
Alder Heck, it's your district.
Thank you. I voted no because I don't understand why this referral was requested, and it seemed like the resolution at Plan Commission last week was certain, and I haven't had a solid explanation as to why the referral was given. Maybe, I mean, I know we're already voting. We could ask Ms. Stouter if she has any opinion, but.
We haven't gotten to the voting yet, Alder, so it's not out of order to ask staff.
Okay.
Ms. Stouter, can you explain the recommended motion? Let me try again. You should be unmuted or have a prompt, Heather, to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so in this particular case, as with all certified survey maps, the city does have a time limitation by which they must act on a certified survey map. Alder Heck, as Alder Heck mentioned, the Plan Commission did place on file the associated redevelopment proposal that is related to this certified survey map request last Monday evening. And since then, the applicant has requested a referral of just one cycle. I believe they're weighing some options and next steps. And so, appropriate action, I think, would be to, acknowledge their request to refer. The only way that the city would not be able to act tonight is if the applicant did request sort of an extension of that 90-day clock that's ticking and coming to an end. And so that's what they've done. Staff's comfortable referring this one more cycle. And that's the best explanation that I can offer at this point.
Alder Heck?
So it's a courtesy to the developer because they might have a revised plan that they could come forward with.
Correct. It's a courtesy to the development team. We're not sure what their next step would be, but since the Plan Commission placed it on file without prejudice, they could, come back with another proposal similar to what was at the Plan Commission. I think that ultimately, if they choose to do that, this referral will need to be made again for a future meeting down the road, certainly longer than just August 4th. But at this point, this is the referral that the development team has asked for, and it's something that we're comfortable with as staff.
And so I want to make sure I understand the clock business. So they have 90 days before their certified survey map would be automatically approved if it wasn't placed on file, and this will effectively the clock will start ticking on another 90-day cycle if we consider the item at a future meeting. Is that right?
No, they've submitted the certified survey map request, and right now that 90-day window is coming to a rapid close. So tonight is basically the deadline that the city would need to act, unless an applicant asks for that 90-day clock to be extended. And so I think, again, as they're weighing their options, they're simply asking for another 2 weeks. My guess is that if they come back to the Plan Commission with a revised application, they'll probably ask for a much more lengthy referral, but right now this is what they've asked for.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Alder Heck. Alder Alburis, questions for staff?
No, Madam Mayor. I was trying to raise my hand earlier prior to voting on agenda item 39 and just wanted to see if the minutes could reflect me being the co-sponsor for the legislation. Or I should say if the registrar could reflect that.
The clerk has that note. Thank you, Alder. Sorry about that.
Okay.
All right, so Alder Harrington McKinney then, questions for staff?
Not for staff, Madam Mayor, just for you, because the vote had begun and then you said the vote had not begun. So I just wanted to clean that up and clarify. We started the vote and then...
Alder Harrington McKinney, I had asked if there was objection to recording the vote. There was objection, so we didn't move forward with it.
Okay, so those votes reversed itself because there were objections.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Alder Rummel, questions?
I guess it's for council staff, because you know what? I never saw that consent agenda. The one I have from 6:01 p.m. does not have this item on it. So this was the first I realized it. And just as the public doesn't like to get things at the very 11th hour, some of us alters don't appreciate it either, because what thing are you looking at? So, and I don't think, I mean, maybe I got it and it's lost somewhere in the piles, but the consent agenda I have in front of me does not have this item on it. So I just wanted to state that, and maybe I'll talk to staff about that some more, about how we do these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for staff? Seeing none, back to the motion, which is to re-refer to the August 4th Common Council meeting. I'll ask again if there's objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of re-referral. I'm not seeing any objections to recording a unanimous vote in favor of re-referral, so that item will be re-referred. And that will take us to item number 55. And any registrants that may still be with us, starting with Baltazar de Anda Santana of Lake Point Drive, neither supporting nor opposing, wishing to speak, representing the Latino Academy of Workforce Development.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much for all your service and all the work that you guys have been doing. It's going to be a late night. Thank you for your service. So, you know, we understand that park and green spaces are very important to our community. You know, indeed, Madison has many beautiful parks and many beautiful green areas. Madison has a lot of green spaces, but one of the things that I do not see in many of these green spaces are folks of color, you know, folks from the Latinx community, folks who need to take advantage of these spaces that already exist. I don't believe we need more parks. I believe we need to change the system so more folks of colors like myself can feel welcome and included in those green spaces. You know, I think if we continue building green spaces, green places for the community, we need to make sure that communities of color are included in this. At the Latino Academy, you know, right now, we do not hear students asking us, where is the best park in the city? No, they are asking us, how do I get trained so I can get a good job? How do I get housing? How do I get help with transportation? You know, so I believe parks, green spaces are very important for our community. However, our people, our community is yet more important, especially with all of the needs that they are going through right now. Through COVID-19, we have worked with many members of our community, and not once someone has asked me, where is the best park for me? They have asked, I need housing, I need employment, I need transportation. So, whatever decision happens, I will recommend that we put people first before green spaces. We don't want to have a city full of green areas, but no people of color, such as myself. So thank you very much, and thanks for all the work that you guys are doing tonight.
Thank you. Pause public comment, Alder Hennick.
Yes, I was going to move a 5-minute recess.
5-minute recess has been moved. Is there a second? Alder Balde, Alder Carter, many seconds. All right. Is there any objection to taking a 5-minute recess? Seeing no objection, we'll recess for 5 minutes. It's 10:20. We'll be back at 10:25 promptly, please. We are 1 minute away from starting again. All right, 10:25 has arrived. If the alders who don't have their video on are in the reach of my voice, if you could turn your video on, please. We're headed towards quorum.
Hello?
Okay, so I think that we've got enough to start a roll call at least. So I'll ask staff to keep themselves muted while I unmute you all and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Hennick?
Present.
Alder Hennick here. Alder Campbell?
Here.
Alder Campbell here. Alder Lemmer?
Here.
Alder Lemmer here. Alder Martin?
Here.
Alder Martin here. Alder Moreland?
Here.
Alder Moreland here. Alder Prestigiacomo? Alder Prestigiacomo? I'll come back to him. Alder Rummel? Alder Rummel's here, it looks like.
Yes.
Okay. Alder Skidmore? Back yet. Alder Tierney? Alder Tierney is here. Alder Verveer?
Here.
Alder Verveer is here. Alder Abbas?
Here.
Alder Abbas is here. Alder Alburas? Alder Alburas is here. He's still muted. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Okay, thank you. Alder Balde? Alder Balde is here. Alder Bidar?
Here.
Alder Bidar is here. Alder Carter?
Present.
Alder Carter is here. Alder Evers?
Present.
Alder Evers is here. Alder Foster?
Here.
Alder Foster is here. Alder Furman?
Present.
Alder Furman is here. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Present.
Alder Harrington McKinney is here. Alder Heck?
Here.
Alder Heck is here. Alder Skidmore? Is here. Alder Prestigiacomo?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, there he is. Okay. Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, so we will come back to public comment on item number 55, which is adopting the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan as a supplement to the City of Madison Comprehensive Plan. And our next registrant is Justin Dobson of Heath Ave, neither supporting nor opposing, wishing to speak, to be followed by Candace Diaz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I just wanted to say that in regards to the OMSAP plan, that overall I think it's actually a very good plan. My biggest objection to it would be the bus barn, and I also think that the bus barn, if we got rid of it, would help accommodate the Hartmeyer people on the green space, because it's almost an acre for acre trade-off. So we have a beautiful plan, and the bus barn is just this dead space that's not going to create jobs or housing, and it takes up what could be used as green space on the Hartmeyer site. So if we took the 15 acres for the bus barn and put it into Hartmeyer, and then we put housing and businesses where the bus barn would be, we wouldn't lose those housing and businesses to the Hartmeyer land. And as a government, we have to be very careful about limiting the supply of housing and businesses, because when we do that, we're making an artificial decision, which has undesired consequence of raising the cost of those assets on other people, and typically people who are lower income, who don't have the opportunity to own. So it's a very costly hidden tax to current generations and future generations when we put an artificial limit on housing. So if we do the 30 acres of Hartmeyer, we really have to offset that loss of housing and businesses somewhere else within the development, because we do have, the green space has value, but we do not lack green space in Madison or the north side either. So I think that has to be kept in mind, because we're we're making decisions that will have effects way beyond our lifetimes. And the housing affordability, if you have more affordable housing, you create much more wealth for the community as a whole. So that's all I have.
Thank you. The next registrant is Candace Diaz of Superior Street, in opposition wishing to speak, to be followed by Anita Ware.
Candace is not in the list, but Anita is.
All right, so then Anita Ware of Gulf Parkway, in opposition wishing to speak, to be followed by Barbara Noldner.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for listening to me. First, I have a story I think is relevant. When I was going through the Emerge Wisconsin training programs, which taught me how to run successfully for the Madison City Council, there was a night when one of my Emerge sisters needed a place to stay, so she slept at my condo on the Cherokee Golf Course. The next morning, my friend, a Black woman from Milwaukee, looked out at the greenery of the tree-lined course and watched two cranes amble across it. You don't know how different this is from what I look out on every day, she said. I am asking the Madison City Council to give the opportunity to low-income and minority children to grow up looking at and roaming through a beautiful green space with wild creatures visible on the Hartmeyer site. The EQT by Design study interviewed a few dozen persons of color and low income, most not from the north side of Madison. Participants said that outdoors and green space were what they most appreciated about living in Madison. But the report summary stated, quote, anecdotally, staff has heard persons of color do not feel comfortable in urban nature areas because those spaces and users don't feel welcoming to them, unquote. It was hard to tell if that comment was by city staff or EQT, but in any case, I ask you to look back to where you like to play when growing up, or where you would like your children to play. Would it be a green area where they could roam, or on a street where they might be shot? I also suggest that you do not cram low-income people into high-rise apartments, but create low-rise cooperative housing, such as it's located at Troy Community Gardens. That could easily fit at Oscar Mayer. Then the people living there could look out on an area of wonder. Protect the wetland, make the rest a regular park, fine, but please preserve all 30 acres of the Hartmeyer estate property for the benefit of those who will live and work in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Barbara Noldner of Kensington Drive, in opposition wishing to speak, to be followed by Paul Noldner.
Hi, I'm asking you to please save all 30 acres of the Hartmeyer natural area as part of the OMSAP plan. Destroying urban natural areas does not save green space at the edge of the city. Farmland at the edge of Madison is being destroyed as we speak. For example, Wheeler Road and County CV. If we do not save nature in our backyard, we will not save nature anywhere, because humans are relentlessly developing any open space. We can make choices to save our natural ecosystem and make our community livable and welcoming for all. Save the natural areas. 30 acres in the city is a gift to future generations. Put affordable housing in areas with existing streets and in need of redevelopment. Affordable housing should have ownership options and should be mixed in with other types of housing. The vision is the framework. Saving natural areas does not happen by accident. Our neighbors in Chicago enjoy 70,000 acres of the Cook County Forest Preserve. The first 500 acres were obtained in 1916. Their mission statement was and still is as follows, and I'm quoting, to acquire, restore, and manage lands for the purpose of protecting and preserving public open space with its natural wonders, significant prairies, forests, wetlands, rivers, streams, and other landscape, with all of its associated wildlife in natural state for the education, pleasure, and recreation of the public now and in the future, end quote. Decisions we make today shape our future generations. Please save this 30-acre urban gem. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Paul Noldner of Kensington Drive in Maple Bluff, in opposition, wishing to speak, representing the Friends of Hartmere Natural Area and Madison Friends of Urban Nature, to be followed by Maggie Free Spirit.
Yes, if you could please put up my slideshow that I sent you earlier, Heather. Do you have that there?
I think, I'm not sure that she has.
She assured me.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mayor and President Carter and Madison Alders. This is your chance to do something positive tonight. You have a lot of hard decisions before you. This is positive for equity and the environment. We should not be planning long-term open space and park needs based only on current and hopefully transient budget constraints, or limit it to what can be obtained for free after developing over the top of most of it. Mother Nature is not making more natural areas and ecosystems like this, and open spaces, especially in urban areas. Focus on redevelopment, build up, not out. COVID and Black Lives Matter are showing us how important access to nearby nature is for all people. We need equitable access to nearby nature. This is the mission statement on major outfits like Sierra Club and other ones. We're getting mixed messages, but that's the message they're coming to. For health, well-being, and sense of place and ownership, it needs to be welcoming. By voting to include this as a city space, the community can drive the process of how it is designed and used. The community should drive this process, especially in a diverse urban area. I also am in support of no bus barn and no cars in Coolidge. Put housing over in that area where it will be adjacent to this wonderful area. We can actually skip over page 2. If you would flip the page, please, Heather. Next. Only one item on there. Or actually, there's only one item I would mention. This area is not already served well with public parks, and certainly not with ecological natural areas. The other parks around there are single-purpose sports fields for the most part, and not usable by the community. They go to other areas. I see people of all colors at Maple Bluff Beach all the time. They're looking for open space. Page 4, please. Let's save all 30 acres and create a welcoming nature park and shared community open space. This will help meet both ecological, climate is a huge issue, you guys, and social equity goals, which is a huge issue for the long term, not just a solution today. I have 3 comments about support very quickly. Parks Commission voted to and requested to contact partners for possible funding so we could look beyond just the bare minimum, which has driven the design so far that can be gotten for free. Housing voted to support looking at saving more acres, and sustainability, which you should be paying attention to, said save all 30. Major ecological groups support this. Madison Audubon and International Crane Foundation that know ecosystems say save all 30. Part of it can be a public park. Mixed messages from Sierra Club and 360. We got messages that they supported all the 14 plan, but they also said, people told us from there, save as many acres as possible. We expect they will support all 30 when the alders approve this plan. In terms of equity,
3 minutes.
Oh, okay. We have support from other equity, Jeffrey Lewis, Muriel Sims. I would support amending the plan and allow a study and contact with Dane County and partners like the Urban Ecology Center that just spent $24 million to save 24 acres by working with partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Maggie Free Spirit of Coolidge Street, in opposition wishing to speak, to be followed by Virginia Schultz.
I'm showing muted.
You're unmuted.
Okay. Hi, first off, I want to say that I fully support preserving all 30 acres of the Hartmeyer Natural Area and ask you to commit to saving this important, unique ecosystem. Secondly, I did send an email on Sunday. I'm not seeing it in the list of submitted items. Hopefully you all got that. And third, I'm mainly here to ask you to deny the plan to create a 4-way intersection at Packers Avenue and Coolidge Street. The neighborhood does not want traffic entering Coolidge from Packers. Creating a safe crossing for pedestrians and bikes would be welcome, as is a planned BRT stop, but there's no good reason and zero benefit to allowing traffic from a 6-lane arterial highway to turn onto a residential street. The city's Neighborhood Traffic Management Program, or NTMP, makes the following statements that I ask you to keep in mind as I speak. Under the introduction, it states that the City of Madison places a high value on neighborhood livability, which includes, and I quote, the ability of parents to feel that their children's safety is not at risk when playing in the neighborhood. And also, still quoting, there are several forms of unwanted traffic recognized on residential street. Traffic using the street as a shortcut, detour, or overflow from a congested arterial. And also still quoting, Madison neighborhood should be protected from the negative impacts of traffic, end quotes. In the first block of Coolidge Street off Packers Avenue by this planned intersection is the neighborhood's Eakin Park, where lots of children play. Sending 2,000 more vehicles a day by the city's own estimates down these streets will create hazards for children. So much for livability and children's safety. The city planners have admitted in the plan that there will be cut-through traffic. This completely disregards the stated goals and objectives of the Transportation Management Program to prevent the negative impacts of unwanted traffic. That plan has been adopted by the city. How can the Oscar Mayer plan be allowed to completely violate and disregard that? The Eakin Park Neighborhood Association submitted a letter dated December 12th, officially in opposition to opening this planned intersection to motor vehicles. Residents here have been vocally involved for months, and yet we have not been listened to. Even Emerson East neighborhood sent a letter stating, quote, we fail to understand the argument for Coolidge to be open to motorized traffic. In general, we feel that the input of neighbors most impacted should be valued and reflected in planning decisions. The final changes by city staff proposing an intersection like East Wash and Livingston will do nothing to limit traffic entering our neighborhood. This intersection type would allow all turning movements from north and southbound Packers, with only right turn movements allowed on Coolidge Street. This only limits traffic leaving the neighborhood, not entering the neighborhood. The neighborhood does not want any cut-through traffic at all. I ask that you also consider all the comments that were made at the beginning of this meeting. In conclusion, I ask that you reject the Coolidge and Packers intersection if it allows any motor vehicle traffic into the existing Coolidge Street. Please consider making it a 3-way intersection, which does not allow any motor vehicle traffic into Coolidge. Allow it to be welcoming into pedestrians, wheelchairs, bikers, and our soon-to-be new neighbors, but not accessible for motor vehicles. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next is Virginia Schultz, who I believe we heard from earlier.
Right.
And the next name is Catie Shannon of Pauling Street, in opposition, wishing to speak, representing Eakin Park, who I also believe we heard from earlier.
Yes.
Okay. And also Bernice Armold of North Street, neither supporting nor opposing.
Bernice is not in the attendee list.
Okay.
Oh, wait, sorry. Yes, she is.
Okay, so Bernice Armold of North Street, neither supporting nor opposing, wishing to speak, to be followed by Greg Patton. Bernice, are you with us?
Just trying to find her here. Bernice, there may be a prompt on your screen.
Oh, yeah, it was a little delayed. I did speak earlier at the beginning of the meeting. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Bernice. All right, so then Greg Patton of Superior Street in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Catherine Rohrmeyer.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to give my input. I live a half a block away from Commercial Sherman, so it's in my backyard, basically. And I bought a house here about 2.5 years ago. This is only my second time talking publicly to any government agency. So I'm not a frequent flyer. Like I hear of a lot of people here. I've listened into a lot of these meetings, and it seems like the same group of people that are vocally against this project. I moved here from Seattle about 12 years ago, and my first exposure to the city planning and projects was the Sequoia Library and mixed-use redevelopment in Midvale. And I was shocked at how much effort and pushback there was in replacing the Green Tin shopping mall that was at that project, that was at that location, if you remember that. And I came to learn from people, coworkers, that Madison is known as a place that says no to all projects. And my coworkers informed me of the lengthy and torturous process to bring any project to realization. In my travels around other parts of the state, I wondered how good of road systems Green Bay has, the rejuvenation in Milwaukee neighborhoods. And then I look at the good ideas and plans go to die in the city of Madison with the no to any projects in the city. It's just crazy. And I contrast with my local experience with that of Seattle. And after leaving there, I returned 3 years later. I worked at King County and discovered that not only did they plan and redevelopment of underutilized semi-industrial areas called Lake Union area, they executed it, and they built new transportation systems with light rail and created mixed modal transportation hubs. They increased density in the downtown neighborhoods and made it livable and nice, and people want to be there. They understand the need to plan for growth because growth was coming without any planning. Whether you plan or not, people will move here. They plan to execute on the vision, and the results were really good. I understand that Seattle has much more resources than Madison. It's 3 times the population. But the main difference was they understand the need for planning for growth. It's sad to see Madison has a reputation that no development and business building is good or needed. No project will satisfy all the people. 80% of the satisfaction of all people, not just the outliers on the far right and left of this project, should be listened to. Not just 5 or 10 people that keep on beating and beating and beating on this plan. I support the Oscar Mayer plan and the development of the Hartmeyer area. The area is like a black hole because the road system was created to move a large number of employees in and out of the Oscar Mayer plant with 30, right?
That is 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
If you could wrap up.
Well, I really support the plan. It's gone through a lot of process. There's a lot of thought gone into it. It's a black hole area, and I don't want to see the area just be undeveloped like Racine and Sheboygan. But anyway, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next is Catherine Rohrmeyer of Coolidge Street in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Beth Sloyce.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I live on Coolidge Street. This is my first time speaking to the council or publicly at all, actually, about development. So you have never heard my voice before. Also, I would like it to be known also in conversation to the previous speaker that I'm not saying no to development. I am saying no to particular points which negatively impact my neighborhood, which is the Eakin Park neighborhood. I live on Coolidge Street, and an ingress from Packers Avenue would be devastating. I'm actually a bit appalled that it's a suggestion. You might know that this is a quiet, small neighborhood. It's a cul-de-sac. So there is absolutely no reason to enter the neighborhood on Coolidge Street, especially since you can already just drive down 3 blocks and enter on an existing artery, which is called Commercial Avenue. And as other speakers have mentioned, Coolidge Street at Packers, that is where our Eakin Park is. So having an extra 2,000 some cars coming in off a highway onto a small street where there is a park is a bad idea. Having been hit by a car before while on a bicycle, I can tell you that it is an unpleasant experience at best and should be avoided. We should not be putting the neighborhood, the children, the families, our pets, etc., at increased risk for absolutely no gain whatsoever. There's a reason that McCormick Street was closed to traffic from Highway 30. There are also reasons why Kedzie Street was closed to traffic from East Washington Avenue. These are the exact same reasons why there is no good reason to add an ingress from Packers Avenue to Coolidge Street. Please don't undo the safety and the quality of life that our neighborhood has gained by closing streets to large arteries of traffic by now opening another one that in no way actually helps this community at all. Certainly adding to the safety of crossing Packers at Commercial would be a wonderful idea. You can push the button for the walk light, and if you're not fast on your feet, you will not make it across before the light starts flashing for you to stop. So if you have mobility issues or children, or if it's a day where it's very snowy and there's a lot of slush, right, you're not making it across in time. And I think we've all been there with the snow. It's an unpleasant experience. So why don't we use the arteries that we have, make them safer for us all? Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, next question is Beth Sloys of Nova Way, in opposition wishing to speak, to be followed by David Bierman.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Alders, and Madam President. I'd like to thank all the area residents, many residents, not just 10 people. There are a lot of residents that have been involved with this process. If you've looked in Legistar, there's lots and lots of communication. A lot of people are uncomfortable with the Zoom format or don't have access to the internet at home. So I feel that I've met with a lot of people. I've been involved with the Oscar Mayer process since I was with Renee Walk, a member of the Oscar group, whose data is part of this special area plan, the findings of that. I've been involved, I attended many of the OMSAC meetings, and I feel really strongly that this is a really once in a lifetime moment that we're looking at in terms of Hartmeyer. I see Hartmeyer as a core, a community hub place that could be developed into an outdoor classroom setting with perhaps an urban ecology center type of setting. It could be the core of a green redevelopment for ecological entrepreneurship on the north side, or a green initiative where we focus on the fact that this is a robust green area. Why say that that's a detriment? I view that as an asset, and I see the Hartmeyer property as an addition to that. And I could see businesses focusing in the area on green initiatives, things like bringing kids over there from, say, Shabazz High School to do internships. There are low-cost ways that we can work on the Hartmeyer property. There are ways that we can bring, you have a at-the-ready volunteer corps. I just see this as a place where people go for comfort and solace. One of the letters you may have read was from a woman who was pregnant and struggling financially. She called herself broke. And she used the natural area as a place to go for comfort. It was a quiet spot, a central spot in the middle of the Sherman neighborhood. And I've been over on Superior Street visiting with Candace Diaz and visited and heard that, there are lots of kids there that are not allowed to cross Packers Highway to go over to the parks over, say, Demetral Park. They would love to have an opportunity to have a neighborhood area where they can go and learn about nature and experience nature in nature without a lot of bells and whistles. I support the three-way intersection at Coolidge, and I strongly urge that you consider opening Coolidge the same way that you've opened Leonard and Monroe Streets over on the west side.
That is 3 minutes.
If you could wrap up, please.
Sure. I just want to say that I am not against redevelopment at all. I'm excited about the opportunities afforded there. But I also would like to say that the motion that was provided by the Sustainable Madison Committee to address racial justice and social equity during the Oscar Mayer plan should include assessing and preventing human exposures to toxic chemicals at the site and or released from the site among all people, and particularly at risk, low-income people and people of color. I appreciate the work involved by planning staff.
Beth, if you could wrap up, please.
I sure will. I just appreciate the process, and I look forward to the future of the North Side. It's our home place. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is David Bierman of Nova Way, in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Ralph Neal Smith.
Thank you, City Council and members, Mayor. Before you is a vast amount of data and testimony in relation to the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. I trust you've had the time to review it thoroughly. It represents heavy effort from a large portion of the community and constituents, in addition to the taxpayer-supported efforts of the City Plan Department. The data borne by city planning dictates purported needs for future growth and apparent answers to the problems that have plagued the neighborhoods of the community for decades. Indeed, there is community grassroots support in regard for OMSAP overall. One with diverse, affordable housing, increased employment, commercial development, varied and reliable transportation options. Wonderful, all have unified support. However, there are exceptions, and these exceptions are important, and these exceptions need your action to right the inexcusable wrongs of this plan. Tremendous testimony from constituents, neighborhood associations, grassroots groups, and dedicated professionals founded on research input, facts, and figures asked for just a few exceptions to be amended into the OMSAP plan. Small requests, yes, but eminently important enough to devote years of effort, exhaustive research, extensive networking, and hours of testimony to provide sound facts. Community members, professionals, members of government, real people, taxpayers, voters have been reaching out, voicing these exceptions to these few simple yet critically important concerns to preserve health, happiness, sense of place, life, future of a community, and all it has to offer. By those that make it a community, the people, not just for themselves, but to keep and preserve a legacy for the future. But their voices, the people, these real people that make up this city, are being ignored. They are left to wonder why they are continually bullied and discounted by the very body of government and paid staff that exists to support their voice. Now they come to this body, their city council, their entrusted and empowered to act elected body, and ask you to hear their voice and act on their behalf. Their requests are simple. Amend OMSAP to preserve all 31 acres of the Hartmeyer property as a natural wetland and ecological green space. Amend OMSAP to act to ensure that all toxic and hazardous contamination conditions that are known to exist, could exist, or potentially have traveled off the Oscar Mayer site are thoroughly investigated, identified, and mitigated to the satisfaction and with the full participation of community constituents. And amend the OMSAP to provide a three-way intersection with Coolidge and Packers Highway, pedestrian-only access to Coolidge at Eakin Park, using the existing Leonard and Monroe Street intersection as an example. Now we respectively ask you on these concerns to speak for us, dispel the diminishment that we've endured, use your elected power, the power we entrusted to you by our vote, preserve the voices of our community and speak for those of the future by amending the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. Restore our faith in this process and do the right thing. Include these simple desires of the people. There's ample room for all to flourish here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next registrant is Ralph Neal Smith of Superior Street, in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Eric Sundquist.
Hello, thanks for having me in this format. I'm speaking in support of the plan, but I have two major reservations. And as a former DNR hydrogeologist for the state of Wisconsin, who worked extensively with brownfields sites around the state, I have reservations. And so there's two reasons. One, my two major reservations are, one is environmental and then two is public health. So I'll start with the environmental natural landscape of the Hartmeyer Natural Resource Area. And I'm in favor of preserving the entire 30 acres. The wetland delineation, I'm told, is approximately 20 acres. And so wetlands are very valuable. And this property is very unique because it has the oak savanna on it. And oak savanna prairie systems are the most endangered major ecosystems in the country and for the world, for that matter. And buffer zones are needed. And so in this case, even though we have 20 acres of wetlands delineation we're looking at, I think we need the extra 10 acres of uplands, and with those large majestic oak trees have a really good footprint to start with. And so that's my second point, is from a public health standpoint. And so I'm concerned, very concerned about chlorinates in the groundwater emanating from Hartmeyer and also from mainly from the OM property, the large buildings at Oscar Mayer. And the concern is that based on the groundwater data I've seen and the soil data regarding the the chlorinates, that the vapor is not really addressed. And so the vapor from chlorinates gets suspended in soil and they get stuck in groundwater, and they last a lot longer than many people think, decades and decades later. And so we're on a real steep learning curve, and DNR has only in the last 5 years gotten more sophisticated about it, and that's true worldwide. And so you have to look at sewer lines and utility corridors. And I think given the history of broken sewer lines and other management issues, not to say right and wrong, but just, things break. But sanitary sewer lines and water lines and utility corridors, everything from telephone lines.
3 minutes.
If you could wrap up, sir.
Yep. Well, the point is we need to evaluate utility corridors in the Eakin Park neighborhood. And it doesn't matter which way the groundwater flow direction is. It's what matters is that there's man-made preferential pathways, and in this case, likely utility corridors. Thanks so much for the time. I think it's great stuff happening, and I'm really excited about it, and just have those two reservations, and I think we can make it work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Eric Sundquist of Keys Ave in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Adam Pagenkoff. And President Carter, my computer is going to restart itself shortly. So if you could pull up the registration list and be ready to take over when I go away briefly, I would appreciate that. Mr. Sundquist?
Yes, thank you, and good evening, everybody. A few years ago, the city had to face up to a land use error, the development of an affordable but disconnected neighborhood on the southeast edge of town called Owl Creek. Some of you were on council then and would remember this pretty strongly. Owl Creek had no bus service, and the nearest job centers, schools, shopping, and other destinations were miles away. City ended up adding special funding for transit service, which helps, but Owl Creek remains literally a marginalized community. And it's not the only such case. In my time on the Plan Commission, we've been faced repeatedly with the choice of permitting affordable housing in a remote location where teenagers and others without cars have limited opportunities or none at all. And there are at least a couple of those in the pipeline right now. Well, why does this happen? People ask, why would you do that? And one reason is it's really hard to assemble property and fit in more intense development in established neighborhoods where the connections to jobs and services are better. Such development does happen, but not at the pace we need to keep rents down, which is why the Oscar Mayer area plan with large parcels of well-located, underused land is so absolutely critical. Parenthetically, the 16 acres of additional Hartmeyer property that currently is in the plan for development has been described as an environmental gem and a toxic waste dump, sometimes in the same breath. It's really neither. It's a historic brownfield, similar to other brownfields we've had in the city, and it's in need of remediation, and the most likely way to have remediation is to have it be developed and have the developers remediate it. To wrap up, it's easy to set policy goals saying we support housing and affordability, not to mention reduced vehicle emissions and reduced traffic that come with transit accessible neighborhoods. Tonight, we need to walk that talk. Every acre taken out of development could displace dozens of potential homes. Build it somewhere else, exclusion is a bad answer that leads to more owl creeks on the fringe and higher rents for everyone. Please support the plan as approved by Plan Commission with a beautiful 14-acre space covering all of the wetland and the oak trees, as well as room for housing that we desperately need. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Adam Pagankoff of Cantwell Court in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Carl Lansness.
There is no one by that name in the list, and there is no Carl Lansness either.
Okay, so then we'll go to Peter Taglia of Brittingham Place in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Beth Kubley.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Peter Taglia, and I actually, it sounds like I'm the second hydrogeologist who's calling in. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I live in Madison, where I went to graduate school here for contaminant hydrogeology, and then I've worked the rest of my career in the environmental science and environmental advocacy realm. And what I'm seeing with this project is that it has gone through a lot of very thoughtful discussion. I think the planning staff put it together very well. And it seems that you are on a debate right now that is an environmental debate, and it's a crux. And people are talking about wetlands and nature. And obviously, it's very easy to say that we want to support that. And I think, except for the last speaker, not a lot of people have been talking about the environmental opportunity cost. And if we do not build housing where it's easy to get around by transit-oriented development, we have a whole bunch of harm that happens in very small ways that people don't see. It's kind of invisible. And it's not as obvious or sexy as saying we're going to create a environmental park somewhere. I want to point just to the idea that I think staff has put together quite well, is that if we don't build hundreds of units of housing on the additional acreage that some people want to be turned into a park, those housing units are going to be built somewhere else, and it's going to require a lot more vehicle miles traveled, and it's going to have a lot more impacts on our watershed. And that's something that really scares me a lot. It's something that I think is very important that we have to consider, that it's not just the wetlands here and what we could have in Madison, it's also how much landscape gets paved over when you have people living in a place that is much harder to get around, which is where people will build if we don't build it here. I want to just point to one example of a way to think about this, and that is the Center for Neighborhood Technology in Chicago has done a lot of studies, and they've looked at the total environmental footprint of different opportunities. In one case, they looked at very deeply one business that wanted to build in downtown Chicago, or have a building in downtown Chicago, or have a building in Hoffman Estates, which is in the suburbs of Chicago. And the one that was in Hoffman Estates was going to be beautiful, and it was going to be LEED certified and solar, and it was going to have probably some wetlands and permeable pavers. And then the one in Chicago was going to be in Chicago. And when they did the analysis of what is the total environmental footprint, what they found was it was dramatically higher when they had it in the suburbs. And so I just want you to think about that as I wrap up, is that it's going to be built somewhere. This is a place where you can build it where people can get to where they need to go and where they want to work without having to hop in a car. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next rendition is Beth Kubley of Woodward Drive. In opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Thomas Wilson.
Beth is not here, but Thomas is.
All right. So Thomas Wilson of Clark Court in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Tyson Vitale.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So I'm here today just to fully support the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan as approved by the Plan Commission. And I really think that the staff and all the folks that have worked on this did an excellent job of really putting together a really balanced plan that meets two really important needs, which is working on our housing crisis and preserving green space. And, I'm an environmentalist, and, if we didn't have a housing crisis, if we didn't have a climate crisis that requires us to rethink about how we get around, if we didn't have the geographical limitations that the isthmus has for transportation, I'd be in favor of preserving all of the acreage or taking the entire site and making it a big park. But the reality is we do have a housing crisis, and we do have a climate crisis, and we do have transportation issues. And so if not here, where? For those that oppose the level of density in housing, I would suggest thinking about what natural area outside of town we should be developing into housing. What roads should we expand to handle the additional auto-centered traffic that would generate? And whose neighborhoods should the folks drive through to get to work and to play and to other things that they want to do? So I really support this plan. I also want to make a comment. A lot of folks seem like really upset that there wasn't a lot of process or they're not being heard. And, not getting what you want is not the same as not being heard. And, that's just part of the process and part of having these conversations. So I really think this is an opportunity for us to live up to our goals of supporting housing, increasing housing affordability, building in some of that green space, having a really balanced approach. And I really hope that you pass this plan as approved by the Plan Commission, the Transportation Policy and Planning Board, and the Board of Park Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Tyson on? Vitale? Tyson, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So I want to address, I did register in support. I'm sure there's a couple things that could be improved on this plan that I've heard, but I really want to address what most folks are on this call about. And what I've been hearing, which I know y'all can't see my side eye right now, but how much side eye I am given to like the statements here is quite a lot because, I mean, preserving the entire 30 acres is not environmentalism, it's NIMBYism. I don't know what else to say. Like, let's just call it what it is. It's NIMBYism, not environmentalism. I know you can't, if people are like really concerned about the health concerns that are to be had if we do development housing on there, then that specifically is what needs to be addressed. And all I've been hearing at this meeting is using words like environmentalism and equity and other things like that and saying that those are concerns when we really know what happens or what's going on here is basically white homeowners wanting to have their preferences dominate what actually continues to move forward here in this plan. And that is exactly why we have the problems that we have. We need more density, we need more housing, and how many hundreds of units are we not going to have in a prime place for access to public transportation, etc., because folks don't want more folks in their neighborhood? How many times and how many neighborhoods are we going to do this in? How many times are we going to listen to folks say, oh, put it somewhere else, it should be put over there, build that over there? That's the definition of NIMBYism. And how many times are we going to follow the preferences of the majority white homeowners that say build it somewhere else under the guise of environmentalism and equity when we know the driving factor is not wanting density, not wanting more people, specifically those people in their neighborhoods? I get it. It's really easy to frame these issues that way, especially due to just the dynamics and, folks, developers easily being demonized for a lot of good reasons sometimes. But we need more housing. We need more density. And we need to stop having and framing these conversations like this. And it's not okay for these large majority white homeowners who are wanting to preserve an entire 30 acres and under the guise of environmentalism and under the guise of equity, when we really know what's taking place here and the dynamics are here and what's going on. You see this everywhere. And we need to stop it. And we need to prioritize what we really need to prioritize, which is more density, more housing in general, and making sure that we're not pushing out minority and lower income folks from our city by not doing so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Carter. Apologies for the technology. So our next registrant is Rob Gottschalk of Willard Ave in support, wishing to speak, representing Vanderwall and Associates, to be followed by Jeremiah Oster.
I'm taking an educated guess that the Rob G is the right guy. He is unmuted on my end.
Rob, you may have a prompt to unmute yourself. All right, we'll go on then to Jeremiah Oster of Brown Lane in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Leslie Luttrell.
I do not see Jeremiah in the list at all, but Leslie is here.
Leslie Luttrell of Crop Ave in opposition. I'm sorry, she's available to answer questions, representing the Sherman Neighborhood Association, as are Nate Ellis of Oscar Ave in support, representing 910 Meyer LLC. Chelsea Gruey of Oscar Ave in support, representing the same. Joan Bell Call of Ash Lane in opposition. Don Ferb of Alice Ave in support, representing, that must be Don Ferber of Alice Ave in support, representing the Four Lakes group Sierra Club. And Liz Wessel of Woodside Terrace in support, representing the Sierra Club Four Lakes group. Thomas Running of Johnson Street, neither supporting nor opposing. And Camille Carter of Park Street in support. All of those folks are available to answer questions. I'm going to try one more time for Rob Gottschalk. All right, hearing nothing then, are there questions for any of our registrants? Vice President Abbas.
Thank you very much. Can we get Tom running I have a question for him.
All right, can we get Tom Running here to answer a question?
I don't see him in the attendee list.
Okay, Vice President Abbas?
That's all right. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions for registrants? All right, seeing none, staff, actually, let's, staff has a short presentation that they like to make, and then we'll get a motion. And so I'll turn to Dan McAuliffe.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for staying up late. As you guys probably know, my name is Dan McAuliffe. Let me get my presentation going really quick. Given the late hour, I will try to be brief. Hold on one second. Too many windows. All right. Technical difficulties. All right. Oops. Hold on. My apologies. All right, given the late hour, I'll try to be brief, but I also felt it necessary to change the date of the presentation just for
little bit of brevity. Just to kind of recap, this is the second phase of a two-phase process being preceded by the special area plan. That really set out the vision and objectives for redevelopment. A couple primary factors that we would look at: economic development, so targeting a high density of living wage jobs and making sure that there's diversity in ownership and making sure that those jobs are distributed equitably. Big focus on equity, maintaining affordability and minimizing displacement, and creating a welcoming district that really serves all of Madison's residents. Really leveraging transit. Right now we have the North Transfer Point, future plan for the North Quarter of the BRT as soon as practical. Looking at how we can grow sustainably, focusing on stormwater and preserving environmental assets. As many of you may know, we are projected to grow by about 70,000 people in the next 20 years. And as a community, in the comprehensive plan, about 15,000 people participated and said we should have the highest concentration of new developments on our transit corridors and in activity centers. This is a map that shows how effective our transit service is right now. As you can see, that area or that circle is about the Oscar Mayer site. Very, very good transit. And what does that do? That translates into very low rates of driving. So this is from Madison in Motion back in 2016. What we found is people in the central area, which this Oscar Mayer is a big part of, when they commute to work, they're driving about 40% of the time. Heavy use of transit, heavy use of biking. When you go just a couple miles outside, that area doubles. So growing intensely in these areas is certainly this a sustainable approach to lowering our carbon footprint as a city. We've done a pretty extensive job of trying to reach out to the public, make sure that we're available. Going back to our first kickoff event last June, we met with anybody who wanted to meet with us. We had 2 open houses. Every time we had an open house, we followed up with neighborhood associations before to understand their perspective before getting the perspective of the Plan Commission as well. Big picture idea. So thinking about how we can weave together the north and the east side, kind of healing the wound that was created from Packers Avenue, maintaining the area as a major employment hub, creating that mixed use hub, that happening on Commercial Avenue, transforming a formerly industrial street into kind of the community's next main street, thinking about how we can have a compact, walkable street grid throughout, plan not only for the North Transfer Point and future BRT, but long-term down the road, rail transit, intercity rail, focusing on incorporating that existing wetland into a public open space and really enhancing the character of Packers Avenue as an entry corridor into the city. So this is the concept that is introduced. A couple big ideas: employment, predominantly in the existing Oscar Mayer buildings to the north, mixed use development along Commercial Avenue, residential on the western side of the track. Right now, the plan is showing about a 14.1 acre open space on the Hartmeyer property. That was an increase from the initial plan. That was the initial concept was 8 acres, and an increase from the most recent trip to Plan Commission, which is 13.5 in response to the wetland delineation. So right now, that property, 48% of that Hartmeyer property is an open space, 78% increase from the initial draft. One of our big efforts to reach out to underrepresented populations was working with Annette Miller to really facilitate a key constituency advisory group. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to her to give a brief synopsis of what she heard in those sessions.
All right, Annette, if you can raise your hand, it will help me find you. Oh, there you are. Go ahead, Annette.
Good evening, everyone. Again, my name is Annette Miller. My business is called Equity by Design. And the work that we do is to make sure that we center the voices of community in our public engagement processes that we are brought on to do, particularly in this area. part of our strategy is really making sure that when we center diverse voices, we're really operating with an equity lens. So we really think about root causes. We think about social determinants, which are basically conditions which people may be born, grow, live, work, and age, and how those circumstances may shape how where they're living, how they're working, and how they're, thriving, surviving. We really try to make sure that the processes are inclusive and that we get as broad and wide of a participation as possible. And in particular, we're very conscious of when we're doing the work that we make sure we represent the areas of which the work is taking place. We also care deeply about making sure that it's community owned and centered and led. So making sure, again, that people live in the geographic area and community, that it's their voices, that it's about focusing on strengths and not deficits, and what collaboration could look like. We also feel a deep responsibility to make sure that we hold and carry diverse voices in the engagement process. As all of you as alders notice, many times we don't have a strong representation of communities of color in these processes. Hence, it's 11:30 at night. And we're also trying to deal with technology. And prior to that, it was still a struggle just for location and families, et cetera. And so we take very seriously really trying to hold diverse voices in these conversations. And we appreciate the opportunity to be able to bring that to you yet tonight. Everything that I share and put in our documentation and our reports are directly from the voices of the community. We do not add or ad lib to those comments. Again, we really think about what is directly shared and spoken by our community. So what I wanted to let you also know is that I know tonight that part of what's been happening is that there's been this wedge issue of thinking that this is about Black and brown people versus environment. And that's not what this conversation is about. It's really about thinking about balance and thinking about the needs of all people and thinking about, again, an equity lens. And when you're thinking about an equity lens, you think about what's there and you think about what's needed to add, grow, and develop. And so from our perspective, the voices of the community, African American, Latino, Hmong, mixed race identity, which were very heavily represented in this process. We had we invited over 80 individuals to participate in the process, and we got a little under 50% who responded in the in-person sessions. That's about 34 people who participated in the focus groups. And then we had another 30 individuals participate by survey. And those individuals who participated by survey were not the same people who participated in the focus groups. So we had 64 people. And I would push back that even in light of who's spoken tonight, 64 people who represent African American, Latino, Hmong, mixed race identities is no small number when it comes to engagement. That's actually quite important and quite relevant and shouldn't be marginalized or minimized as part of this discussion because it's real. What we heard from the community members, in particular, both through the polling that happened at the sites at the open house, and then also through the survey, and then also listening in the focus groups, is that housing, employment, and transportation is where they were really centered. And in fact, the comments are pretty broad and exciting. If you look more fully at the summaries of what's presented under each of the key objectives, most of the ideas and comments came from those focus group sessions. And there's very interesting ideas about what could be done. And that was the purpose of this engagement, was to find out if we're going to redevelop the area, what do these communities need? And we focused in on transportation, because that, again, was one of the key objectives, looking at housing, looking at what does it mean to be an inclusive and welcoming community, an area and hub, And we also talked a lot and extensively around economic development. How can we develop and grow small businesses? The data that came from this shared that there was, in terms of how people reacted to the proposed design, 73% stated that they felt there was a very strong balance between housing and employment. 50% stated that the concepts met the vision and the redevelopment objectives. And if you recall, in phase 1, the redevelopment objectives came again strongly represented from diverse communities, as well as the committee that was part of the process. This has all been very vetted in terms of doing community engagement. The objectives are very strong. They're very representative and reflective of many voices about what's needed to redevelop that area. And the folks that these voices represent come from that area as well. When I said that 50% stated that the concepts met the vision and the redevelopment objectives, 30% said that they could live with the vision and the redevelopment. So I think that's a very interesting statement. They could have said, no, I don't want to do this, but they said, it doesn't meet every bit of what I want, but I could really live with the redevelopment and the vision. Also what was really important was connected local street network with direct routes to, from, and through the area. There was a lot of discussion from the focus group members about how difficult and complicated it is to get and move around the community. So that was very important. And then the last thing that I'll speak to is that when we brought the efforts of the voices from the focus groups and the survey to the open house, which usually is well attended, by the white community, which is great. When I was sharing that information with them, so many people were nodding their heads and affirming what they were hearing from this data and from this information. And so it isn't that, to me, that seems like there is a movement and there was a willingness to really lean into and understand and listen and hear what other constituencies were thinking and feeling about the redevelopment plan. But like I said, folks, where they were and where they are is that they are around housing and employment and transportation. And then this issue about open space and parks, I want to make it very clear, and this is not, there isn't anything unclear about this issue. It has been documented over and over again about how people of color are responded to in open spaces. It is not welcoming, it's not inclusive. We have people who bike, who walk, who have brought their families to different spaces, and other studies of which I've been a part of or have heard anecdotally through having conversations, because that's what I do, have conversations with people. Their experiences are, yeah, they appreciate the natural and open spaces. And yeah, they do see that as being a benefit, but they have not been welcomed and it has not been designed with them in mind. And so it is possible to have two truths happen at the same time. You can appreciate something while also feel that you've been negatively impacted by something as well. And the last thing I will say is that, it makes sense what the focus is from communities of color. We know economically and historically, they have not had access to housing, employment, and transportation in the same ways that other community members have. And so these are real important priorities to them. They're not saying that they don't believe in open space or that they don't believe in parks. It's just, it's not a priority for them, given that they have a higher needs, which is housing, employment, and transportation, and really great ideas about how they can add and benefit and be a part of making an area of Madison exciting, interesting, and thriving, which it needs to be. So if I can answer any questions later on, I'd be happy to. And I apologize, I know I wasn't very short. Thank you, Dan.
That's all right. So I'm going to briefly go back through just a couple more things. So first, talking about how much development we would like to or likely to see in the Oscar Mayer area. Certainly, there is a that ceiling of maximum possible capacity is high. That number is about 2,700 units, but that really doesn't factor into a lot of things like property owners' perspectives and their motivations. So one thing we try to do is categorize developments as likely, possible or longer term, and allowable. So those likely ones are properties like Oscar Mayer, like Hartmeyer, that we've seen motivate, the owners are taking specific actions to pursue development on those properties. We're seeing about 950 potential housing units in that likely category. 1,200 in the possible longer term. A great example of this one would be the rental car lot. No one, certainly we could all look at that and say that's a great opportunity for a redevelopment. However, that location is tied to the airport. They would need to find a more suitable location. For example, one might be, hypothetically, in front of the old SCHO. Of course, that location doesn't make sense until the connection between Pancratz and SCHO Drive makes sense, which is contingent upon another development. So you see there's a series of dominoes that need to occur. And if not all those fall in steps, some of those developments don't happen. That third category is simply the allowable. Understanding that plans are used as a basis for future development proposals, certain areas that we certainly wouldn't want to say no, but we don't necessarily expect those to develop. Looking in, we also took the plan through the lens to try to understand of LEED ND, of neighborhood development, to try to understand, how could this be a sustainable development? And what we found is that very likely, if development proceeded in conjunction with the basically following the recommendations in the plan, it would very likely achieve certification or higher grade, either silver or possible gold, depending upon the exact specifics of those properties. This is largely driven by the density, transit, bike network, the compact street grid, things that are really baked into the plan. This is why we do have support from the Sierra Club. They very much support growing on transit to reduce the carbon footprint associated with travel. So moving into a couple of those specific topics of discussion that the council will need to address. First, the Hartmeyer property, as we mentioned before, it's about right now what is in the plan is we're showing a 14.1 acres of open space combined with that park and wetland. That's 42% or 48% of that property. 395 units could be constructed if the recommendations in the plan are followed. That would be 42% of those likely to develop categories. This is a major piece of that TOD node. It also has some critical north-south connections moving through. Looking back, so here's that on the left, that first concept on the open house. That was an 8-acre open space. Moving now to where we are now, that 14.1, so 78% increase. So we're really feeling this is a pretty good balance in trying to capture the desire to maintain open space and preserve natural areas with the need to grow on transit. We also followed a lot of what is specified in the Parks and Open Space Plan. So this is in the map that's highlighting deficiencies in the park network. And as you can see, we are right in here. So what that Parks and Open Space Plan was saying is it really would be deficient. It's covered in the community and regional parks. It's deficient in the neighborhood parks. Those are in those typically 5-acre size. So that was what our initial plans were responding to. This is also the Parks and Open Space context. As you can see, there's quite a bit of open space in the area, a variety of characters from the very close Burroughs Park that is on the shores of Lake Mendota. Demetral, of course, is 50 acres. Warner Park, 213 acres. All of these parks are very close by, accessible either by foot or by transit. Warner Park is 6 minutes from the North Transport Park. Cherokee Marsh, 13 minutes via transit. 1-seat ride, so those are certainly very accessible to the plan area. When we look at the wetland, this is kind of a zoom in. You can kind of see it in this green shade. The green line is where the proposed or the plan is showing the open space. The balance is those critical street connections and the opportunities for growth. Also highlighted there, you've heard a lot about the old growth oaks. Those could certainly are planned to be preserved as a prominent feature of those natural open spaces. I don't see any reason why they would need to be removed, considering the right-of-way lines would be outside their drip edge as we're showing in the plan. We're also preserving that major tree line on the south by shifting Ruskin Street alignment to minimize any impact. A couple of things we also noticed, these are some images from the Friends of the Hartmire Natural Area, their Facebook page. And what kind of struck me as interesting in these are all images of the area that would be contained within that 14.1 acre open space. If this is what they're saying has value, we certainly agree. It's already contained within that open space. Briefly talk about stormwater, and Greg Fries is here as well to answer any questions, but the wetland is groundwater fed in an enclosed depression surrounded by hydric soils. It can't be used for flood prevention or management for the city and its residents. There was a lot of concern about the wetland becoming kind of a stormwater pond for the development. That can't be the case. First of all, NR 151 would prevent untreated stormwater from moving towards the wetland. Engineering would not approve routing any stormwater towards the wetlands, since the wetland is actually lower than our stormwater infrastructure. And also, if it was to become a parks would also need to prove that, and they have had my understanding, some pretty bad experience with accepting offsite stormwater. We also know that with the revised stormwater ordinance that was just adopted, there's going to be much stricter controls and hopefully a lower allowance of any just greater control over stormwater. Contamination, certainly, it's an issue. It's a typical issue that we see with industrial properties and really many properties throughout Madison. What we do know that there are some known cases, there are some open cases, some cases that have ongoing continuing obligations. But as part of the development process, there are procedures in place to evaluate, as well as, if there's contamination that is found, that it would be remediated. The city is committing to conducting a site investigation or remediation on any lands purchased by the city, requiring a phase 1 and 2 of site assessments for any lands that are dedicated to the city, and ensuring that all buildings meet indoor air quality safety standards. Bryn Bemis is also here. She can answer a lot more questions than I can. But we also have a really good track record of remediating properties. As you can kind of see, in the Cap East is littered with former industrial sites and contaminants that have been successfully remediated. Of course, property acquisition comes with a cost. The plan right now balances pretty well the parkland dedication, and we come to the city remediated with parkland impact fees at no cost. The acquisition of that property certainly comes at a cost. The city would also be responsible, or could be responsible, for remediation. If we just use the average value of land in Madison, that number is probably about $5 million. We know that the Hartmire estate is assessed at $1.7 million. That's set by the state, not the city. We don't think that's necessarily a market value. A lot of times those values don't seem to be set with any sort of rationale. They seem very random. Last thing, I do want to go back to the Equitable Development Report. Many of you may have seen this in going before some of the boards, commissions, and committees in 2009. It really came out of the Oscar Mayer strategic assessment because there was a major concern about displacement and gentrification associated with the redevelopment of Oscar Mayer. What we found is the Sherman neighborhood would be classified as an early type 1, meaning there is the potential for gentrification and displacement. There's an economically vulnerable housing population. We're seeing housing values and rents rising faster than the city average, and incomes are also rising faster than the city average. One of the things that the study also found is that growth really helps maintain affordability of existing housing. This is something that was clear in the data about Tenny Lapham, where the housing units that were below median in Tenny Lapham rose only at the rate of inflation between 2010 and 2017. Because our hypothesis is the addition of those units was forcing the existing units to compete more on price. Something that the Friends of Hartmeyer also mentioned at the May 13th Board of Parks Commission would be that preserving all 30 acres could be expected to increase property values up to 20% within a 5-minute walk. That's could be great for housing secure homeowners, but could be really challenging to renters when that value increase turns into rent increases. When we looked at the census blocks within a 5-minute walk, what we found is there's 615 cost burden rental households. That's 52% of those rental households. An additional 207 of those are severely housing cost burdens. So what does that mean? There may not be a clear equation for displacement and gentrification and limiting the supply of new housing and increasing the housing costs at the same time. So if the Common Council determines that the open space in the plan is deficient, we would strongly recommend expanding that open space to the south that preserves the critical aspects of the plan, the street network, all those connections. It can do so at increasing the open space by 2 acres with no change in the residential units. It does come at the cost of losing some of the low medium residential, so a little bit lower of a housing mix. We do think having that balance is important, but if it is something that the council feels is important, this is what we would suggest. Moving on to the Coolidge. So first of all, why was Coolidge selected for the intersection? The roadway geometry on the Oscar Mayer side just made a lot more sense. It had a better distance from the signals at Commercial and the ramps at Aberg, and made just some of these, the roadway geometry worked much better. So when we looked at this makes sense for an intersection, why does it make sense to connect to Eakin Park? Well, first of all, connected neighborhoods, those connections are the building blocks of neighborhood streets. One of the really interesting things about streets is they're the largest public space in the city. Everybody knows they can be on a public street. Sometimes you can see communities tend to wall themselves off from each other. They may not seem as public. We also know that connected neighborhoods are more resilient and weather cycles of decline and rejuvenation better than some of the other less connected areas. Multiple connections also balance neighborhood traffic over multiple routes. They also reduce driving within the neighborhood. For example, if 100 households use a connection for just any connection for half its trips, and each of those trips takes off 2 blocks, that adds up to about 15,000 miles of internal neighborhood traffic per year. So even when people say we're willing to drive out of the way, but we don't want volume in the neighborhood, sometimes they can create their own volume. It also provides better access for services, greater efficiency for things like refuse collections or snowplows, school buses, transit, emergency services. It also is a benefit from crime prevention through environmental design. Just creating more eyes in the street, sometimes just having a little extra visibility can be a good thing. I do want to talk a little bit about, kind of the impetus of Packers Avenue. It really came from the city's 1955 highway plan. As many of you have probably seen this graphic before, this is the central area traffic loop. This is a grade separated freeway, which would have basically destroyed Tenny Lapham between Johnson and Gorham. This is kind of that northern extension route that becomes Packers Avenue. Shown, when we look at it, it really was designed as a highway. It wasn't designed as a city street. And one of those issues is it doesn't foster economic or neighborhood development the way that our other streets in the city, like East Washington, like University, like Park Street, that carry a similar volume do. So this is Eakin Park before the construction of Packers Avenue. That dashed line is the approximate location now. So it was a very integrated neighborhood with, people could walk to work. They could, they had those connections that really distributed traffic. When Packers Avenue went through, it really severed those connections and really created a scar, in my opinion, through the north and east side, dividing those areas. So this is kind of the street network that you see in Eakin Park, the existing context. We have about 1.4 miles of perimeter from the existing intersection at Commercial Avenue. No outlets on the west, no outlets on the north, no outlets on the east. So it is very isolated. So one of the things that was discussed briefly, when we worked with the MPO and transportation to get some traffic projections, what we heard from them is they didn't see the drivers that would lead to non-local traffic using these. What we heard was they would project about at a maximum about 1,000 cars per day. And that would be reduced by reducing certain movements through the area. One of the intersection designs that had been discussed as a potential alternative is the East Washington and Livingston style. So this would certainly prevent cross traffic from Oscar Mayer going into Eakin Park. It would start to create some porosity, also start to humanize the Packers Avenue. One of the criticisms of this is it is a two-phase pedestrian crossing. Our talks with transportation seem to suggest it might be able to do this in a one phase, particularly in off-peak times. And it's something that they're looking at. Lastly, I'm sure you've heard that a lot of people may be opposed to this, but there is support in the neighborhood. Here are just some of the emails we've received. Many of these have been provided to us actually by Ald Evers-Dist. So with multiple residents on Coolidge, multiple residents on other Eakin Park streets of Myrtle, Dahl, North, Commercial, and Stang. So there is some support, and certainly they are not the vocal, but they are there. And at that point, I am happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Dan. Are there questions for staff? Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if this question should go to Dan or to Brent Bemis, the hydrologist on staff. Is she available?
She is.
We've heard in some of the public testimony description of the area covered by the site plan as a toxic waste dump or something almost like a quasi Superfund site. I assume you're an expert on brownfields. How does that sound accurate to you?
I'd say this is a historical industrial area, and there are some significant environmental challenges, especially with the Oscar Mayer proper. It has 3 open investigations that are happening under DNR supervision right now. The Hartmeyer Estate has not done a ton of testing. What they have done is mostly just been in shallow soils. I would say what we're seeing is typical for what we see in many areas of the city, especially the East Washington corridor, which was the former industrial corridor of the city, and also similar in the fact that it was marshy, and so it received a lot of contaminated fill. So this type of what's being proposed, these brownfield redevelopments, there's a lot of precedent in the city, and there's many examples of where we have successfully redeveloped on similarly contaminated properties.
Could you describe some of those other successes? Sure. Give me an example. I mean, you mentioned East Washington. The reason why I bring this up, because one of the concerns that was expressed in our Sustainable Madison Committee, and you know, I think it's a reasonable concern, is that if we're talking about an area for affordable housing, and if the area is degraded, that this is a matter of environmental justice or environmental racism, and we're going to put poor people into Cancer Alley and they're all going to get sick and die. And I just wanted to interrogate that a little bit, because the narrative, I'm not sure if it's totally accurate. It seems like there are other brownfields that we've had in our city, and I want to know more about the relative success in dealing with them.
Right. Well, so to the first question, other examples, the Royster Clerk fertilizer plant on Dempsey and Cottage Grove Road. That's a huge former brownfield that's in the process of being redeveloped, and the location of the new Pinney Library. There's many developments on East Washington Avenue, the 3 Don Miller car lots on the 7 and 800 blocks. Those were all brownfields. The new T-wall development between Reynolds, at the Reynolds Crane lot between Mifflin and Dayton. The Stonehouse development at the former Madison Dairy, that's similar to the Oscar Mayer site because it also had some of the same contaminants of concern, which are called chlorinated solvents. The Garver Feed Mill, the new Central Park or McPike Park, that's 3 3 solid blocks of all contaminated brownfields that's now been turned into a new public park. So I would definitely not describe this area. I think there's a perception in the public that the first step is that we have to clean up everything and then we can plan it and then we can develop it. But really what comes first is the plan, and then the redevelopment and cleanup happen at the same time. And until there is a redevelopment, these industrial properties will normally languish and nothing will happen on them until there is a plan. I mean, until there's a development that is imminent.
Well, last question. To that end, one of our speakers raised a question, I think it was Ralph Neal Smith, about chlorinates in the groundwater at Hartmeyer. If that area is not developed for housing, what is the likelihood that that will be cleaned up?
Let's see, for Hartmeyer, I mean, they've done some testing. Most likely any future development would have to do additional testing, and that's when we would find out what is really there.
No, I get that, but if we're not going to develop this site and if we're going to try to turn it into a park, I'm wondering how it's going to be. From what I hear you saying, that when a area is developed for housing, that is our best opportunity to actually clean up past damage. But if we're going to try to reclaim this as a conservation area, who would pay for cleaning that up?
Well, that would fall on the city. So right now, what we, as I think Dan mentioned, for any conditional use permit, plat or CSM, if there's any sort of land dedication associated with that, whether it's dedicated parkland, right of way, or stormwater, the city has for years always required environmental due diligence, environmental site investigations. We require this from a plat that's on the edge of the city and farmland. We would definitely require it here. And we require, if someone's dedicating it, it has to be clean land. So that's one thing where if we're getting the parkland dedicated as part of a development, we get the land free and it would be cleaned up. If the city decides to move forward with purchasing the land, then it would be on us to find brownfield funding and to pay for the cleanup ourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder.
We do have 2 people that had registered to speak back in the attendee list. I don't know what the will of the body is.
Okay, so we have a question from Alder Rummel and then Vice President Abbas. If there's an Alder that wishes to go back for the registrants, please let me know. Alder Rummel?
I'm willing to let the registrants go ahead of me and then I'll wait my turn.
All right. Thank you, Alder. Joe, can I have you call on them? I don't have the list in front of me anymore.
Sure. We have Adam Paganoff from 431 Cantrell Court. He is in support, wishing to speak. And I have to promote him to panelist. Okay. There, Adam.
Hello.
Yep, go ahead.
Myself unmuted here. Great. Awesome. Great. So I'll keep it short because it is coming up on midnight already. So I'm just kind of speaking in support of the plan of moving forward on this plan. Sounds like we've had a lot of, it's had a really good public engagement process on it. Notwithstanding a few kind of the controversy about the Hartmeyer estate, I think I'm definitely in support of the current version of the plan at 14 acres. We've already expanded that from 8 to 14, I think, and that seems to kind of fit in with what the neighborhood needs as far as what compared to other neighborhoods in the city. And that I think that, if you were to take away that additional 17 acres to go to a full 31 acres, that would take away the opportunity to build up to 400 units of housing approximately. And just, when we're in a city with such a massive housing crisis, I think that we should really prioritize people over green space. As far as there's an appropriate amount of green space to have, and I think that we need to prioritize people in this situation. So I think with that, I'll kind of take my comment. I'll finish up my comment. Open for questions. Yep.
Great. Thank you. Joe?
Next, we have Beth Kubley, and she's in opposition. She lives at 629 Woodward Drive.
Beth?
Do you have a prompt on your screen, Beth, to unmute?
Okay, so I missed a good part of what had gone on previously. So I may be redundant, but I think the wetlands should be saved. Once they're gone, they're gone. I think it would make a very nice green space. And yes, there are other green spaces, but not everybody's going to walk from Sherman Avenue over to Eakin Park or Demetrol Field, or even up to Warner. My main concern, however, is the number of people and the height of the building. I'm thinking in the memo that I sent to all the alders that I was concerned about the traffic. And for one thing, Sherman Avenue really hasn't been built to take on a lot of the traffic. And I'm probably saying things that have already been addressed by Dan. However, that just seems like a lot of people, and I'm sorry, I've got my bird is on my head. Anyway, it seems to me like the buildings are too high, it's too dense, and there's too many people, and there's somehow going to be a transportation problem with the railroad and Packers and the airport all taking up increasing space. I'm also concerned about the retail. The retail on Sherman Avenue so far is not going in the right direction, and that's not because of the coronavirus. Places are closing or have closed or moved elsewhere. And yeah, mainly that's it. I think I know we need housing. I don't know that we need something as high and as dense in that particular place. So I think I would like something if the entire 30 acres of wetlands were there and perhaps the buildings were lower, similar to the Mackenzie at Sherman and Fordham and the Gordon at Commercial and North Sherman. I think those are very handsome buildings, and granted, they don't house hundreds of people, but I'm really concerned about the number of people that is in the proposal for this property. And I guess that's it.
Thank you, Beth, and thanks to your bird as well. All right, we'll go back then to questions for staff and Alder Rummel.
Thank you. So I guess I'm fortunate. I've been kind of dogging this plan. So I've heard these conversations several times, and each time I go through it, I kind of think about new things. I'm still thinking about Plan Commission things though, so I wanted to bring those up. One is that, well, I'm really sorry that Tom Running didn't sort of like left the call, because he spoke at Plan Commission. He formerly worked at the office of the commissioner of the railroad. Full confession, I know him personally, so I know a lot about what he knows. Not that what he knows, but that he knows these things. And he stated that he was questioning that railroad crossing at Coolidge. And in response, I believe Mr. Olive said, well, it's moved from where it is now, but we would work with the railroad to try and get that approved. And I heard Mr. Running say that it's not really the current crossing is, while it's a legal crossing, it's not a public crossing. And really, can we talk a little bit about what that would involve to get the railroad to agree to a crossing that's not inside of an industrial property, but as a main arterial street, that and what that would involve? Because the plan kind of revolves on that crossing being allowed.
Yeah, and so to speak a little bit to the history of that Ross Street crossing. So I'm just going to see if I can find. I actually don't have the map, but Ross Street. Let me actually, I will put up a map, just kind of a plan area map, just so everybody can kind of see what I'm talking about. If you don't mind, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so Ross Street, current alignment, if everybody can see the hand, goes through here. There is the crossing. Ross Street used to travel to the north and then across. At some point, the city vacated the Ross Street, but that crossing does still exist. Now, certainly what we would hope is, because what really the plan is for is a shift of the rail. You know, what we are hoping that happens, obviously, is a shift of the crossing with the realignment of Ross Street. So we would be pursuing a relocation of an existing crossing. You know, one of the things that we thought is, certainly we understand that these are challenging, but it is a critical element to the plan, and we think it can be achieved. We also think having an adopted plan that shows the importance of that crossing and how vital it is to the success of the Oscar Mayer area, that can certainly hold sway. We also know that, you know, this is a project of statewide interest, and it's probably one of those rare times that we can create a coalition to lean down on the Office of the Commissioner of Railroads. We know the state has given Ray Schraben funds to redevelop, remediate, and it would seem kind of short-sighted for them to all of a sudden say, you know, you can have this money, but you can't have the crossing, which is vital. So what our plan would be is to pursue, you know, if the plan is passed with that crossing, we would very quickly work to initiate conversations with the Office of the Commissioner of Railroads to pursue that. We think it has good success. It does have about a quarter mile from the existing crossing at Commercial Avenue. If you think if a crossing was further south, we don't think we'd have that success. We also think, you know, having a crossing currently at its location doesn't make a lot of sense. First of all, you know, that crossing is critical to our bike connections. This area, for at least for the foreseeable future, still will be, it could be a likely active loading area. And we certainly wouldn't want to have a bike crossing through an active semi-loading area. So it is something that we need to do, but we do think it's achievable.
So just to follow up, first of all, I just want to just state, everything with the railroad takes 10 years in my experience. So maybe it's achievable, maybe not, maybe something. I don't doubt we will try. So Dan, do we know anything about, at some point this was the location, or could have been a location of getting high-speed rail to the airport, and that got dropped for a different route. But what do we know about commuter rail or longer-term investments in rail that might want to use this corridor?
It's my understanding that, yes, this was one of the routes from Twin Cities to Milwaukee and then to Chicago that was considered. You know, long-term, I think that's still a possibility. For the foreseeable future, we don't know. But one of the things that we do want to do is, in these plans, we think about not just the next 10, 20 years, we think about how these plans work 50, 100 years out. So we want to make sure that we're at least allowing for that possibility. For kind of rail transit, you know, certainly I know that's something that a lot of, you know, has been studied over and over and over again. And it's certainly something that could be potential in the future. I think right now, the approach is certainly trying to leverage BRT for those transit needs in the near term.
And if there were, this hypothetical rail, if it were of any certain speed, wouldn't they want to put fencing and all kind of safety measures through that whole area, making it kind of a wall except for the one street crossing?
I think, they probably would do some fencing. I don't know the exact look. I don't know if it'd be a wall. We certainly know that there are areas that have rail corridors in fairly close proximity to developments. Having a safe crossing with gates is certainly something that, would be needed, I think. And actually, to speak a little bit to your previous crossing, even if it does take 10 years, my suspicion is the rail crossing wouldn't actually be built until the street network on both the Oscar Mayer and the Hartmeyer property would be connected. There's no point in having a crossing that doesn't go anywhere. So we do have time to pursue those approvals while development is occurring. My suspicion with the Oscar Mayer properties they're likely commercial avenue frontage first and then kind of build in. So we do have some time there.
And I just want to pivot and just sort of take up one other area. I was also struck by the SHOPCO area, the former SHOPCO area. If you look on one of these maps that I have on my own personal screen, figure 20 on page 40, it's the H section, and that is identified as employment. And right now there's a grocery store and the former SHOPCO site that is a self-storage business and a liquor store attached to the grocery store, and some outlot little businesses, a bank and a gas station. And so you mentioned in your earlier point that the rent-a-car could maybe potentially move there. And so I guess for me, I'm wondering if we're trying to look for, why did you think it should be all employment and not say community mixed use or some other configuration? I mean, aside from what's in the comp plan, but just as a planner, why would you say this should only be employment and not look at maybe, because there's a grocery store there, that you wouldn't look at other types of planning approaches?
Sure, and that's a great question. So one of the things that we looked at that area is certainly its detachment from adjacent areas. So right now, Highway 30 definitely separates that area from Eakin Park on the north side. We like to have development that kind of builds off of each other. So, having a level of residential there, I personally don't think that makes sense because it's detachment. I know the owners have, kind of floated some concepts. The other thing within that area, it's the only area in the Oscar Mayer plan area that is within the F-35, 65 DNL corridor. So at this point, I'm not sure it's someplace we want to pursue residential. Having a mixed use, what we've seen is that area struggles for retail. If it didn't, Shaka would still be there. You really actually, that Pick and Save is the closest grocery store to my house. I live in Emerson, and I never go there because it feels so out of the way. You really have to go there, which is not necessarily the sign of a viable retail area.
Well, it seems like it's been a grocery store as long as I can remember. So, I mean, it seems like we talk about the importance of grocery stores, but we're just saying, oh, it's just isolated. And the plan you kind of looked a lot at like the Packers Avenue connectivity, but not at all at the Abert Avenue connectivity. And they're both basically highways. So did you look more at Aberg and, making more accessibility? Maybe like Kedzie could be a bike people in and out to get to that grocery store?
Right now there is the bike connection directly across there from Shopco Drive. So there is kind of that neighborhood. We didn't look at that really in depth because that really wasn't, I think our focus was really, the areas that we really saw the most potential for change were Oscar Mayer. We didn't necessarily see the need to change the land use recommended in the comp plan in that area. And so, and in that area, actually, one thing we heard mostly was the desire to see the connection between Shopko and Pancrats.
That makes sense, definitely. And I guess my final question is, like we talked in the plan, it talks about 4,000 new jobs is part of the goal. And I'm just wondering, given COVID, are we reassessing these kind of projections? What are we expecting to happen in the near and medium term as far as growing jobs and employment in this area? We're seeing Hooper's leaving, MGD's coming, so maybe that's a balance, but have we done any more kind of formal study, gotten any consultants to look at this as potential? Did Vanderwall look at it?
Vanderwall was, they were our consultants that came up with the 4,000 employment number. What we can say, and I'm not exactly sure how they calculated that. We do know there's about 1.6 million square feet of viable employment space within the Oscar Mayer campus. That's about 300,000 square feet of office and another 1.3 million square feet of various types of employment space. So production, warehousing, and one of the things that I think is really important about that is those different types of space really allow for different types of employment to make sure that we're reaching all of Madison's residents. And this is just turning into a Silicon Valley employment campus where everyone's got a college degree and everybody's a coder. We think that's important. Certainly with COVID, no one really knows what the long-term impacts are. We certainly see the short-term impacts right now. I don't know what that's going to do in terms of the employment office. Talking to, my conversations with Nate Ellis at Rice Rabin, they still seem very bullish on the Madison market. They feel it's very strong, and they're very excited, to keep pursuing these because they believe it's a great opportunity.
So did they say office uses on their parcel, or what do they see?
On Rice Rabin, well, so yeah, I'm going to share again, if you don't mind. So the office building is about 300,000 square feet. It's in this location. It has been renovated. It's my understanding that they're still investing in there. The balance of these spaces are going to be those different types of space. So the 1.3 million square feet. So they do have some tenants in their office space right now. Task is the one that comes to mind. I don't know exactly, who they've been discussing potential leases to. But from my understanding, they're still seeing quite a bit of interest.
And just finally, I just want to share with the council, I heard this from Ald Evers-Dist, and I followed up that there was a developer interested in putting housing on the Aberg-Shopko area, and he was told no, basically, pretty strongly. And I just want to say that even in spite of all the isolation of it, they saw the benefits of that location. So just put that out there. And thank you for everyone for your forbearance.
Thank you, Alder. All right. Vice President Abbas, you were next.
Hey.
Oh, I apologize. I forget you have the ability to unmute yourself.
No worries. Thank you. I appreciate that. I thanks everyone, all the participants. It's really late at night and they participated. They're still here. And during my motion, I will talk more about how I feel about this project, but I will go straight away on questions and not to take too much time. So I have a question for Matt Wachter.
All right, let's see if Mr. Wachter is still with us. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Matt, I'm going to ask you a question regarding Ald Evers-Dist. I'm going to get little clarity on that question about who will pay for the contamination at Hartmeyer site. I think so me and you, we have quite a bit of discussion about that particular site, and you're also in touch with from planning standpoint with the owner of the building or the representation of the building. And this is true, and correct me if I'm wrong, there is a lawsuit is about cleaning up the property from the Hartmeyer and they are getting the damages for contamination related to petroleum storage tanks and also arsenic from large coal storage piles along the railroad. And Kraft Heinz lease ended on November 30, 2019 with Hartmeyer. And the owner are asking Kraft Heinz and also 910 Meyer LLC to clean up the contamination related to two issues: fuel oil spill, which started in 1989, and soil contamination from the coal. So under that lawsuit, and there's a more detail, I don't want to go and take too much time of the council members, but under that lawsuit, they're asking Kraft Heinz to clean. So is it that true? If they win that lawsuit, Kraft Heinz will clean and pay for the contamination. Can you explain the process here, please?
So I'm not an environmental attorney, and you had a lot of technical detail there that I'm definitely not an expert on, and Bryn might have more clarification.
I can make the question easy if you want. Who will pay for the cleaning?
So in a normal transaction, the city is buying real estate. Our process is going to be that we're going to go and get the site appraised, and the appraiser is going to look at what is sort of known in public at the time. But generally they're going to make an assumption that the site is pretty normal and doesn't have anything exceptional going on. Then the city is going to go and we'll work with Bryn most likely to go and get our phase 1, phase 2 assessments. And we might decide that, the site needs some sort of environmental cleanup that's got a cost associated with it. And then the city is going to negotiate with that seller where if the city's taking it on, then, that's a cost we need to sort of deal with in the price, or we're going to say, you need to deliver us a clean site and this needs to be addressed. That would be our sort of standard process in the acquisition of real estate.
Let me put in a easy language here. So there are two options, right? One is the developer will clean up and then sell the property. And the second option is developer will say, here is a contamination. You can do phase 1, phase 2. And then whatever the cost of contamination can be deducted from the deal. Just like in building 43 and 50, correct?
So, right. So it could be negotiated.
Okay. Thanks for the clarity. I have a question for Bryn regarding contamination. Thanks, Matt. I appreciate your time.
Go ahead, Alder.
Yeah. So this is a very, very contaminated site. And I understand development is a one way of tool to clean the contamination. I'm going to talk about building 43 and 50, and especially about the contamination under there. You and me also have a lot of discussion around that particular topic. My question is, if city, regardless with Hartmeyer, if we get 6-acre park space, not natural area, or if we get land deduction, we will have some sort of authority on the land. And same with the bus bond project, 15-acre, if we move forward and purchase. Would be the city, because we know for the council information, the developer did not allow City of Madison, and Brent, you can correct me, to do phase 2 analysis because they have a contract signed with Kraft Heinz to allow outside party. And Brent, you can always chime in here and correct the exact wording. So we are not doing phase 2 testing. So I want to know through liabilities point, what liabilities we will carry, who will pay if we find more contamination once we get hold on the property. Same situation with Hartmeyer, same with 43 and 50. And second question is, there is PCE and other vapor contamination. And we have that discussion about contamination can go further out if we only do testing about those buildings. Would we as a city can commit to our citizens to do testing horizontal and vertical to really make sure we address social justice and environmental justice issue in that area? That's the 2 questions. If you can answer, I will appreciate.
Okay. What was the first question? It was, I'm sorry. It was specific to who, the liability of who would pay for the, so both of the questions you have are really specific to the potential metro purchase, which is not about the OMSAP. We're, as you stated, we're not being allowed to do a phase 2 prior to purchase because of the agreement between the Reichsraben team and Kraft Heinz. However, the city already has hired an environmental consultant. We have a consultant on retainer to administer our EPA brownfield grant. So we both have a consultant and we have up to $300,000 in site assessment funds to conduct a phase 2. So some people have been stating that we're not going to do a phase 2. And for people who don't know what that means, it just means to take soil, groundwater, and vapor samples on the Oscar Mayer property that we're purchasing. We fully will investigate any property that we purchase, and we will be able to guarantee safe indoor air quality for all metro workers. Who would pay for that? That's also up for negotiation. Right now, what's being discussed as part of the separate metro purchase, not this plan, is some sort of escrow account. And the funds for the remediation would come from that. Now, obviously, the devil is in the details, and that's still very at the initial phases of negotiating. But then in that case, it would be the sellers who would still be paying for the remediation. Also, because we're a city, the Wisconsin DNR, the state of Wisconsin has a lot of programs to try to promote municipalities to take over and redevelop brownfields like the Oscar Mayer site or Hartmeyer. And so we have different liability protections where we would not be required to clean up contamination if it's not posing an imminent threat to human health or the environment. And there's lots of different grant programs that the city is eligible for as a municipality taking over a brownfield. The second question is about investigation of the extent of the contamination. And, obviously we can't conduct assessments on property that we don't own. So we would fully investigate our property. The concern at building 43, the spice room, is a significant, it's a legitimate and significant concern. The solvent there is something to be taken very seriously. And that's why the city is planning to have open communication with the DNR on making sure that that site gets fully remediated and that all potential ways that the vapors could go, including the utility corridors, which was a great comment that one of the public members had mentioned, that all of those ways that the vapors can move are investigated. Does that answer your question?
Kind of, because the reason I know we can have a different views on this, contamination is attached to this plan because we are allowing residential area. In this plan, we are doing high residential, high density. And one of the next to building, metro building, is also we are proposing high density building. So my concern is to really look how far that contamination goes, which I'm not getting answer here. It's more like you're saying we will just check that
right.
Building.
We would ensure, so for any, I'm happy you clarified, for any adjacent developments, we would definitely require that they provide proof that the development, let's see, how would I say this? The land has to meet the standards for whatever the proposed development is. So if they're going to be putting in residential development, the DNR would be involved to ensure that they're meeting residential indoor air quality. And in terms of the vapor concern, which is probably the most immediate concern that people have, because that's going to be the main exposure pathway that people have for the contamination there. We're not drinking the shallow groundwater, but you could have solvents volatilizing off of the groundwater. They're not finding contaminated shallow groundwater that has left the property. There's deeper contaminated groundwater that has left the property, but that can't cause a vapor concern. So right now, there's no indication from all of and they have done quite a bit of investigation around the edge of the property there's no indication that there's contaminated shallow groundwater that could be impacting adjacent properties. Because that would be a concern even before Hartmeyer would get developed, because they're obviously their homes on the other side of Packers Avenue.
All right, I have few more questions. I have a question for Heather.
All right. Heather, are you still with us?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, Alder.
Heather, I heard a really interesting comment from Dan McAuliffe. He said about something about F-35, and he said that site, which Lance McGrath, if you remember, he met with the planning staff. He showed design of the housing as he met with me too, and there was he wanted to invest, and we had some investment there for housing point of view. And I also had a meeting with you all, and what Dan said, that was a similar thing being told to me. But now he said about F-35, it's not preferred. So my question is, if I'm really glad to hear that he's talk about F-35. So we do have some sites in District 12 where, like Ala Delhi is right now through UDC, and now it's in Plan Commission, 5-story residential building, that's under 65 dB. Then we have further north Ramish Farm. Part of that farm is under 65 dB, and comprehensive plan allow us to develop on a farmland of 61 acres. So for council knowledge, we really talk here, some comments were about urban sprawl, and we want to really create high density, but just you go further north, there is a 61 acre where Ramish Farm, there is also quite a bit of housing, single unit, little bit multifamily unit are proposed on the farmland. So from F-35 point of view, is there any standard policy from city planning staff for future development or near development where we can tell them, hey, this is not suitable for housing because of 65 dB?
Mm-hmm. Good question. I want to start with the site that's actually in the planning area before the council that you mentioned, where McGrath had an interest in doing residential development in front of the Shopco site. And I think when this first came to us with interest in residential, our reaction was, well, this is incredibly isolated. You know, it's on the other side of Highway 30. There are no other residents around. And what we want to do is create spaces that are walkable, that are woven into existing neighborhoods or could be, and sort of heal those connections that were once there. In this area, you know, residential development would be completely isolated on its own. And so this predates any discussion about F-35s. But to answer your question about the F-35, you know, the 65 decibel level, we don't have a strong policy saying that we should not allow any more housing in that area. In fact, I do think that, you know, new housing that is developed on the north side can really take advantage of, you know, the opportunity to design to that, you know, architectural standard that will provide more of a sound barrier through the design of the building. I think, you know, you don't have that luxury with a lot of the existing residential in the area, but I think as far as you're talking about the Ramish farm site, which is very far north of the planning area before you this evening, but there is a proposal there for single family and I think it's 7 multifamily lots. And so a healthy mix of housing on that property that would be generally consistent with our comprehensive plan. And that's something that'll be before the Plan Commission and Council in the coming month.
So is there any appetite for planning staff in future to work with alders and try to work on future development in F-35 decibel, 65 decibel to try to create some policy direction, you know, either mitigation or what if we want housing there or not? Can we do that?
I think it's something we could work on with Northside alders, certainly. But I think that the opportunity to design a building, a brand new building, knowing that that those decibel levels are possible, is definitely preferable to trying to go back in and mitigate in buildings that are already there, if indeed the sound level is as high as the very highest levels that they're thinking it will be. But again, I think it's taking us a little bit away from the plan in front of you, but absolutely, it's something we can talk about as another policy issue.
All right. And Heather, I don't know if I can ask Dan or you, as you're already talking to, I will ask you now. So in March, Hooper Corporation, they reach out and they want to change zoning from employment to mixed use. And they talk to me on a call too. And they believe mixed use is more sellable, more in demand, just like what you can see in the East Washington with housing and offices, rather than keeping as an industrial area. And investment in industrial area is hard to find an investor to buy their size of property. So what was the reason we kept as an employment there? And as Alder Rommel mentioned, because of COVID situation, and Northside historically had empty stores. I can give you examples of some stores remain empty and had a hard time finding tenants. So what was the rationale behind keeping Hooper as employment zone, not mixed use?
So maybe I'll grab this one since I'm unmuted right now. I'm going to share the screen again. So Hooper Corporation actually splits the line. So Hooper Corporation goes from this property all the way up to here. And the plan recommendations recognizes that, having a mixed use area centered around the 1st to 3rd Street, that could be a good idea. The balance of the corridor we looked at as having maintaining employment. What we saw is the ability to have lower cost existing employment space as kind of an incubator style. So lower cost of entry for entrepreneurs to get in, get a business growing, grow a business that could exist within the neighborhood. So that was kind of our thought process there. So certainly, as I mentioned before, there is some mixed use on the Hooper Corporation's property, not entirely though.
So there is an opportunity we can think about mixed use on certain part of the property. It's not out of the table.
Yes, per the plan recommendations, yes. I think its current recommendations in the comp plan is exclusively employment. I don't know that with 100% certainty, but if the plan in front of you is adopted, yes, there could be some opportunity for some mixed use and some residential in that location.
I appreciate that. I have further couple of more questions, but I'm not going to ask them. I will let other alders to take turn. And I appreciate all the question. I can come back later. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. We'll go next to Alder Foster.
Thank you. I think I'll just start with Dan. Dan, could you speak a little to the multimodal transportation facility that's shown in the plan and what the goals are with that and what that is expected to be?
Sure. Would you like me to share or should I just discuss?
If you pull the map up, it might be helpful for others if they're not familiar with it.
Yeah, it's kind of miss the old days back at council chambers where we could have it up and actually see each other. So the transit center, I think there's a recognition that the existing North Transfer Point is a non-ideal location. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere. It doesn't have the level of amenities or basic amenities like bathrooms, shelter from the wind, enclosed spaces that encourages transit uses. It really is just a utilitarian structure. Our idea is long-term, certainly having that connection in an area that's centered on the intensity of development that is in the Oscar Mayer area. So balancing it with the density, locating it in close proximity to the intensity of employment, having it service all the residential and really becoming a focus area. We think that location could work. It certainly doesn't have to be there. One of the things that we try to do in the plan is make sure it is flexible. We don't know exactly what corridor the North BRT will take. It could go to Packers, it could go to Sherman. If in the decision in the future when there's a little more analysis based is that, it should be aligned with a BRT station, that could certainly be something that occurs. But keeping it on the rail corridor, the intent was to kind of future-proof the facility. So if rail transit becomes an option, it's located correctly. If intercity rail becomes an option, it's located correctly. And then again, centering that on the activity coming from employment and residential uses.
So that was sort of, I guess, where I was getting with my questions, and I don't know how much Metro or DOT was brought into the discussions, but there's been quite a bit of discussion at TPPB around whether we will have anything like a transfer point following our network analysis. So I think as far as I understand right now, that's, if anything, just a big question mark. So one, that may not be there at all. And then I guess my questions were around the as you show on the map, there's, the potential BRT routing on Packers or North Sherman. But I guess I'm trying to understand, was there any discussion or analysis around of the BRT station in that kind of central location where, so you're showing a transfer point that may or may not exist, but then like not connected to the BRT stops. So I guess I'm just trying to understand what, it's difficult to understand what's going to happen since we haven't done the comprehensive route analysis yet. But what was there work there? And I guess in terms of the internal street circulation, if there is a desire to have the BRT station sort of in the center of the area, which would make sense in terms of access, which I think is why the T is located there, is the proposal for the internal streets, will that work for BRT routing?
Sure. So a couple things there. Yeah, and certainly we are aware, of the discussions with the transfer points. My experience taking transit in other cities, there's, even if there's not a dedicated facility, there's always going to be a kind of a transit center where you have, the intersection of more local routes with the rapid transit routes. Whether that occurs on street, off street, in a facility, you're still going to need to have a kind of that centrally located. One of the things that we did certainly think about when putting looking at how we design the street network is having a network that works with transit with relatively direct routes through. So making sure that, not creating circuitous routes for transit. If it goes into that central area, it can get out and back on the main corridors relatively easily and quickly. And one of the things I think that with BRT is, we gain, with off-fare boarding and those station spacings and traffic signal priority, we're gaining minutes, but we also need to be really careful that when we have these, for lack of a better term, these transfer point stops, that we're not wasting all those time that we gained by servicing those stops. And that's certainly something that when in design, we certainly worked with transportation through this process, Tom Lynch and his staff. And so we think that, again, it is a flexible location. We certainly know that we know that we don't know everything that's going to go into the BRT routing decisions that are in the future. So we want to make the plan as flexible as possible to accommodate those more detailed analyses and those decisions that are coming in the future, and not to predetermine those routings in a land use plan.
So then you feel comfortable that the sort of unnamed street to the east of Ruskin would be able to accommodate BRT routing?
Yes. And so one of the reasons that we actually maintain this street is to have a better service of this transfer point, or the transit center. So we weren't running all the buses and the traffic that could be associated with that on the more neighborhood street adjacent to the open space. We're trying to balance those trips across all the streets as typical grid networks do. And we certainly think that it can accommodate that.
Mr. Lynch is here and has his hand raised, so he may have input that speaks to your question. Mr. Lynch?
That'd be great, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to say too much different than what Dan did. Alder Foss is correct. We are looking at a route network study. We will be evaluating whether or not there's transfer points. And we also will be evaluating whether or not, Packers or Sherman is the right place for BRT. So everything that's been stated is correct. One thing we are noting, like even with our East-West BRT, that a lot of the terminal points are in some ways determined by where we can find the land and how it's connected. So if you think of the west transfer point, right, the west transfer point isn't directly on Odana or Whitney. It's a block off. And so we might be in a situation like this where we're a block off. I think the desire of the plan was to connect BRT, but also to have some access to rail so that if there's a long-term possibility for rail, 20 years in the future, we don't preclude that possibility. So nothing much more. I just wanted to confirm that we have talked about it.
Thanks. I had one other transportation-related question, I guess either Tom or Dan. Action step 9 says meet with the Wisconsin Department of Transportation to share the plan and discuss critical improvements necessary. And that says it's assigned to the engineering division and planning division. I just wanted to check and see, was that just an oversight that it doesn't include and is not led by RDOT, or is there something that I'm missing with that recommendation?
I think that's probably just a difference in language. Sometimes when, and I will say that, when we were looking at the majority of the text in the document was put together by our consultants at Van de Waal. And sometimes just engineering is just assumed to mean TE and transportation. So I guess that would be an oversight.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. This question is probably for Dan. At Plan Commission, it was proposed and failed, but it was proposed to add that block immediately to the east of the park space to the park space. Can you talk about what impact that would have on the overall plan? Would that be viable? What would be the negative impacts? And would it be doable? Like, how difficult would that be to add to the plan?
I think anything's doable. It's kind of what council sees as its need. One of the things that we know is that we would lose. That's one of the major drivers of housing on that site. I don't recall exactly how many housing units are on that particular block, but it is significant. Also, I'm going to share again. Actually, I might hold on a second. I think I have an exact mock-up from the Plan Commission meeting, just so everybody can kind of see what we're talking about, because I apparently save everything digital. Hold on. Actually, maybe I don't. I'm sorry. So yeah, I will share my screen just so everyone knows what we're talking about. So it would be expanding, the proposal at Plan Commission would be to expand the open space to accommodate or to occupy this block as well as this block. So certainly that would result in a fairly significant amount of housing reduction. It also would start to kind of pull apart some of those primary street connections, the Ruskin to Huxley, and then having this, the street right by the transit hub, it does create a little bit more of a circuitous movement for transit. So if you came in off Commercial, you'd kind of have 2 staggered T's, which is certainly a less ideal intersection situation. They have them all the time in Portland when I was there, and I hated them because, particularly from a bike perspective, that was about the only time I actually got in a crash on a bike in Portland was as a result of a staggered T intersection, because you're making more turning movements than are necessary. So I think the transportation system becomes a little more complicated. We do lose housing. When we do lose housing, of course, we're losing the parkland dedication. So that would come at a cost to the city as well.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you, Alder. Let's see, Alder Balde.
Thank you, Mayor. My internet went down for a minute, so I don't know if I missed this, but I just want to be very clear. Has there been an environmental studies on this site, Dan?
What we know is as the open and the information that is available on the Wisconsin DNR site. As has kind of been discussed, and Bryn might be the best person to answer. Typically, these neighborhood plans, these development plans, will precede full environmental assessments and remediation, because in many ways they provide the driver for redevelopment. They're establishing that long-term vision, which then encourages redevelopment, which then encourages remediation. Bryn would probably be a better person to talk to about those specific issues on this site.
Bryn, please.
The Hartmeyer, is that the concern?
Hartmeyer and also all the area that is on the agenda.
Well, it's really up to each property owner. So the Oscar Mayer property, the actual factory property, that has 3 open investigations that are under DNR supervision right now. To the northeast, on the other side of Packers and Aberg, what is known as the former Burke wastewater treatment plant. That's the property that was purchased by MG&E. That's also an open site with the DNR that's being looked at for PFAS contamination. And the Hartmeyer estate itself also has open contamination with 2 open sites with the DNR right now. So there's quite a bit of DNR oversight that's happening in the whole region.
So there's no comprehensive study yet, environmental study.
There's no what?
There is no comprehensive environmental studies on these sites yet. Is that correct?
You mean like a
contamination? Is this a good place to put people to live? What is wrong with the place? Have there been any studies or no?
Well, yes. I mean, with Oscar Mayer and with the Hartmeyer estate, we have conducted, the city and also the previous owners conducted what's called a phase 1 environmental site assessment. And that looks at all documents related to a property, assessment records, fire insurance maps, aerial photos, DNR records, EPA records, to try to determine the likelihood of potential contamination. So that has been done. So we do know quite a bit historically what has taken place across many of these properties.
So what is the outcome of that? Is it contaminated, not contaminated? What is the results?
Well, it's not that black and white. I mean, there's definitely contamination here. Every one of these properties would be considered a brownfield, which is an industrial property where real or perceived contamination is limiting its redevelopment. The Hartmeyer estate, for example, has some areas of petroleum soil contamination that, regardless of what development happens, will probably have to be excavated. Other parts of the site, the DNR would be fine probably leaving the contamination as long as it's capped. So that's a very common environmental solution. You put clean dirt over vegetated areas, or maybe you have a building foundation or a parking lot, something to prevent people from coming into contact with the soil. So all of these sites are under, there's, what did I list? There's at least 6 open sites being investigated with the DNR. And, I realized I didn't totally answer Alder Abbas's question about it totally investigating the full extent of the contamination. And that's just standard procedure in the NR 700 state statute, which is what you have to follow for every environmental site investigation. So that will happen for all of these sites for them to get closed.
So I also heard you guys mention that there's an environmental consultant. What exactly is he doing with this site?
Well, the city last year, unrelated to this plan, was awarded $300,000 from the EPA to conduct environmental site assessments on exactly this type of property. We can do it on properties we're purchasing, or we can do it for a private entity. And we have a consultant to administer that grant. We've also enrolled the northern portion of the Oscar Mayer property, the 15 acres that that Metro is interested in purchasing, into the program. And so we've already done the first step, which is the phase 1 site assessment. If we do move forward with purchase, we would then do the site investigation, which would include collecting soil and groundwater samples. And the consultant would be able to conduct that work.
Also, a question has been asked about the F-35 and the impact they may have in this neighborhood. Is it clear as to how you may proceed with the potential developer? Is it going to be conditional that they build these structures based off of a standard that would make sure that they meet, the requirement for the noise that may be created by the F-35, or this will just be a free fall? How is that going to unfold?
So as the plan currently states, or currently sits, there is no residential inside the 65 DNL contour, which is kind of the basis that the FAA established as, some place where you'd start to need to see changes in construction types. It certainly could be something that we look at. I would imagine that, knowing that could be there, that builders would certainly seek to have, a level of construction that insulates. I don't know exactly what, if that could be something that could be done during the conditional use process or the platting process. I would probably defer to those more in tune with the development review process.
So maybe one more question. On the issue of the wetland, how did you guys come up with 14 acres as opposed to 30?
Sure. I'm going to share my screen again. So this is, the 14 acres, as I mentioned, the green here is the delineated wetland. We received that document from the Hartmeyer Estate shortly before introducing, I think, basically Valentine's Day. And so what we know from that is, we shifted the street network slightly to better protect the wetland. So we have that typically in development projects, the city would get the wetland at, it's just dedicated because there's rarely an interest in private ownership of the wetlands. It's just something they need to maintain. We took that and added the parkland dedication requirement to that. That's really following the guidance that was established in the Parks and Open Space Plan. And we're really thinking that tries to strike a balance between preserving open space, having sufficient open space for the neighborhood, and having the housing that Madison needs to support its continued growth, but also to take pressure off existing neighborhoods and keep them affordable.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Dan, could you put that slide back up, please?
Sure. As soon as my screen share button starts working.
Could you do me a favor, Dan, and explain to what the space is in the upper right-hand corner of the Hartmeyer property?
This space?
Yeah.
So that's the existing parking lot that served Oscar Mayer for their employees.
So it would make sense in terms of trying to find a usable open space to exclude that, because it's really it's not of any particular value at the present, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly think it's more appropriate for development than it would be for open space.
Yeah, I first went to the Hartmeyer property and walked around it just this past Saturday. And I was surprised that there was this large parking lot right there because, I kind of glibly said during the, you don't want to pay paradise and put up a parking lot. And that's the reason why we should keep all 31 acres. But it was clear to me that part of it's a parking lot already. Let me ask the question about the 16 acres. If the city were to purchase this, and I apologize to my colleagues if you mentioned this already, has anyone come up with a price tag for the remaining 16 acres? Do we know what we're talking about?
So we have reached out to the Hartmeyer estate multiple times to just try to understand a ballpark of what price that they would be looking for, and they have not responded back to us. And I think that certainly there's different approaches of real estate valuation. One is kind of determining what is the end use and working your way backwards through a pro forma. One, as we mentioned before, would be following basically using the parkland fee in lieu of the dedication fee in lieu of, which is the average land price in the city of Madison. That comes out to just under $5 million. And again, that would really be, it would be for the whole 30 acres, but that's really the 16 because we would be getting the 14 for free or at no cost. I thought I saw Matt Walk out some.
Right. So to that end, I spoke to their representative today to just bring this up again. And, the truth is we're talking about two very different types of transactions. One where it's dedication of the property to us of, a certain size, and one where we're buying all of it essentially at market rate. And this is, the city would normally get an appraisal. If we get an appraisal today, it would say that this is a developable industrial site. And I think Dan's number of 5 million is very conservative. So we've had appraisals of sites in the area, that give a value per square foot of vacant industrial land of $6, in other cases, $6 to $10 a square foot. So those comparable appraisals, obviously, there's extenuating circumstances and every site's different, but all of that would indicate that the value would be north of the $5 million.
So let me understand you, if I do correctly, then if this is not developed, this 16 acres are not developed for housing. Instead, we wish to purchase it for some kind of open area or a conservation park. It would be roughly $5 million for that 16 acres, correct?
It would be that the city would start negotiations based on an appraisal, and our comparable appraisals all indicated to be north of $5 million, but we don't know what the Hartmeyers are valuing it themselves at. So it's not uncommon that we offer something and the seller has a different price in mind, and we have to negotiate from there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders wishing to ask questions at this point in time. So I will turn to President Carter for a motion, please.
I move adoption of number 5661. Oops, sorry. Number 55. 59745.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Is there discussion? Vice President Abbas.
Yeah, I would like to amend our motion. Motion to protect all 30 acres as a natural area and asking staff to look for additional housing at employment zoning and light industrial zoning in Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. If we get second, I will explain.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Alder?
Thank you very much. First of all, I will say thank you everyone here. I know this is late and I can see on the screen we are all really tired. I try to be as quick as possible. We have some really robust discussion here about contamination, about wetland. I just want to clarify a few things about this particular 30 acres. First of all, as an alder of the district, I am engaged with the area resident from last 4 years. Me, Alder Campbell, and Mayor Rose Conway, we were on the same committee, Oscar Mayer Strategic Assessment Committee, 3-4 years ago. And this area is not new to me. And residents, a lot of residents here, they're also involved for a long period of time. And regarding as an alder about affordable housing, so when I become alder, there's three projects in District 12 are going forward, and 2 of them already got VITA funding. And we as a Northsider, we have a lot, Northside and Southside, according to Housing Committee report, they have highest number of affordable housing, but we always open our arms and heart, and we know how important affordable housing is. Here, we are not arguing about taking something away from the community or future development. Just to put some numbers here in front of everyone, just give me 1 second, let me bring my notes here. All right, so in this plan, Dan mentioned the maximum amount of units are allowed 2,780 units. On a Hartmeyer property, the 16 acres, which we are talking about right now, propose 395 maximum units, depend on the land quality. And just to remind everyone, it's wetland, and then my house and the neighbor around it, all of our basement get wet. Because Oscar Mayer 15 years ago, they stopped using their well and the water table get really higher. And because of flooding, environmental issue, all of us know how Isthmus situation is, and we are pretty close to Isthmus, and we have a similar situation with water table. Then I will also like to say that the communities support the development of much needed affordable housing in Madison, but it make no sense whatsoever to pave over any wetland at all in these time of increased climate change and flooding. Regarding these area around Oscar Mayer, I'm tired, so I have to think a little about it. This area around Oscar Mayer have flooded numerous times, and you saw wetland delineation, you saw water flow, and the water expand and contract, and the contamination flood waters enter in people's basement. Many middle to low income people are exposed to these contamination waters and have to pay remedies to their homes, yet another environmental justice issue. Preserving as much wetland as possible is critical to mitigating future flooding. The Hartmeyer wetland also provide critical habitat for wildlife and include 200-year-old oak trees, over 56 bird species, and many other natural habitats are there. We heard from Rolf and Neil Smith from DNR Hydrologists about importance of this particular land as a wetland. I will also like to quote few people who during the commission meetings, they did public testimony and their emails are on registrar. I would like to talk about Rich Bilfes, a hydrologist and fellow with UW-Madison Nelson Institute of Environmental Justice, and he's also president and CEO of International Crane Foundation. He testified before the Park Commission in favor of preserving 30 acre for green space. What he said was interesting. He said it is a working wetland, although there are invasive species. An impressive urban wetland is surprisingly tight space with a value for both wildlife and stormwater water absorption. You also saw an email recently from Chris Young from Urban Ecology Center in Milwaukee. And when we talk about preserving this land as a nature area, I think so what he wrote in his email, that kind of like a vision we are looking in this particular area. In his email, he provided example of restoration of brownfield in Menominee Valley. And he said they developed community-based partnerships have led to dramatic transformation in 3 distant neighborhoods within a city. In particular, the former rail yard and brownfield in Menominee Valley has been reimagined as an outdoor classroom, including 24 acres of prairie, woodland, and wetland. It involved partnerships at state, county, city, neighborhood level, including substantial investment from business and redevelopment. Friends of Hartmeyer already they're in touch with the county. The county, both county supervisor on the north side, Michelle Ritt and Paul Paul show their commitment once the city finished their process to work with the city and find how they can be an asset and be a partner in this process. We also talked to several other organizers to be a stakeholder and see how we can bring this land back to its original shape or make it really welcoming for neighbors. And I know Alder Evers mentioned a key point about that parking lot. Of course, there's a parking lot located on the north side. And one of the questions he had during my discussion with him, who's going to pay for it? If let's say city purchase, how we can bring that back to real shape. So to answer that, there's a parking lot absolutely located on the north end, and that can be readily removed and recycled. Wisconsin Operating Engineers Local 139 offers this type of work for free to help with training of large equipment operators. They offer this to area communities across the state. And they have previously partnered with the Railroad Museum in North Freedom. This is exactly type of the site they like, as it provides real world experience. So there is an opportunity to partner with them as well. I will also say this wetland, I can see the public comments here, and I'm going to address some of those. This wetland versus development issue is not a choice between either or. And that's what I'm hearing. You can either or, but it's instead a chance for both. The reason I propose that motion, because we have the discussion with them, there are developers interested on next to Shopko Drive to develop a housing. There is also an opportunity, the housing we will lose on a 30-acre, we can do that housing on employment area of Hooper Corporation. Might be we can do mixed use. We can be a little more creative. I would like to ask council colleague to see this opportunity as a unique natural area on the north side of Madison, not as a conservation park. We want a natural area. Preserving urban nature is never a mistake. Paving and developing urban nature is always a mistake, and moving ahead, if we do not save this land, and we'll lose this opportunity forever, and we will regret. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder. So the motion and the second is to increase the area to 30 acres. Is there further discussion? Alder Heck.
Thank you, Mayor. If this motion succeeds, it seems as if it will have some substantial repercussions with respect to both the street layout and housing configurations and thing, as Alder Abbas mentioned. So I'd like to offer a friendly amendment that this would, if it succeeds, that the plan would be automatically referred to Plan Commission and Transportation Policy and Planning Board, so that they can kind of evaluate what the repercussions will be.
Okay, so is there objection from the body to expanding the motion to add the 30 acres and refer the plan back to Plan Commission and TPPB?
Yes, I will say yes to this friendly amendment.
So Alder Abbas says the maker of the motion, it's acceptable to you. It needs to be friendly to the body as well. Alder Moreland, do you object?
I do. We have heard from the Equity by Design, where they have done studies with people in this area that object to this. I can't support this. I cannot support this as it is.
All right, so although the question is, does the body object to the motion including the 30 acres and a referral back to Plan Commission and TPPB? It doesn't, so if you accept that being the motion, you can still vote against the entire thing. Okay, the question is, do you object to adding the referral?
I do.
Okay, so Alder Heck, that's too many layers down in the motion, so we'll have to come back to your motion, which you would be free to make after we resolve the motion that's before us. All right, thank you, Alder. So is there...
Alder Abbas has his hand up.
Sorry, Alder Abbas?
Yeah, I also want to just clarify that motion is also to ask planning to seek out more housing opportunities in the plan. So just to address Alder Moreland's question about losing homes and housing. So we are asking to seek out for more opportunities, housing opportunities in the plan. Thanks.
Thank you for clarifying, Alder. Is there other discussion of the motion? Alder Heck.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that I'm not in favor of the motion. We discussed this at length at Plan Commission and almost ad nauseum tonight. And I firmly believe that the plan as approved by Plan Commission is the way we should go. And and if this is approved, if this motion is approved, then I will move to have it sent back to Plan Commission and TPPB, as I mentioned. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. All right. Seeing no further discussion, assuming a request for a roll call, the motion is to expand the natural area to 30 acres and ask staff to find additional opportunities for housing within the plan. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, I will unmute you and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Hennick? Alder Hennick?
No.
Alder Hennick, no. Alder Kemble?
Aye.
Alder Kemble, aye. Alder Lemmer?
Aye.
Alder Lemmer, aye. Alder Martin?
No.
Alder Martin, no. Alder Moreland?
No.
Alder Moreland, no. Alder Prestigiacomo?
Yes.
Alder Prestigiacomo, aye. Alder Rummel?
Aye.
Alder Rummel, aye. Alder Skidmore? Alder Skidmore? Okay, I will come back. Alder Tierney?
Aye.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that for me?
Aye.
Aye. Alder Tierney, aye. Alder Verveer?
No.
I'm sorry, again.
No.
No. Alder Verveer, no. Alder Abbas?
Aye.
Abbas, aye. Alder Alboras?
No. I'm not.
Sorry,
I'm not hearing the vote.
Yeah, Alder Alboras, can you repeat that for me, please?
No.
Alder Alboras, no. Alder Balde?
Aye.
Alder Balde, aye. Alder Bidar is excused. Alder Carter?
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Evers?
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Foster?
No.
Alder Foster, no. Alder Furman?
No.
Alder Furman, no. Alder Harrington McKinney?
No.
Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Heck?
No.
Alder Heck, no. I have 10 no's and 8 ayes. That doesn't count. Oh, Alder Skidmore.
I believe we may have lost Alder Skidmore.
Yes. Okay. So that leaves us at 10 no's and 8 ayes.
All right. So with 8 ayes, the motion fails.
Mm-hmm.
And that brings us back. I'm sorry, Alder Hennick?
Yes, Alder Skidmore got kicked off. He's trying to get back on right now. If Tech could reach out to him.
Okay. We'll hold steady then and wait for Alder Skidmore to return.
Mayor, can we record his vote after he's back? He's going to fail anyway.
Yep.
That's correct. It will fail regardless. So that brings us back to the main motion, which is to adopt as coming out of Plan Commission. Vice President Abbas.
I would like to do another amendment. I would like to do motion to protect 17.6 acres of natural area and asking staff for look for additional housing at employment zone and light industrial zone in Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. If I get second, I will
Second.
Thank you. I would like to share my screen now, if that's okay.
Yes, Alder. I think staff may have to give you the ability to do that. And Alder, you need to unmute yourself again.
There we go. Can you guys see Plan B, A, and the community plan?
That's correct.
So the only thing here is change. The Plan A is, if you see my mouse, this area, this was made with the previous edited version in January. The final draft, which we came in front of us, which Dan presented. So this area is zoning change into high density and low density. This is what community present to you, 30 acres, which is failed. This is what Dan McAuliffe present, and this is what a substitute I would like to present here, where we still have a mixed use. We are running a road around here. We still have connectivity. We achieve all the transit regarding connection. We got, the only thing is missing the housing here. And the question is how much housing is missing? It's around 395 is proposed. And in this area, 395 housing is proposed. This one, it's 245. This analysis is done by Dan, and these analyses were presented at Park Commission. So, and we are losing 100 plus housing. So I will request, if that is acceptable for the commission, we will get 3.5 acres more area, and that will give us a good buffer for wetland to grow, and also to have a little more land for, we're going to have really dense community over here if all the development move forward. So give a little more opportunity to breathe for residents.
Alder, just for clarification, and it may be because my eyes are tired, but so you're saying that the changes between Plan B and Plan A are the removal of one block of housing.
Yep, this block.
And one street, is it one street connection or two street connections?
Two street connection. This unknown street and that street.
Okay.
2 street connection. And this will be additional. This whole area is 17.6. The city proposes 14.1. So this will be addition of 3.5 acres.
Thank you for clarifying, Alder.
Yep.
So that has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Alder Hennick?
Yes, I will not be supporting this alternate as well. The Parks Commission voted all but unanimously, only one dissenter, that the plan should be put forth as recommended by staff. I feel very strongly that it should be confirmed as recommended by staff. I think that there was a significant amount of background done on it. Lots of community input was heard, and to have the Parks Commission, which their primary goal is to make sure that we have a robust park system across the city, equitably distributed, and providing all sorts of resources for our residents to vote in favor of this plan, I think speaks volumes. So I will not be supporting anything other than the plan as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Heck.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm concerned, not necessarily about adding a few more acres, but the impact on the street grid seems pretty substantial. And maybe adding the couple of acres to the south without impacting the street grid would be acceptable, but I don't think I can support this. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Skidmore, welcome back.
Thank you. And first off, I apologize. My computer decided to upgrade and reboot, so I just got back on. My apologies.
Welcome to the club, Alder.
Yeah, I support Alder Hennick's comments. Serving with him on the Park Commission, I strongly support the plan as prepared by the Plan Commission, and I will be supporting that. The Park Commission looked at this very thoughtfully, and we went through a considerable discussion to come to a near unanimous discussion that the plan as proposed by the Plan Commission has a proper balance of housing and park development and connectivity. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Alder. Seeing no further discussion,
I have a question for staff.
Yes, President Carter.
Dan, is there an opportunity in the future to purchase part of the 30 acres if the Hartmeyer estate decides to sell? And have we sent them a letter of first refusal?
We have not sent them a letter of first refusal. I think Matt might be the better person to ask. I think at this point we were waiting to see what council said was the appropriate direction to go. But it certainly could be something that, you know, in the future, if the city looks to purchase, particularly at the time of development, you know, adding some acres beyond the dedication. And actually one thing that I would point out is that still may need to happen. The land or the parkland dedication calcs are based off 100% market rate units. And so if we start seeing, you know, certainly we hope to have affordable housing components, those don't come with parkland dedication. So we still may be, you know, even if council elects to go with 14.1 or the expansion to the, or expansion, we will likely be purchasing land directly from the Hartmeyers as well.
Matt, can you answer that question?
Yeah, so Dan's correct. So I'd say that we've had numerous conversations with representatives from Hartmeyers, but not a formal engagement of intent to purchase because can't say exactly what we're purchasing. So I think the intent would be that once the plan is adopted, then we would sort of formally engage and start laying out a timeline and a process for any purchase.
And that would be a letter of first refusal or no?
So I think, well, because I think for the sort of wetland, non-planned park dedication, we're probably not there yet because we, again, still don't know exactly what they're going to develop, but that's something we could certainly talk through with them. I've not thought about that ahead of time. Mm-hmm. You know, Dan, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, by laying out the parkland, it's not quite a reservation, but it's sort of goes along those lines. Anything else, right, would require negotiation to expand beyond the planned park.
Yeah, okay. I would say that's correct. You know, as you know, with the dedication, we do get, you know, that's kind of it is a direct formula. You get a certain amount of land per unit, and that's going to vary based on unit type. You know, I think what plans do is they you know, they lay out critical connections, approximate locations, and scales of open spaces, and gets to the you know, at the point of platting, you know, that's kind of when those exact lines get made, and you know, those decisions about acquiring, you know, some additional area or less area. Those are the.
And Dan, is there sufficient accessibility to the parkland, even with the 395 housing surrounding it?
I believe there is, because certainly with there is a sufficient amount of open space in proximity. Burroughs is just a couple walks away, or there's also some of the open space that is actually owned by the Village of Maple Bluff. Those are in the immediate vicinity. The 14 acres certainly would help. Also, that is discussed on the Oscar Mayer site. There is a different style of open space, more kind of an urban plaza. We expect those to be part of the equation too. Also, what is going on with the plan is the recommendation that the city acquire through the land, parkland dedication generated from the residential and Oscar Mayer site. They use that to acquire the East Madison Little League fields. But I think Eric would really be the best person to speak to, is it sufficient? That is Park's really area of expertise.
Okay, thank you.
And just in very brief terms, the 14 acre, the acreage provided in the plan as presented would be a healthily sized neighborhood park, larger than the vast majority of our neighborhood parks. We always love space, right? But it would accommodate what we would see as the vast majority of neighborhoods, what they would request and what we would provide as a systematic standard. The neighborhood park could be provided there. And then the community park service areas are really brought forth from Tenney, Burroughs, Warner, and Demetral are the ones where you see the shelters, the restrooms, the more programmed athletic fields, the dog parks, and the like, beach access, and those type of things. But the neighborhood park would be sized in a level that would allow both active and passive recreational opportunities. And it certainly exceeds our standard in the POSP minimum standard of 5 acres. And even really the range is normally 5 to 10 for neighborhood parks across the system. So we feel it's very well sized and exceeds our normal expectation.
Alder President Carter, anything else?
No, I'm fine.
Thank you. All right, Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick for Dan, and I apologize, I may have missed what Alder Abbas said. How many units would be lost if we are to expand these 2 or 3 acres? How many out of the 395 units would be lost?
Let me double check my calcs. I have to go back to, I don't have those directly in front of me.
Well, Alder Abbas, could you say what your estimate is, please?
Right.
As the one Dan did analysis, if you adopt this plan, you will still get 245 units. Originally, it was planned 395, so 150 units.
Yes. Yeah, that's sufficient. And if I may just comment, I'm not going to support this amendment. And I apologize, Alder Abbas. You put so much work on this. But 150 units is the same number of units at the Truman Olson property, the affordable housing project that we're working so hard on South Park. And 150 units is significant. We have a housing crisis in this city. And we've all learned how our issues are connected. When we don't have enough housing, when we have more people who want to live here, then we have places to put them. That drives up the cost of housing. It drives up the cost of rental housing. It drives up the cost of home ownership. And what that means over time is that people of color have less places and less options where they can afford to live in our city. So we start suburbanizing poverty and pushing people of color out into Fitchburg or into Sun Prairie, where then if they work in the city, there are transportation challenges, and that speaks to sustainability. So often, sometimes we say nature is good and development is bad, but we all live in homes, and we need more housing. We need more units and places for people to live. I think these 150 units in an area of transit-oriented development, an area with close access to transportation, is very, very important. So I will not be supporting this amendment. I apologize, Alder Abbas. You know that I've talked with you many times, but I think that the plan has looked at this carefully, and I'm going to vote in favor of the plan as is.
Thank you, Alder. Vice President Abbas?
Yeah. Dan, can you reiterate how many total units are proposed for this plan?
Hold on a minute. There you go, Dan.
Okay, let me pull up those numbers for you really quick.
Thanks.
Hold on. We have, sorry, trying to find that exact slide. We have too much information right in front of me. All right, 950 units are likely, 1,205 are possible in longer term, and 625 would be considered allowable but not likely. It's for a total of 2,780 of maximum total capacity.
And here, Alder Ever, I respect your comment. Here we're talking about maximum. So these are also hot, my maximum 395. The plan which I presented, 150 out of 2,780 is not that much. And also in my amendment, I'm asking to find other location like Hooper or other places to convert to convert from employment district into mixed use. So I appreciate your comment. Thank you. But just want to bring the perspective in front of council. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. All right, see no further discussion. The proposed amendment is to add to have a total of 17.6 acres of natural area and to add additional housing units, to ask staff to find additional housing units in the plan area. I presume a roll call is requested. So Alder Skidmore, is that a request for a roll call? Yes. Okay. So all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, I will unmute you all and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Hennick.
No.
Alder Hennick, no. Alder Kemble.
Aye.
Alder Kemble, aye. Alder Lemmer.
Aye.
Alder Lemmer, aye. Alder Martin.
No.
Alder Martin, no. Alder Moreland.
No.
Alder Moreland, no. Alder Prestigiacomo.
Aye.
Alder Prestigiacomo, aye. Alder Rummel. Yes. Alder Rummel, yes. Okay, thank you. Alder Skidmore.
No.
Alder Skidmore, no. Alder Tierney. No. Alder Tierney, no. Alder Verveer.
Aye.
Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Abbas.
Aye.
Alder Abbas, aye. Alder Alboras is excused. Alder Balde. Aye. Aye. Alder Bidar is excused. Alder Carter.
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Evers.
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Foster.
Aye.
Alder Foster, aye. Alder Furman.
No.
Alder Furman, no. Alder Harrington McKinney.
No.
Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Heck.
No.
Alder Heck, no.
God.
Nine ayes, 9 noes.
With 9 ayes and 9 noes, that motion fails. Alder Tierney. Alder Tierney? We can't hear you, Alder Tierney.
Yes, it's not unmuting for me for some reason this evening, but I had intended to vote aye.
All right, so that would make the count 10 ayes and 8 noes. So have the clerk reflect that accurately, please. And the motion still fails. And that brings us back to the original motion. And hold on just 1 minute, Alder Abbas. All right, now you'll have to unmute yourself, Vice President Abbas.
Thank you. I appreciate giving me another opportunity. I would like to do another motion to add 2 acres as recommended by the staff on the south side. So then the total land will be 16 acres.
Is there a second? Alder Rummel will second. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, can I assume that a roll call is requested? Yes. All right, so the motion is to add an additional 2 acres on the south portion of the open space natural area for a total of 16 acres. Alder Hennick?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that the comment was made that it was recommended by staff. I don't believe that was quite the case. I believe it was if something is going to happen, this is some portion, but maybe if we could have Dan comment on that.
Dan?
Yes, Alder Hennick is correct. Staff's recommendation is what is contained in the planning document, and what we put out. If council feels strongly that additional acres is necessary or desirable, staff would recommend that occurs to the south, and in doing so, retains the connected street network, and can also do so by. It does result in removing of the low density housing, but no units are lost in that approach.
All right, thank you, Dan. Is there additional discussion? Seeing none, the motion is to add an additional 2 acres to the south for a total of 16. Alder Harrington McKinney.
The hour is late, so I just want to make sure that I'm hearing this correct. Is staff saying that what's before us now will not result in any loss of proposed heights, apartment sites? Is that what I'm hearing? Would you restate that? I just want to make sure that my mind is clicking with what you said.
I'm going to share the screen of what is being discussed right now. So this is the area this is the concept that was presented to Plan Commission as an alternative if at that time Plan Commission and now Council feels additional acreage is necessary. What this does is it removes the low medium density, so effectively townhomes, which we saw as probably certainly the clearest path to ownership in the area. And replaces that density or the number of units with a higher density of units, so likely apartments. So yes, the total number of units does not change. Type of housing does.
Okay, I got it.
Thank you, Alder. All right. So the motion again is to add an additional 2 acres for a total of 16 on the south side of the natural area. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Hennick?
No.
Alder Hennick, no. Alder Kemble? Alder Kemble?
Aye.
Alder Kemble, aye. Alder Lemmer?
Aye.
Alder Lemmer, aye. Alder Martin?
No.
Alder Martin, no. Alder Moreland?
No.
Alder Moreland, no. Alder Prestigiacomo? Alder Prestigiacomo, so thumbs up means yes. Okay. Alder Rummel? Alder Rummel, thumbs up means yes. Alder Skidmore?
Alder Skidmore, no. Alder Tierney. Alder Tierney, thumbs up means yes. Alder Verveer.
Aye.
Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Abbas.
Aye.
Alder Abbas, aye. Alder Alburas is excused. Alder Balde. Alder Balde can't hear us, I think.
Can we unmute Alder Balde?
He is unmuted on our end, but he can't hear us.
Yeah, he can't hear us. Okay.
Holy.
I'll come back to him. Alder Carter.
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Evers.
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Foster.
Aye.
Alder Foster, aye. Alder Furman.
No.
Alder Furman, no. Alder Harrington McKinney.
No.
Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Balde, still nothing.
No, I can hear you now. I guess you can hear me. I was muted,
Yes.
so
Okay.
I am an aye on this also.
Okay. Alder Balde, aye.
It's very strange. Everyone says they're unmuted on this end. I don't know. Maybe Zoom's tired.
Yeah, Zoom may be tired.
Oh, I'm sorry. Alder Heck, I missed you. Alder Heck, aye. Is that correct? Did I hear? Okay. Sorry. I'm struggling. All right. I have 11 ayes and 7 noes.
All right. With 11 ayes and 7 noes, that motion passes. And we're back to the motion as amended. Vice President Abbas.
I apologize, folks, but because community have a lot of input and I still have to do a couple of motions here. So I'm sorry for that. It's really late, I understand. I would like to do motion to open Cooley Street for only biking and pedestrian access and not allow access to vehicle entrance. And if I can get second, I will speak to it.
Alder Balde was second. Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Vice President Abbas.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So Dan showed a couple of emails about people who supported that plan. Yes, there are 5-6 emails I received, which I forward to Dan, but overwhelmingly, over hundreds and hundreds of people here, they are in opposition. If you ever travel towards North Street, and as a full disclosure, my house is on Cooley Street, by the way. So if you come on the North Street, you will find 3 speed bumps. They are there for a reason. And some of you might already travel there. And if you come on a Cooley Street, it's not designed for high vehicle speed or having a lot of traffic. The neighborhood, as Dan mentioned, is kind of like really quiet neighborhood. And historically, that area was used for Oscar Mayer workers. And as Oscar Mayer is closed and we go through, unfortunately, a gentrification process, now this neighborhood convert into family-oriented neighborhood. A lot of people like me live on this particular street and around Eaton Park who have kids. These kids goes on a road in a Cooley Street. Cooley Street does not have a sidewalk. So first of all, if we really want to open this, we have to develop a sidewalk on a Eaton Park next to the Cooley Street so then kids and handicap access, people can go there. Also, it have to be covered with some sort of protection. So the basketball and the baseball and other things would come on the road. Having said that, neighbors also have a deep concerns. We have a couple of high-speed accident, and Tao shared that information with me. In the last 4 or 5 years, we have 4 or 5 accidents, 70 miles per hour, a car hit into a home in a Cooley Street. Because the street is so narrow, the car was going too fast. We already have, as Alder, I received so many complaints about high-speed traffic on these small streets. I think so. It will fulfill the purpose of connection from Coolidge to get a bicycle pedestrian connection and not to increase more carbon footprint and emission into the neighborhood. Having said that, regarding if you're coming from East Johnson or from Tenny Park, you can still have a connection on commercial. You can still have a connection to go inside Across the Coolidge, you can make left turn into the property of Oscar Mayer. So it is still very much connected. So I will appreciate if I will encourage my council member to hear the neighbors' concern. This particular neighborhood, Econ Park, is really badly impacted by F-35. And when I get the calls, I'm going to tell you what calls I get. These people tell me, my constituent tells me, we are impacted by 65 dB. 1 block away from my home is 65 dB line. Planes still fly on top of my home. I still don't understand how these lines are drawn. That's another discussion. But anyhow, communities say we are hammered by the noise pollution. We are hammered by the true X contamination through PFAS. Well, 15 is close. And on top of that, they're asking me as an alder, you're opening this street and bringing more contamination and traffic on us. I will encourage the council members to hear their concerns and please do not allow this to open. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. President Carter.
And I really hate to say this, but are we still on 55?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we're on 55 as amended to add an additional 2 acres of open space. And now the question before us is to make the Coolidge Street opening onto Packers for a ped bike access only. Is there discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the amendment? There is objection, so we will have a roll call vote on the amendment. So again, the amendment is to restrict the Coolidge Street and Packers Ave access to pedestrian and bikes only. All those in favor, aye. All those opposed, no. As your name is called, I will unmute you all and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Hennick.
No.
Alder Hennick, no. Alder Kemble.
Aye.
Alder Kemble, aye. Alder Lemmer.
Aye.
Alder Lemmer, aye. Alder Martin.
Aye.
Alder Martin, aye. Alder Moreland.
No.
Alder Moreland, no. Alder Prestigiacomo.
Aye.
Alder Prestigiacomo, aye. Alder Rummel.
Aye.
Alder Rummel, aye. Alder Skidmore.
No.
Alder Skidmore, no. Alder Tierney.
Aye.
Alder Tierney, aye. Alder Verveer.
Aye.
Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Abbas.
Aye.
Alder Abbas, aye. Alder Alburas is excused. Alder Balde.
Aye.
Alder Balde, aye. Alder Bidar is excused. Alder Carter.
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Evers.
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Foster.
Aye.
Alder Foster, aye. Alder Furman.
No.
Alder Furman, no. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Aye.
Alder Harrington McKinney, aye. Alder Heck.
No.
Alder Heck, no. 13 ayes, 5 noes.
With 13 ayes, that motion passes. And so we're back to the main motion as amended. Vice President Abbas.
I apologize. These are 2 more motions I have to do. I'm so sorry for the time. The next motion is regarding the contamination and having a very specific wording into Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. And that wording was approved from Sustainability Commission. And that motion is to address racial justice and social equity during the OMSAP redevelopment process, which must include assessing and preventing human exposure to toxic chemicals at the site and or release from the site among all people, and particularly at risk, low-income people and people of color. If I can get second, I will talk to that.
Alder Balde will second.
Thank you very much. I will be very short because we already have a lot of discussion about contamination, and I can actually discuss more about it if you want, but I think so there's a really high risk, and we're proposing a lot of affordable housing and other housing on the land. It's important to have this language here, so tomorrow in the planning process, we can hold developers and other people accountable and make sure we keep racial justice and social equity part of this plan and protect the well-being of the people on Oscar Mayer. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't disagree with the intent of this motion, but I would like staff to answer how, if at all, this goes above legal obligations that people developing the site would have, regardless of this. So I'd like to just get a better understanding of that.
I am probably not the best person to ask, but given the late hour, Bryn has, I think she has retired for the evening, as most of us would in normal circumstances. My understanding is, actually, let me pull up the staff memo. I believe that the motion that was made at Sustainable Madison is largely addressed by our existing processes of evaluating and remediating with redevelopments prior to that. If that is not the case, I do believe that is the case. But I'll double check that if you guys can give me a second, and if you'd like to hear your discussion too.
Yeah, so I mean, I'd like to just comment a little bit more while you look that up. I mean, I remember plenty of developments in New Jersey that were Superfund sites. So unfortunately became somewhat familiar with this and somewhat familiar with the legal obligation. I think staff has talked about, the legal obligation to clean up this land. People can't just develop on property that are brownfields and pretend like the contamination doesn't exist. And so I'm just curious, how much this motion matches up with what would just be legally required, or are we, and if we are increasing it above and beyond the legal requirement, what does that mean? But overall, I do, agree with obviously what this motion is trying to say.
Heather, the memo, can you go back on your memo to the Plan Commission in which you talk about this particular motion? And in your memo, if my memory serves well, and you can go back on the memo, check the wording, the staff said they're okay with the language, but adding is not necessary. But if it's add something around it, staff does not mind. Please let Alder Furman know about it.
I see Heather shaking her head. Would you mind, Mayor, unmuting Heather?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I think this language is fine. I don't think it adds anything over and above what we would already be doing and what developers would already need to be doing legally. But I'm certainly comfortable with the language as a sort of a comfort language moving forward.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue, so the motion is to add, I'm sorry, I can't repeat it, Vice President Boss, but to add language around racial justice and social equity and addressing and preventing exposure to contamination. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the amendment? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the amendment. And Vice President Abbas.
Thank you very much. And I promise this is the last motion. And this motion is, I worked with Attorney John Strange, and this motion is legally approved through Attorney Office, and Mac Walker is aware of that. The motion is to add goal 3 at page 53 Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan under green and resilient recommendations. And I'm going to say the whole thing. The goal 3 will be prioritize the use of green building strategy and certification in development and redevelopment projects to achieve holistic, integrated sustainability outcomes, including water resources protection, waste reduction, climate resilience, and community health promotion. Then number 1 will be establish a green building resource collection on a city webpage with green building resources, case study, and a marketplace for local businesses. Number 2, if possible, create a green building center at a municipal building to educate the public with exhibits and display, as well as the information in number 1, which I already talked. And number 3 will be to extend allowed by the law, develop a green building policy that sets standards or incentives incorporating green building certification for development and redevelopment for inclusion in TIF agreements and appropriate development approvals. These motions I all sent to all the alders, by the way, so you can see those motions. If I can get second, that will be great.
Is there a second? Alder Balde will second.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I think so. Moving forward, the vision, the sustainability vision we have for the city and the vision I can see in the district which I represent, I think so it's very important for us to moving forward with such a big, intense, dense development to really look into green building strategy and how we can make developers through conditional use to make sure they follow the holistic approach about sustainability outcome, including waste reduction, climate resilience, community health promotion. These are all the good things which we can add in this plan. And I hope moving forward, the things I mentioned about city web page, green building resources, green building center for municipal building, I think so these can really move us in the right direction. I have seen really big developments on the edge of the cities, because Urban Design Commission, I sit there and every time development project come, I talk about sustainability. I think so this is our opportunity to put this wording in a plan. So me as an alder, when these projects come forward, I can really talk to developer about how we can add those strategies into the building design. And also if we city pay TIF money, I think so it's important for us to develop a green building policy around it and standards. And if we're incentivizing them, we should get something back. So that's the whole idea behind it. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a big fan of green and resilient development. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and we are being asked to amend with what looks to be fairly big policy goals and actual actions and plans that we're asking city staff to do without information. I don't know if city staff is prepared but my first question for city staff would be, do we have a price tag on how much and what something like this looks like to create and what that process would be to create it? And then, a follow-up would be, is this the appropriate place to do that? I think, displaying our strong desire to see green and resilient features is incredibly important, but, establishing a website and a policy and all that stuff seems like it's a pretty big policy decision at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, we don't have a cost associated with this. I guess I would also add that having, broad citywide policies contained within a special area plan that is really focused on a certain area would be atypical. So it would be unique.
So I'm clear. I mean, would staff, if we pass this amendment, would staff take this as an action to go forth and do this, or for the entire city? I mean, how does that actually even work?
I think Matt Wachter would probably be the best to answer this one.
Go ahead, Matt.
So we don't have a price tag for this. I think Ross potentially put it in the goals section. So this would be things that we would strive, we would look to do. But I think you're right. All of them would require a lot more thought and planning and work that would have to sort of exist outside of the plan to put forward. I mean, the website piece, as Alder Boss described to me, is really collecting sort of things we probably already have. So that's, more straightforward one. Other things like, changing our TIF policy would require, quite a bit more work to sort of get there. But again, this is a goal statement, I think, more than anything.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Heck.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some of the same concerns that
Alder Furman was bringing up. I like the goal statement a lot, and I think that belongs in a special area plan. But the three itemized, more detailed actions to me seem like policy matters that don't belong necessarily in this document. But and some of those are being discussed in a joint work group between members of Plan Commission and Sustainable Madison Committee. And I know Sustainable Madison Committee also has other work groups that are working on some of these issues. So it seems to me that some of this could be salvaged and put into the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan to reflect the values of the community, but the specifics, I think, should probably be left out.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to go along with not supporting this. I know that it's goals and expectations, but it is adding something that the staff is not really sure how it's going to fulfill on that. And so at this point, adding it on, and there's no depth in terms of costs and whether they'll be able to fulfill on it, seems to be an added layer that is just not ready to gel. We lost the low density and the townhome, so I wasn't pleased with that. But this one just isn't baked as well. And so I would ask that we consider not moving forward to that because we don't have enough information, and also whether the staff will have the capacity to complete that and complete that by when. So I'll not be supporting this one.
Thank you, Alder. President Carter.
Yes, thank you. I think this is a great goal for the whole city, myself. And I don't know if this is proper or legal, but I would really like to see this be referred and come back as a goal for the whole city and not just Oscar Mayer, Hartmeyer property.
Thank you, President Carter. I think, as has been referred to, there is a work group addressing similar issues for the whole city, which would probably be the appropriate place to take this up. And since I assume there are members of this work group present here tonight, Alder Evers, I can trust that that would happen. Okay. But what is before us is just specifically for this plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, President Calder. Alder Foster.
Yeah, I guess similar to Alder Heck, I could support the broad goal statement for inclusion in the special area plan, but I think the three subpoints, as others have said, I think are broader. So if it were amended to just be that primary goal statement, I would support it.
Thank you, Alder. Vice President Abbas.
Thank you all. My intent here is to really push the city in the right direction, and especially because this is in my district. So I'm just thinking really broadly about what can be really, I completely agree with President Carter. This should be a citywide goal. And I also, I understand my fellows colleague, what they're saying, and I agree with them. If the work group is already working on it, I think so. The 3 points I mentioned, we can move all these three. I'm happy to work with the work group and fellow alders to really iron this out for the whole city overall. And so I will make a friendly amendment to remove those 3 points and just keep as a goal for the prioritizing, because then we can at least put as a goal for the future development. And that can be achieved through LEED certification, by the way. And this is also legal. I run through this from attorney office. So there is no cost to the city, I believe so. So that will be the friendly amendment.
Thank you, Vice President. The proposal from Vice President Abbas is to change the motion to just include the goal and not the 3 specific actions. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Is there any objection from the body to that being the motion before us? Seeing no objection from the body, that's the motion before us. I see no further discussion. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the amendment? I see no objection, so we will record a unanimous vote in favor of the amendment. And that brings us to the original motion as amended. Alder Foster.
Thanks. I sent out the amendment language that I will be moving now, which is to add a be it further resolved clause at the end of the adopting resolution that says, be it further resolved that the Common Council directs the Planning Division to prepare and forward to the Council for consideration recommended zoning map amendments in the study area that will support implementation of the goals and objectives contained within the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. And if I get a second, I can speak to it.
Is there a second? Alder Rummel will second.
Thanks. So I think some of those who are on or have been on Plan Commission will understand the intent here. This is something that I learned about with the Amazon proposal and the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan. I ran this by Ms. Stouter, who did not have any objections with adding this in there. And I think that, so the intent is basically that if, assuming we pass this, that we then take some action on actually updating the zoning to reflect what we're looking for, so that we don't have a situation where someone has development rights that are inconsistent with the plan. So that's the intent to add this in there, that staff would come back with the actual zoning changes at a future date.
Thank you, Alder. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Alder Heck.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Ms. Stouter. It sounds like you've discussed this with Alder Foster, but as we've learned with analogous situations, when zoning and plans don't quite sync up, what do you envision for timing on a process like this? Is this something that could take 6 months or a year, or is it hard to say?
I think it could be much quicker than 6 months. I think that, you know, we can choose districts that will further the plan recommendations, the land uses. One of the things that we'll need to do in this case is get a legal description drawn up of properties that align with the proposed street network. And so it does take a little more time than just quickly introducing a zoning ordinance for existing parcels. So that will take a matter of, I would say, probably 6 weeks to 3 months to pull that together, depending on the workload. We really rely heavily on our city engineering division to create those legal descriptions when properties don't already exist today. And so that's the most time consuming piece, but I think it could be something that happens quicker than 6 months.
And when these properties are currently owned by a variety of parties, that really doesn't impact the process?
Well, all of those property owners would need to be notified, and they may have strong feelings about the zoning being proposed. They may actually have strong positive feelings about the zoning being proposed as well, because some of these changes will be unlocking development opportunities that aren't there today in this case. And so we will by ordinance need to notice all of the property owners and make sure that that they're aware of the timing of the rezoning. But I would assume that most of them would be supportive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question to Heather. When you're talking about rezoning and all of those properties that may be involved, so there is a process by which notification understanding, clarity, and all of that needs to be in place. And it's based upon staff availability, I think you said. Is this timing right for this zoning? I mean, is there a priority to get this done? Or is this something that can be put off and phased into your overall work plan? I just need to know the status and what's coming up now.
Yeah, great question. I mean, I think it's a quick first element that we can take on with regard to implementing the plan. And I think that it will be something that can fit within our 2020 work plan. And was there another question in there, Alder Harrington McKinney?
No, I just wanted to make sure that this is something that will fit long-term and you're not just piecemealing it. So what happens is sometimes we do a zoning ordinance change and it doesn't encompass the future. And so I want to make sure this is long range and it's not just a quick fix. And so giving you the opportunity to look at it well, not just 2020, to see how it will be impacting future, development sites and all of that vetting process.
Yes, again, I think zoning.
With that, you're comfortable with that. Okay.
Yes.
Here.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. The motion is to amend the resolution with an additional whereas clause. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the motion? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the motion. And we are back to the main motion, which is to adopt the plan as amended. Vice President Abbas.
I promise no more motion here. I just want to quickly do a comment. I really want to say thanks to everyone, city staff, and also thanks to all the alders for staying so late and listening, Northside constituent. I really appreciate everybody feedback and being here at such a late time. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Abbas. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, everyone, and for all the work of staff and neighbors and Alder Abbas, your work too. This is a really important plan. I've tried to pay a lot of attention to it over the last few months. It's really about an important area of the city that is sort of kind of disconnected from each other. So it's really making some headway into addressing that and trying to do it mindfully. There are still going to be questions, though, about the environmental hazards and other things. So I think it's not going to go away. We're going to have to do some serious lifting about cleanup of this area. And I think, we keep getting, you're going to start knowing more about Brit sites on the DNR website than you ever thought possible. But we need to pay attention to that. And I also want to remind everyone that plans are not scripts. So when, we say, we're taking away this piece to add the 2 acres, and that doesn't mean directly what won't happen somewhere else. Because in my experience, developers always seem to want to do a little bit more than, the guideline, the range of the plan. They're always often at the end of the far end of the range and maybe exceeding it. And so I don't think that changes. And I just think that we should just, watch over time as this thing unfolds, and we'll probably see more than, we'll see a little push. Maybe some areas will have more and some won't live up to what we thought would happen, because these just capture a moment in time. And so, older all of us can look back in the decades that I did this and look what happened and what didn't happen. But it does give future direction to staff and to policymakers and neighbors. So it's really important that we try to get as much of it, to be, I don't say correct, because who knows if we're correct, but careful and thoughtful as possible. But again, I think it's been a really good effort, and thanks for supporting a lot of the amendments that Alder Abbas proposed. I think it made it better. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. So the motion is to adopt the plan as amended, and just so we're all clear, those amendments are to add an additional 2 acres on the south side of the natural area, to restrict the Coolidge and Packers intersection to pedestrian and bike access only, to add language around racial justice and social equity and assessing and preventing exposure to contamination, and to add a goal number 3 regarding green building, and to add an additional whereas clause around preparing zoning amendments. All right. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, we will record a unanimous vote in favor. Congratulations, Vice President Abbas. I think we may have lost Alder Moreland. So Alder Carter, I'm sorry, you're muted, Alder.
First of all, I want to say happy birthday to our birthday girl, Lindsay Leamer. In my mind, I'm excited, Lindsay, but it's 2:19 in the morning, right? I know you'll have a good one on the 25th, though. I move adjournment.
It is moved and seconded by Vice President Abbas to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adjournment? Shockingly, no objection. So we are adjourned. Thank you all and good night.